Recording in progress.
Please be seated. The first item on the order paper is a motion in the name of the Chief Whip of the majority party. Would you please get seated, honorable members?
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson. I move that the House suspends Rule 290 subsection 2A, which provides inter alia that the debate on the second reading of a bill may not commence before at least 3 working days have elapsed since the committee's report was tabled. For the purpose of conducting the second reading today on the Eskom Debt Relief Bill, Relief Amendment Bill, Public Procurement Bill, Adjustments Appropriation Bill, and National Small Enterprise Amendment Bill. I so move.
Thank you very much. I now put the motion. Are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to. The secretary will read the first order of the day.
Consideration of report of Standing Committee on Appropriations on Eskom Debt Relief Amendment Bill.
I now recognize the Honorable the Chief Whip of the majority party.
Honorable House Chairperson, I move that the report be adopted. Thank you.
The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? No objection.
House Chair, no, there is. You didn't see me.
EFF, yes, Honorable Ntangweni.
The EFF object.
Objection noted. With that objection, it's agreed to. The secretary will read the second order.
First reading, Eskom Debt Relief Amendment Bill.
The Honorable Chairperson of the committee will introduce the bill.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members, fellow South Africans. Honorable Members, the 2023 Eskom Debt Relief Amendment Bill seeks to amend the Eskom Debt Relief Act 2023 so as to provide for the payment of interest by Eskom on amounts advanced as a loan. Also to provide for power for the Minister of Finance to reduce the amounts for Eskom in the event of non-compliance with conditions and to provide for matters incidental thereto. After the presentation by the Minister of Finance on 1 November 2023, it was then referred to the Standing Committee on Appropriations for consideration and report to the National Assembly. In processing the bill, the committee had input from the Financial Fiscal Commission, the PPO, National Treasury, and Eskom. Public hearings were also held to ensure civil society participation in lawmaking process, laws which are going to affect them. Honorable members, the Debt Eskom Act was approved by this Honorable House. The Act was meant to assist Eskom to reduce its indebtedness, reduce their debt service costs, and by so doing strengthen their balance sheet. It became clear to government that it was not going to be possible for Eskom to meet its debt obligations on one hand and be able to provide reliable energy on the other. It was also aimed at allowing Eskom to prioritize critical maintenance of its existing fleet. There was 350 billion rand in government guaranteed debt, which was at risk of default. A contingent liability had already added to the sovereign debt by Moody's and the IMF. The Eskom Debt Relief Act appropriated 254 billion rand over the MTF. Just to remind the honorable members, we stressed then and were stressing in this report that this intervention cannot be a blank check for Eskom to do as they please. Therefore, strict conditions were attached to the debt relief. Honorable members, these conditions were meant to deal with the problem of moral hazard. They were also meant to foster accountability from Eskom and allow Parliament to play its oversight role. For instance, one of its conditions is that Eskom may not use proceeds from the sale of non-core assets for capital and operating needs. All these proceeds must be used for the debt relief arrangement. The debt relief can only be used to settle debt and interest payments. There are many other conditions that were attached. Honorable members, a stick and carrot approach was used. While this money was to be advanced as a loan, it would be converted into equity once the conditions have been met. What is new in this amendment bill, honorable members? The bill before the House introduces an interest in the Eskom debt relief package to better reflect the costs of this arrangement with a market-related interest, while also striking a delicate balance between ensuring that the interest charges do not negatively impact on Eskom cash flows, while reflecting a fair market-related rate. Honorable members, please note the difference between the Act and this amendment is that in the original arrangement of the debt relief was going to be interest-free. This is the gist of this bill before you, honorable members. This intervention by government is meant to enhance sustainability of Eskom. The third quarter economic results released yesterday show that the economy has contracted by 0.2%. Unfortunately, both primary and secondary sectors, mainly agriculture and manufacturing, also contracted. Analysts blame load shedding for these results. Eskom is too big and too important to fail. The impact affects all sectors of society, hence the intervention. It is very important to always have conditions for intervention. Just like FFC, PBO, and COSATU, we also encourage municipalities to take advantage of the debt relief package by Treasury. Currently, 67 applications for debt relief have been received, which constitute about 97% of the total Eskom debt. Honorable members, this will also assist with cash flows. Lastly, we urge the minister and the board to move with speed to appoint a permanent qualified CEO to steer this Titanic and create stability. We urge the Honorable House to adopt the report as the ANC we support it because of the importance of Eskom. Have a safe and enjoyable festive season. I thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable member. I will now recognize political parties wishing to make a declaration. The usual times for declaration of votes will apply. DA.
Thank you, Chairperson. In February, the Eskom debt relief bill provided for direct charges against the National Revenue Fund of 78 billion in 23-24, 66 billion in 24-25, and 120 billion in 25-26, comprising a 40 billion direct charge plus 70 billion through a debt takeover arrangement, a total of 264 billion rand that increases in the third year. That increases for debt that becomes due in 25-26 that Eskom can't service. We don't know what is still coming down the track because the minister hasn't given us the bailout numbers beyond the medium-term expenditure framework. Whatever happened to your tough love, Minister, and why don't you tell us about the bailouts that Eskom will get in 2026 and beyond? We do know that Eskom has attracted staggering amounts of debt from everywhere it can possibly borrow by selling premium interest bonds to anyone who will buy them, including billions in dollar-denominated bonds. We also know that investors are getting increasingly nervous because Eskom is bankrupt and its ANC sponsor, currently hiding from the sheriff of the court knocking on the door at Lethuli House, is on the brink of political collapse, having brought South Africa to the brink of financial collapse with it. These investors are nervous because as much as they like to believe that buying bonds from Eskom is risk-free, there is a risk premium precisely to compensate for the now very high risk of these investments. There is not enough space on the national balance sheet to accommodate the debt mountain that Eskom is teetering on, and that is why government hasn't transferred all of it. As a result of government's failed economic policy, our economy is not growing anywhere near its potential, and our GDP declined by 0.2% in the last quarter. The failure at Eskom is a primary cause of this economic meltdown. The Pretoria High Court has ruled that the ANC government breached the constitution and human rights of citizens by failing to run the power system properly. The minister himself has said that corruption at Eskom is so endemic that it cannot be resolved. A new model is needed. The DA would unbundle and restructure Eskom in a staged approach to establish a diversified, competitive generation sector that could include a number of independent generation companies. Eskom should get out of the generation business as far as possible and a rationalized electricity distribution industry built with public and private sector partnerships. The remaining transmission entity of Eskom should become a standalone independent transmission system and market operator as set out in the DA's comprehensive energy and electricity policy position. In the meanwhile, the DA gets things done while the ANC government dithers. The Western Cape government journey to end rolling blackouts in the province is well on its way with a plan for 5,700 megawatts, and the Hessequa pilot energy project is on track to make Riversdale the first load-shedding free town in South Africa. On Friday, taking a cue from Eskom's debt relief scheme, National Treasury announced that it issued Transnet with a 47 billion rand guarantee facility effective immediately. The ANC has also broken our railways and ports. Transnet has an existing debt pile in the region of 135 billion rand, which attracts interest of approximately 13 billion rand per annum. This is an exact replica of the Eskom playbook, and battling South African households are expected to pay for it. If government did not waste the people's money on a broken Eskom, Transnet, and other bankrupt state-owned enterprises, it could very easily cut the tax and levies on fuel, increase the solar panel rebate, increase the child grant to the poverty line, and expand the zero VAT-rated basket of food to include bone-in chicken, beef, tinned beans, wheat flour, margarine, peanut butter, baby food, tea, coffee, and soup powder. Eskom is driving more food off the tables of hungry households. We might not know what is coming down the tracks from the ANC-induced energy crisis. What we do know is that the DA blue machine is powering up on the tracks and ready to charge like a bullet train at the weak and crumbling ANC, so desperate to cling to its disillusioned voters that Gauteng Premier Lai Sufi promised to write off Eskom's debt without any plan and any possibility of implementation, just more empty promises. Government doesn't care about battling households and is making everyone poorer by wasting our money on the likes of Eskom. Next year, the people will show you how much they care about you. We do not support this bill. Thank you.
Keep dreaming.
Thank you, Honourable Member. EFF.
Honourable Chair.
Thank you, House Chair.
House Chairperson.
Honourable Mani. Can you take a seat? Honourable Mahoma Pelo.
Yes, Honourable Chairperson. I didn't want to disrupt the latter speaker. Honourable, the Premier of Gauteng, his surname is not Lai Sufi. His surname is Lesufi.
Honourable,
And he is Honourable.
Chair, that is most certainly not a point of order. Honourable Mani, could you please proceed?
Thank you, House Chair. Madiba Ingagetu is monkey tricks. We just don't want to be played. We just want honesty and integrity in the whole process. For us, Chairperson, the economic freedom fighters will reject this Eskom bill because in essence, it's actually not even a debt that we are giving to Eskom. It's actually a bailout. This is what this is about, just a bailout. And the political motive behind the Eskom bailout is not meant to address the Eskom debt that has become the biggest threat to South Africa's fiscus and economy as a whole. Instead, the so-called relief is meant to send a positive signal to the market rating agencies. This is what it's all about. But the more treacherous and betrayal to the people of South Africa is to pretend we are giving Eskom relief so that we can stabilize electricity supply, when in reality, you've got all kinds of conditions attached to this bailout that frustrate Eskom. This bill should be called Eskom bailout condition bill. It is not a relief, it is conditions that we're dealing with here. This bill is going to give Eskom something like a total of about 180 odd billion over the next 3 years, where the minister must determine the conditions of this so-called debt. One of the bailout conditions is that Eskom's capital expenditure is restricted to transmission and distribution. So basically, you are here to enable the IPPs. This is what this is about. The other condition, this means that Eskom cannot develop new generation capacity when we've got generation problems. The other condition is that the debt relief can only be used to settle debts and interest payments. Those kinds of restrictions, and you say you're helping. Practically, what this means, Chairperson, is that Eskom cannot address the core problem of generation. We need new and additional generation capacity. Effectively, National Treasury conditions to Eskom prevent the national utility from securing baseload electricity generation and supply, which is in coal and in new generation. The National Treasury conditions of Eskom clearly articulated in this Eskom Debt Relief Act, so-called, and its amendments prevent Eskom from ending load shedding. It's actually a crisis that the minister is creating here. We were told by the Secretary General of the ANC that load shedding will be ended in December. This past week, we were on stage 6 and we are already in December, and it's not true that load shedding will end in December. We've got lying people all the time. Even with government agreement that the conditions attached to the bailout and Eskom relief are part of the problem, we are still told that we will be on stage 3 and 4 until Friday, which can change at any time. As the economic freedom fighters, we reject this Eskom bailout, particularly its conditions and political motive. Our solution to challenges of load shedding is first and foremost securing baseload electricity generation and supply, which in this instance is coal, nuclear, hydroelectricity, and conversion of gas into electricity. In fact, Minister Mantashe is very clear on this matter. Just listen to Minister Mantashe on what needs to happen, your problems will be solved. We must give municipalities conditional grants that look for off-grid solutions. We must extend Kubek Nuclear Power Station's license for an additional 20 years, especially now that the permission to restart Unit 1 has been granted. These and many more solutions are what the EFF is proposing, but we don't have time. This democracy is robbing us of time, but our people are accepting that only the EFF, working with South African professionals in the energy sector, will end.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Time's up. IFP.
So, thank you very much, House Chair. Once again, we find ourselves lamenting the same Eskom-related problems as last year, the year before that one, and 5 years before. To be quite frank, Honorable Chair, I could have stood here today and said the same speech I did a few years ago, and the content will still be very much relevant. This shows that the same challenges remain in Eskom, and we are debating the same solutions, allocating more money, while we know for a fact that Eskom's challenges are non-financial in nature. Eskom's problems are structural and deeply immersed in corruption, greed, and governance failure to implement practical solutions. The constant allocation of money has proven to be a failure. Instead, it remains a practice enabling looters to continue emptying state coffers, while many South Africans are losing their livelihood because load shedding is forcing business to close their doors. House Chair, one of Eskom's core mandate, like all SOEs, is to provide employment opportunities, but instead it's doing the opposite of that. Instead of developing skills, we see many of our engineering leaving this country for better opportunities abroad. Chairperson, the problem at Eskom are man-made and carefully crafted to ensure deliberate total collapse of this entity. I say this because time and time again, the IFP has stood here and called for government to prioritize public-private partnership. However, our calls have fallen on deaf ears. Our practical solutions have been ignored by the ruling party. This could only be because the government wants to keep Eskom in the dire state and collapse this entity. How much more, House Chairperson, will take for the ANC-led government to listen to South Africans' plea for a stable electricity supply? How much will it take this ANC government to care for people in South Africa? Perhaps when there is absolutely no more money left to be passed around. House Chair, allow me to inform South Africans that nothing will ever change as long as the ANC is at the helm of this country. South Africans who wants to see change, who wants to see their hard-earned money having value, they must vote this party out because it has shown beyond doubt that it can no longer lead us and it will never provide solutions. Honorable House Chair. Thank you, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. FF plus.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. House Chair, let's say there's a company out there that owes its creditors 423 billion rand. Let's say that company made a loss of 24 million rand in the last financial year. And let's say the solution is then a debt-free or interest-free, rather, loan to that company. But it doesn't solve anything because the company is producing less and less of its product, and it fails to also get any of its debitors' money in. So it's in a financial unsustainable position. It's bankrupt. And the only solution, we would all agree, to that company is to close it down, to liquidate it, to sell off its assets, and to get rid of it. But this government solution is to now just provide or put interest on the first solution of the loan, so-called loan, which Eskom is not able to repay because they owe 423 billion rand already to their creditors. Their product is less and less. They have less and less revenue, but yet government's solution is to provide a loan that they won't be able to repay, so it's a bailout. And now we get this nonsensical amendment bill that just provides for interest on that loan. The act in itself in February did not provide.
There's a point of order. Could you please take your seat?
No, thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I'm rising on Rule 84. I don't think that the work which is done by the parliamentarians is nonsensical. I think it's unparliamentary.
Can I, honorable members, refer you to Rule 85, honorable vessels, reflections. In terms of Rule 85, no member may impute improper motives to any other member or cast personal reflections upon a member's integrity, dignity, or verbally abuse a member in any other way. So to coin that as nonsensical by Parliament, it's a bit. Just be theater. It's too hot. So please not allow it.
Thank you, House Chair. Laat ek dit dan anders stel. Die wetsontwerp, die wet oorspronklik wat in hierdie huis gedien het in Februarie was twak en hierdie wysigingswetsontwerp is twak. Ek hoop dit help. Voorsitter, dit gaan nie die probleem oplos nie. Hierdie wetsontwerp los nie die probleem op nie en mense ly daar buite. Besighede maak toe.
Honorable member, Honorable Maswa.
Chairperson, Honorable Ntlangwini is drinking coffee in the house. Is that allowed?
How do you know it's coffee? What if it's water inside the coffee cup?
Honorable Kalepi.
Thank you.
Honorable Kalepi. Please be in order. Honorable member, you raised your hand.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I rise.
Order, honorable members.
I rise in terms of.
Order, honorable members.
I rise in terms of Rule 84. 84. How? Whereby Honorable Akbare vessels use the word fuck. Is it acceptable?
Thank you. Honorable members, it is unparliamentary to use offensive, abusive, insulting. Honorable members, I am ruling. Can I get your cooperation, please? Can I get your cooperation? So that we don't repeat the same mistake. Rule 84, no member may use offensive, abusive, insulting, disrespectful, unbecoming, or unparliamentary words or language, nor offensive, unbecoming, or threatening gestures. The essence of this, honorable members, is that let us be respectful to each other. So let us not use words that are going to create conflict, unnecessarily so. Honorable Dr. Lotot.
Chairperson, I would, however, just want to express my concern, and I know it is not specifically a point of
Can you come closer to the mic,
but
please?
I think this should also be referred, this whole thing, Chairperson, what is parliamentary and what is not, because we are running the risk now of being offended by every little word, and then it is unparliamentary. So I think we have to be very careful on the road we're on now. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. Can I hear the honorable Roto?
Honorable House Chairperson, my understanding of the word talk is nonsense. And the framing of the word is parliamentary in the sentence that he used. Thank you.
Honorable members.
No.
Honorable members.
No.
I still want to advise that let us refrain from using words that have a potential to create conflict. Members, please. Lalelani bo, bantu abadala. Please, there's a lot of noise in here. There's a lot of noise in here. There are times when we use words that are not necessarily unparliamentary, but words that are unacceptable. And we try our best to avoid that. So please.
Sorry,
That
Chair.
is that, Honorable.
Chair. Point of order, Chair.
Yeah, Honorable Kaula.
Ngivuza ke la. Uqonda ukuthi mangithi mina nonsense. Angikuchuka ngikudeleli. Mina ngeke usho kimi nonsense ngokushaya.
I'm sure, Honorable Deputy Chief Whip.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. I don't want to challenge your ruling, but what I want to bring to our attention in the House is that we have a long program today. Let's not waste time. Let's allow the proceedings to continue. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm appealing to your. I'm appealing to you, honorable members. Let us not fan conflict where it's not necessary. It's not necessary. So so please let us not do that. Honorable Vessels, please continue.
Thank you, House Chair. At long
No,
last-
but Chair, the leader of this person speaking on the podium gave us a useless lecture last night.
Honorable
About how the
Maute,
leader of the EFF should call us to order. Why is he not doing it to this guy?
Honorable Maute, I did not recognize you in the first place. Please don't do that. Honorable Vessels, please proceed.
Thank you, House Chairperson. The failure of Eskom is not an issue that should be discussed or debated lightheartedly. It affects millions and all South Africans out there. It is responsible for the decline and the decay of our economy. And it is something that the governing party and government should take responsibility for. It is something which needs solutions, not just an act and bailouts and an amendment bill. It needs real solutions, partnerships, unbundling of Eskom to get power out there, to get power going and to get the economy going again. This bill does not provide real solutions and therefore the FF Plus rejects it. I thank you.
Thank you very much. ACDP.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, this bill seeks to convert 254 billion rand Eskom debt relief package from an interest-free loan to one that will bear interest. Now, the debt relief package had the effect of increasing government debt substantially and debt service costs, which already are spiraling out of control. The ACDP doubts whether Eskom will now be able to meet these additional financial costs. And we participated in the Eskom inquiry, many of you members as well, in the last parliament. We know what was at the heart of the rot at Eskom. It was the ANC government. It was admitted by yourselves in the Zondo Commission. So let's accept responsibility and see how we can address these issues. If one then looks at how Eskom is to meet these additional financial costs, its situation has deteriorated markedly, with it reporting a largest ever financial loss at the end of October, a staggering loss of 24 billion, up from 11.9 billion last year. That's double the loss. This, as individuals, households and businesses are devastated by the worst year of load shedding on record. And in this regard, the ACDP welcomes at least the courts now are coming in to try to assist, with the Gauteng High Court, a full bench, that's 3 judges, saying that power cuts are a result of Eskom and the government's failure. That's what the court said. And that the blackouts infringed on the basic rights of South Africans. The court ordered that essential services, hospitals, schools, and police stations be exempt from load shedding. Now, the question is, how is that court order going to be implemented given the dire situation facing Eskom? And while the country experienced lower levels of load shedding recently, this seems to have been short-lived, and we're now back to those higher levels of stage 6. And it seems the reason for that is that Eskom has depleted its diesel budget to run the open cycle gas turbines. This is aggravating the situation. So tens of billions of rands of bailouts are given to SOCs without much improvement in operations. And now we see 47 billion rand guarantee to Transnet. Again, a further bailout that we cannot afford, where we don't see operational improvement. These ongoing bailouts cannot be afforded. It is time to change. It is time for a new government to implement changes and lasting changes for Eskom and other entities. It's time to vote for the ACDP. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. UDM. ATM. Good.
Thank you, House Chairperson. House Chair, from 2019, Eskom has received 181.6 billion rand in bailouts in order to keep the state supplier from collapsing. In addition, we have reshuffled leadership introduced a new ministerial position, and attempted to keep Eskom from sinking following years of capture and mismanagement. The Eskom debt relief bill, while addressing fiscal accountability and responsibility in relation to the debt relief, must be part of the state's attempt to address our electricity crisis. The people of South Africa have invested heavily in order to keep the lights on, and despite this, the lights are not on nearly enough. In return for our investment, which is both financial and goodwill, we are entitled to transparency from the supplier about its recovery. This recovery is essential to every South African and the economy, and South Africans must be able to see exactly where the energy supplier is being upgraded or restored. Eskom's long-term issuer credit rating has been upgraded to B from CCC+, with a stable outlook on the group's senior secured and senior unsecured debt. With S&P's global ratings upgrade, it is essential that government takes every step it can to protect Eskom's financial position and reduce its risk of any default. And with Eskom's financial risks and uncertainty improving, we must focus on transmission constraints and generation. We are in desperate need of new supply, so much so that at one point we declared a state of disaster, yet our new generation is growing at snail's pace. The handling and implementation of various strategies such as energy deals with Mozambique, car power ships, and renewable transition at Komati Power Station have been haphazard, slow in implementation, and some have efficiency to cost ratio problems. Good urges that the debt relief, in conjunction with the financial injection from the JETP, is used as a means to transform and stabilize our energy generation, transmission, and supply. We support the bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. NFP.
Thank you, Chairperson. The National Freedom Party will support the bill tabled here today. Whilst we may not agree with what some of the honourable members said in this House, it's very easy to come here and say, let's shut it down, close it. Are we thinking about the implications, the impact, exactly what will happen? And the question we need to ask for those that saying shut it down, what are you doing about it? Yes, government has initiated renewal projects. The DA has in the Western Cape. But what have other parties done wherever you govern to ensure that we put some measures in place? Because economic growth depends on energy supply. So we should commend those that are doing something about it. And I think it's a message to the others, you too do something about it rather than coming and complaining about it. Now, I have a very serious concern, Chairperson. And my concern is, I know I hear a lot about global warming, the high levels of emissions, but we've also heard that renewable energy alone will not be able to provide the energy needs of this country. And I want to go back to the 154 billion, is it, that the United States is giving South Africa, not giving, loaning, by the way. Now, they said that they will get rid of coal-fired energy supply by the year 2054. France is recommissioning. China is building an average of 1 coal-fired power utility every week. South Korea has been building as well. But South Africa, that has an energy crisis, wants to shut down the coal from one extreme, wants to go to the other extreme. Now, my understanding is this is all about money. And I believe a lot of us sitting in this House are being taken for a ride. Those that own this coal mining companies and control that sector are exporting this coal and making a lot of money at it because we're getting the crumbs, the 2% royalties. But the very same companies have got an interest in renewable energy. So for them, it's a win-win situation. Let's not use the coal here. Let's export, make more money, give the crumbs to government and its people, and then let's introduce renewable energy because we're making money there as well. So I think there's a sinister move as to why Eskom can't come out of its problem. Yes, maintenance has been a problem, skills has been a problem. I don't believe money alone is going to solve the problem. There's something bigger out there to play. But lastly, let me say, what is happening in Palestine with the electricity being cut off? The theaters have no electricity whatsoever. Patients have been found with maggots. Electricity has been cut off. resulting even the anesthetics cannot be refrigerated. So these are some of the challenges that they are facing. I hope that we consider these things, but can we come together and find alternatives in terms of the energy supply? Because economic.
Thank you very much, Honorable
Energy support.
Sheikh. AIC.
The AIC support the report.
It's unfortunate I can't hear you, Honorable Jafta, but I assume you are.
I say, Honorable Chair, the AIC supports the report with no
Thank
further
you.
declarations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Cope.
COPE supports the bill, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much. PAC.
No declaration, Chair, from the PAC.
Thank you very much. Al Jama. ANC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I understand that the DA doesn't understand the sub judice rule when a matter is before a court of law. At least the ANC is not funded by Israel. And second to that, we know at one point, the DA government wanted to reticulate seawater funded by an Israel company to come and produce energy funded by the Israelites. Honorable Chairperson, the ANC supports the bill because we want to deal with hypocrisy of those who say that load shedding is an albatross, but when we provide a solution to add an additional 1,600 megawatts on the grid, they say no to it. The ANC says we'll further add another 1,600 megawatts, and we have also, honorable vessels, allowed independent power producers to produce 48% and put it into the grid. The energy regulator will never allow a situation where independent power producers want to take the role of government to regulate energy in this country and give to business to make money at the expense of the poor. Over the past 10 years, the ANC has put more than 400,000 solar panels on the rooftops of poor people. That's factual. The ANC government, as the economy is growing over the past 2 decades, double-folded, has ensured that it regulates the South African energy to even include renewable energy. We know that those who don't want us to use coal in South Africa, because if we don't do that, they're going to benefit as business. Therefore, when the South African economy has grown, it has not done that without challenges. It is common cause, members, that load shedding has been an albatross. But at the same vein, government plan to reduce load shedding through maintenance. Eskom debt relief is based on ensuring that base load of electricity generation and supply is protected and increased through maintenance of the plants and ensuring that Kusile and Midupi perform optimally while ensuring further generation capacity comes on stream from IPP and green energy. Therefore, honorable members, since the adoption of the Eskom debt relief bill at the beginning of the year, we have since seen substantial progress in the energy supply, seeing that out of the 48%, we're going to increase it to 60% going forward. And that's fact on the table. That's what the minister has done through investment. And it is untrue that investors has ran out of this country. If you look at the performance of the South African economy in the 3rd quarter, you will see improvement. That's facts. Statistics South Africa has given us facts about how we're benefiting from this. There's a committee which is called the Energy Crisis Committee that has been established by government to make sure that there's a one-stop energy program that will deal with fast-tracking applications for energy developers. So we're calling on developers to come on board because government has created an opportunity for you to bring solutions, and that's what we are doing, Imam. The scheme has already financed static, Kenhardt, and sustainable heating in the Northern Cape, which has developed a combined solar capacity of 540 megawatts and battery storage capacity of 225 megawatts, honorable members, if you like. The local community has 25% shareholding because we believing in giving back to the people. And that's what they don't want. They don't want us to make that people must be part of shareholding. They want it all. And in this, it will strengthen the transmission network and will be the key to enabling the government currently to produce 6,180 megawatts going forward of renewable projects. Eskom's embedded generation task team has supported over 100 projects. And I repeat, it has supported over 100 projects, which are not mentioned here by Honorable Leon because it's not in his interest. Therefore, by 2025, honorable members, 9 projects with a total of 1,000 megawatts will be connected to the grid under the renewable energy independent power producers through a procurement program, of course. And these efforts and progress must be acknowledged and are demonstrating the resolve of the ANC-led government in resolving the energy crisis. Notwithstanding the challenges, of course, which are faced throughout the year, the South African economy has demonstrated resilience, which we don't want to accept. For 2 consecutive quarters, the numbers of people with jobs rose by 163 million in agriculture. I come from an agrarian province between April and June, and the number of employed persons increased by 399,000 to 16.7 million. Yes, that's facts from the Statistician General. And our electricity is a public good, and I repeat, our electricity is a public good, and the state has to strengthen its ability to deliver this good to fulfill the developmental imperatives needed to transform the lives of the people of this country. The ANC will support this bill and will continue to make sure that people have access to energy.
Thank you very much.
I thank you, Honorable
Member. Are there any objections to the bill being read the first time? A.
Chairperson, please note the objection of the DA.
Noted.
Please note the objection of the EFF.
Noted.
Please note the objection of the FF plus.
Noted.
Please note the ACDP's objection. Thank you.
It's noted. With all those objections, it's agreed to. The Secretary will read the bill the first time.
Eskom Debt Relief Amendment Bill.
Thank you very much. The Secretary will read the third order.
Second reading, Eskom Debt Relief Amendment Bill.
As there is no list of speakers, are there any objections to the bill being read a second time? DA?
Chairperson, please note the objection of the DA.
Noted.
Please note the objection of the EFF.
It's noted.
Please note the objection of the F plus.
It's noted.
Please note the objection of the ACDP. Thank you.
It's noted. With those objections, it's agreed to. The Secretary will read the bill a second time.
Second reading, Eskom Debt Relief Amendment Bill.
Thank you very much. The bill will be sent to the National Council of Provinces for concurrence. The Secretary will read the fourth order.
Consideration of report of Standing Committee on Finance on Public Procurement Bill.
I now recognize the Honorable the Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Honorable House Chairperson, I move that the report be adopted.
The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? DA?
Chairperson, please note the objection of the DA.
Noted.
Please note the objection of the EFF.
Noted.
Please note the objection of the FF plus.
Noted.
And the ACDP, thank you.
Thank you. Noted. With those objections, it's agreed to. The Secretary will read the fifth order.
Second reading, debate, Public Procurement Bill.
The Honorable the Minister of Finance.
Honorable House Chair, honorable members, the Constitutional Court of South Africa, in a judgment penned by Chief Justice Madlanga, made an important observation. And that observation was, it was a case against the Minister of Finance where I lost hands down. Okay. Minister, you've got all the powers in terms of the Constitution. But what you did through the Preferential Procurement Act, you tied your hands. You can't then, through a second and other legislation in the form of regulations, undermine that. This legislation is a correction of that fundamental omission of undermining our powers granted in us in terms of the Constitution. What are those powers? The Constitution says we must provide procurement in a transparent and fair manner. That's subsection of the Constitution 1. Most members on this side like to quote that section. They don't go to subsection 2. Subsection 2A says you may decide which categories you may discriminate in favor of. I'm summarizing what the Constitution says. Subsection 2B says you may, and I quote this, you must provide for imbalances of the past. That's what the Constitution says. And this act categorically deals with those categories classified in section 217 of the Constitution across the board, not one area of it. That's what we're trying to achieve with this bill, those broad transformation objectives which are being covered in this bill. So there is a notion that when we talk about value for money, which is subsection 1 of the Constitution, we're not necessarily actually referred to price, and there must be a distinction between price and value for money. Those things are not the same. Those things are not the same. But Honorable House Chair, this bill therefore provides for those correcting the Preferential Procurement Act, which in fact was drafted in a hurry in 1990. I can't remember the year. when we did it. So it's an all-embracing, it covers areas which were not necessarily clear in the Preferential Procurement Act, such as set aside, areas such as local content. The bill is broad enough for those purposes. It's addressing, therefore, the transformation agenda. We may not necessarily agree, all of us, in that respect, but broadly, it clarifies the areas that were not clear in the Preferential Procurement Act, and some of them that were constrained in the Preferential Procurement Act. We're making that broad brush legislation. We, therefore, also has made a number of decisions in between, in line with the Constitutional Court judgment. We have made regulations which allow each organ of state to develop its own procurement policies. That's what we've done. In line, of course, under the guidance of the constitutional prescript. You can't say you are going to have your own procurement, but it won't require BEE. The Act says, the Constitution says it must. In addition to that, contrary to what is being said, Schedule 2 state-owned enterprises have been given more flexibility than ever before in the new regulation which was taken in companies like Transnet, Eskom, IDC, DBSA. In line, in keeping with the spirit contained in this bill and the Constitution. I think it's an important piece of legislation to be supported by this House.
Thank you very much,
thank you.
Honorable Minister. What time is it? We now invite the Honorable Maswanganye to the podium.
Linjani Mokwethu. Ndakhensa mtshama xitulu uHande Desire. Honorable Chairperson, Ministers, Members of Parliament, Deputy Ministers, Absheni. The Public Procurement Bill was introduced in the National Assembly on June 30, 2023, and referred to the committee for consideration. Was there adequate public participation? Because that's very important. The committee notes the comprehensive and multi-stage process undertaken by National Treasury for the development of the Public Procurement Bill. The bill was initiated following a cabinet directive in December 2014. The process involved extensive engagement with stakeholders at national, provincial, and local levels, including professional bodies. The timeline from the conceptualization in 2014 to cabinet approval in May 2023 showcases a thorough and inclusive approach to legislative development. The bill has been in the pipeline for almost 10 years. The committee acknowledges the robust stakeholder engagement, including interactions with government, business, and labor representatives through the NEDLAC task team. Public participation was evidenced by over 4,000 commentators during the public comment period, reflects a commitment to inclusivity and responsiveness to diverse perspectives. The committee notes the involvement of the NEDLAC task team in the review and deliberations of the bill, focusing on the thematic areas. The final NEDLAC report, signed on October 25th, 2022, demonstrates a collaborative effort involving key social partners and contribute to the bill's refinement. The committee recognizes the meticulous scrutiny of the revised bill by the Office of the Chief State Law Advisor, issuance of a preliminary opinion, and the final socio-economic impact assessment certificate. Cabinet approval in May 2023, following engagement with the FOSAT, reflects due diligence and compliance with legal and procedural requirements. The committee acknowledges the formal introduction of the bill to Parliament on May 10, 2023, subsequent briefings to SCOF in May and September 2023, and the call for public comments. Public hearings were held on September 12 and 13, 2023, allowed for diverse inputs from 112 various organizations or stakeholders, contributing to the demographic and participatory nature of the legislative process. The committee deliberated on the public procurement bill on November 28 and 29th, where some changes were effected. The committee adopted a motion of desirability on December 1st, 2023. The committee acknowledges and appreciates the valuable contribution made by stakeholders, including the NEDLAC, during the development and refinement of the bill. As the minister has alluded to, the bill provides for a unified procurement framework and constitutional alignment. The bill aims to establish a unified framework for public procurement in alignment with the constitutional principles of fairness, transparency, and competitiveness. The bill ensured a unified procurement system. Therefore, the bill repeals 4 laws of Parliament and also amends 12 laws of Parliament. The bill gives effect to the preferential procurement framework. What we have to understand is that the state is the biggest procurer of services. The inclusion of a preferential procurement framework aligns with the constitutional provisions found in Section 217 and aims to address the persistent historical economic disparities. Section 217, subsection 3 of the Constitution explicitly states national legislation must prescribe a framework within which the policy referred to in subsection 2 must be implemented, whereas subsection 2172 authorizes organs of state to implement a procurement policy for categories of preferences in the allocation of contracts and the protection or advancement of persons or categories of persons disadvantaged by unfair discrimination. There's no ambiguity about the national legislative authority as vested in Parliament. Parliament is mandated by the Constitution to utilize public procurement to fix problems of inequalities. This legislation will protect and advance the interests of persons previously disadvantaged by unfair discrimination and create categories of preference when doing so, as the minister has said. There are no impediments preventing Parliament from utilizing this opportunity to draft a preferential procurement bill that definitely prioritizes Black people, and Black people in this regard referring to Africans, Coloureds, and Indians who are citizens of South Africa. Under apartheid, race was used to control access to South Africa's productive resources and access to skills. And South Africa's economy still excludes the vast majority of its people from ownership of productive assets and the possession of advanced skills. The bill also defines the term transformation. Reference to the definition may be taken from the late Chief Justice Pius Langa when he wrote, I quote, "Transformation then is a social and an economic revolution. South Africa at present has to contend with unequal and insufficient access to housing, food, water, healthcare, and electricity," I close quote. Transformation is a constitutional imperative that should not be disturbed by political differences, differing financial priorities. Transformation is a policy initiative to address apartheid's legacy of economic exclusion and inequality by bringing Black people who constitute a majority of South Africa's population into the mainstream of the economy. The bill provides for set-asides for preferential procurement. The proposed framework gives effect to the protection or advancements of persons or categories of persons disadvantaged by unfair discrimination. The Minister of Finance, Madiba, must prescribe targets for set-aside that affect Black people, Black women, people with disabilities, youth, small enterprises, and cooperative. Specific examples on how public procurement integrated socio-economic policies can be seen in Kenya, where affirmed action has been implemented through Article 227 of the Kenyan Constitution to mainstream gender and youth in public procurement and champion the socio-economic empowerment of disadvantaged individuals. The bill is also gender responsive. When addressing the Women's Day in 2020, President Ramaphosa said, I quote, "Today we commit to a new social compact with the women of this country informed by our collective commitment to gender equality. This will be driven by bold actions. The first action is to expand the access of women to economic opportunity. We will do this, among other things, by setting aside 40% of public procurement for women-owned businesses," close quote. This bill fulfills the President's commitment to women of this country. The bill also provides for localization or designation for local production and content. The minister responsible for trade, industry, and competition must designate a sector, subsector, or industry or product in accordance with national development and industrial policy for local production and content, where only local produce or manufactured goods meet the stipulated minimum threshold for local production and content. This is not a new phenomenon. It can be tracked to the Great Depression, where the Buy America Act of 1933 required federal agencies to procure domestic materials and products to support local industries. Another example is the 1953 Small Business Administration, which included using public procurement to help Americans start, build, and grow businesses. In Africa, we can refer to the Uganda case study. The Buy Uganda, Build Uganda policy was approved by Cabinet in 2014. Also, the bill provides for subcontracting as a condition of bid. The procuring institution must advertise the bid with a specific bidding condition that the successful bidder must subcontract a prescribed minimum package of the value of the contract to small enterprise, youth, women, disabilities, enterprises owned by Black people. Thanks very much, Honorable Minister Madiba, for bringing this much awaited bill. And thanks to the Cabinet also for approving this bill. Therefore, as the ANC, we move that this bill be adopted. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Swangani. The Honorable Judge.
Thank you, Chairperson. Government is the largest buyer in the country and spends over 800 billion rand per year. This is an enormous amount of money and impacts heavily on our economy. In July, the International Monetary Fund cautioned South Africa that preferential procurement adds a 20% premium to the state's cost of goods and services. That is approximately 160 billion rand. Preferential procurement initially evolved as the procurement of goods and services from empowering suppliers as a percentage of total procurement. Like every other government intervention in our economy, it went horribly wrong. From the outset, the system was manipulated. Front companies arose that received substantial markups for goods and services previously supplied to government at much lower prices. Government was very happy to pay the hefty premiums because ANC politicians and their cronies were the beneficiaries of the front companies, and many became millionaires and billionaires, and everyone else was left behind. The parasites known as tenderpreneurs took their wholesale theft of the people's money to the next level. Politically connected, or ANC politicians themselves, these financial criminals were rewarded government tenders through companies set up specifically to masquerade as entities capable of providing the services and eligible under the preferential procurement regulations. That is how 22 million rand was spent on an open field that was called a sports center. 38 million rand was spent on a shack that was called a call center. And 223 billion rand was spent on a building that was called a power station. The list is endless. As the cost of living crisis bites harder and battling South African households struggle to put enough food on their tables, government chooses to pay more than it should with the people's hard-earned tax money. This under the guise of empowerment that doesn't empower anyone. It only makes a select few even richer than they already are. If you have a choice to buy something for 100 rand, why would you pay 120 rand for exactly the same or inferior item? Price is crucially important because government is running out of money and can't afford to overpay for anything. The irony here is that money for service delivery to the poorest South Africans is crowded out by paying more to service providers, apparently to empower them. So money is diverted from the poorest households to other beneficiaries. The City of Cape Town recently released its first procurement transparency report, which shows that 79% of the city's procurements are at or below market rates. It is possible for government to be efficient and negotiate better prices if it isn't corrupt. If government didn't overpay for goods and services, it could very easily cut the tax and levy on fuel, increase the solar panel rebates, and expand the zero VAT rated basket of food to include bone-in chicken, beef, tinned beans, wheat flour, margarine, peanut butter, baby food, tea, coffee, and soup powder. The DA rejects this bill because it does not fix the core issue of systemic corruption and is another disastrous piece of race-based legislation introduced by a failing ANC government with nothing else to offer. It proposes setting aside contracts for business owned by preferred groups, limiting bidders to companies' criteria such as BEE ratings or ownership, points for preferential groups that potentially allow a bid to win even if it is 3 times more expensive than the non-preferred group's bid, and mandating winning bids to some subcontract part of the contract to business owned by preferential groups. These regulations will cause additional market distortions that will lead to inefficiencies in the public sector. This is confirmed by the Harvard Group Hub that recently highlighted preferential procurement as a primary cause of the collapse of state capacity. The DA's social impact bill and broader economic justice policy presents an alternative preferential procurement policy that will achieve actual empowerment for people that actually need it. The DA reaffirms our commitment to non-racialism and will continue to strongly oppose the continued usage of crude racial categories in the implementation of preferential procurement policies. By further distorting price signals, the proposed legislation will accelerate the increasing cost of living that government doesn't mention because it simply doesn't care that battling households can't maintain the standard of living they worked so hard to achieve, and almost 5 million children are starving as a direct result of policies as set out in this bill. The people see you, dysfunctional, incompetent, and corrupt ANC government, and next year you will be abandoned. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Honorable Manyi.
Thank you, House Chair. In recent years, the public procurement has been a subject of a growing debate in the context of transformation. Madiba Mamela. The repeal of the PPFA is a progressive stance. However, it should not be replaced with some nice sounding words to mask its reintroduction. The EFF succeeded in persuading the committee against reintroducing PPFA through the back door under the guise of value for money. The phrase value for money and its far-reaching prioritization of price over everything else has been booted out of the bill, Madiba. The EFF also succeeded in helping with the definition of transformation from something that was woolly to something that gives effect to the spirit and letter of the Constitution. It cannot be that we can talk about transformation and leave out something like key component as in representativity. So EFF introduced that. Thank you very much, EFF. The EFF's principal stance on the role of the state in the public procurement challenges traditional approaches. The EFF's vision, as articulated in our funding manifesto and policy proposals, centers on the idea of building the capacity of the state, where the retention of core functions, prioritization of human capital, and economic growth take precedence over reliance on the profit-driven private sector. We reject the wholesale outsourcing as intimated in the bill. In the EFF's model, the state would employ skilled professionals, including engineers, quantity surveyors, project managers, and builders for essential tasks such as constructing infrastructure, housing, and recreational facilities. This approach ensures that strict quality assurance standards are in place to guarantee the high quality of state constructed assets. The focus on quality assurance emphasizes that state-owned companies prioritize providing excellent service for the public and the broader economy over profit seeking. This is exactly what the people of South Africa want. The EFF's vision serves as a reminder that discussions about public procurement are not just some technical matters. These are deeply political and ideological issues, reflecting the values and priorities of the society. If you say you're a caring society, you must understand how public procurement is going to assist or not. In a landscape of evolving ideas and policies, the EFF's vision provides a unique perspective that merits consideration and debate as we contemplate the future of public procurement and state-led economic development. Let's go to the bill. Despite the bill having properly dismantled some of the racist issues of the PPPFA, thank you, Madiba. However, the following issues remain unsolved. One, the bill has failed spectacularly to encapsulate a fundamental posture and commitment that total government procurement will be biased towards local production. Local production has been ghettoized into something called designated procurement somewhere in the periphery. It's not the mainstream posture of this bill. The bill has failed to include even government as a designated supplier of certain goods and services. Everything envisaged is envisaged to be outsourced. Put differently, it means that the issue of corruption will continue, because as you continue outsourcing, you attract corruption. The bill, by the way, Honorable Maswanganye, that 40% is not there. So your boss misled the people. The bill has failed to take the people of South Africa into confidence and be transparent and truthful in that set asides. It lists beneficiaries. Let me explain this. You know, Chair, this bill is so dishonest. What they have on the set asides, they say black youth and they say youth. They say black people with disabilities and they say disabilities. They say black women and they say women. Then you ask them, who are these people that have got no labels? If you are able to say black, who are these other women? If you said disabled, who are these others? So we say, can't you be honest and just say white women, white people with disability? Just be honest. Why don't we do this? Or rather make a definition that is all encapsulating, because we're not anti-white, but we're just anti-monkey tricks. We don't want to be played. We want a bill that is honest. Why do you play on women? Yeah, of course, it's everyone. Put everyone in the bill. The bill doesn't say so. That's a problem that we have. The EFF is also not persuaded by the amendments in the CIDB. CIDB is one of the cornerstones that are killing black construction companies. That legislation is a monster. You would have thought that if you're trying to centralize and create uniformity amongst procurement, that this is one of the first things that you would do to deal with CIDB. But they do some little tweak here and a little tweak there, and they think they're done with this thing. So it's a complete mess. So the EFF will pick up these matters at NCOP. Until then, the EFF reserves its position. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Honorable Singh.
House Chair, I'm on.
Honorable Chair, Sekona.
Yes, thank you. Yes, Mr. Sekona. Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay, you can go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Public procurement accounts largely, Chair, on where state funds wind up. Therefore, we must have sound mechanisms.
Honorable Buthelezi, there's a point of order. What's your point of order, Honorable Tlangweni?
I just want to check if it's parliamentary to talk out of the boot of your car.
Out of what?
Can I proceed, House Chair?
You can proceed, Honorable Nkosi Buthelezi.
Thank you very much. I was saying, Chair, therefore we must have sound mechanisms and legislation in place that recognize and efficiently regulate such delicate processes and ensure that their objectives are fully understood and met. As one can imagine, such processes are prone to challenges that require revised mechanisms in order to be addressed. It's for this reason that we must adopt a unified framework that not only reflects crucial principles enshrined in our Constitution, but one that is consistent with those principles, such as fairness, equitability, cost-effectiveness, but most important, transparency in all undertakings. The clear and consistent implementation of this bill will act as a bulwark against corruption and the mismanagement of funds, traits which have become synonymous with public procurement over years. The establishment of dedicated office, which are meant to oversee certain parts of governance, has become a norm, albeit most of them are ineffective. The introduction of public procurement office meant to regulate procurement activities within Treasury with defined and set functions is no exception. If competent, this office will enhance efficiency. As corruption cripples every part of government, we must make all attempts possible to restore the dignity of procurement processes while ensuring that preferential treatment does indeed address the socio-economic imbalances that have become part of the identity of our nation. Where aggrieved, legislation must have recourse for resolving dispute, which will in turn ensure a fair and efficient resolution process where it comes to procurement matters. Both national and local government have a crucial role to play, House Chair, in public procurement processes. Hence, provincial treasuries ought to be more involved than they currently are. It's not incorrect to say that many have forgotten their raison d'etre of processes surrounding public procurement, that it was meant to promote sustainable development, job creation, and provide support for small enterprises, functions that procurement process and deliverables have diverted from over years. The establishment of public procurement office will bridge existing gaps, House Chair. It will restore the functions of public procurement while allowing the investigation of procurement-related matters. Honorable House Chair, while this bill has well-intentioned wording meant to rescue the country from corrupt hands that double in public procurement, it will potentially be poorly implemented and even ditched as with all other sound legislation while our people continues to be denied basic service. The IFP with this supports the bill. Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Honorable Vessels.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. House Chair, the Constitution, Section 217, provides that an organ of state must procure goods and services in accordance with a system which is fair, equitable, transparent, competitive, and cost-effective. Subsection 2 then provides for a system which provides protection or advancement of persons or categories of persons disadvantaged by unfair discrimination. But this is not what the ANC government has done with the preferential procurement system. And it is also not what this bill will entail, because the preferential procurement system is abused to advance the interest of certain fat cat tenderpreneurs. It is abused where substandard products are procured with state money and where those prices or those goods and services are overpriced. It is not in the interest of empowerment. It is not in the interest of alleviating poverty and inequality. It is in the interest of cadres and entrepreneurs. This bill does not effectively address the root cause of corruption, and it also does not provide for a balanced approach for a point system which takes into account preference, but also balances it with the other constitutional obligations of transparency, competitiveness, and cost effectiveness. It leaves that behind and it makes it less important than the preferential part thereof. This will not advance a non-racial, non-sexist society. Chairperson, we need a South Africa dispensation where equal opportunities are there and where we do not have these racially based legislation, which is something prehistoric from the past and which is not modern in nature, aimed at getting South Africa forward and advancing the interests of all South Africans. This government is completely racially only thinking about race and not thinking about the poor people out there and about a system which will actually advance the fiscus and the economy of South Africa.
Order, honorable members. Order, please.
Hierdie regering, agbare voorsitter, is rasbehep, net soos die vorige regering. Hierdie regering wil nie 'n nuwe toekoms vir almal skep nie, maar stel slegs belang om mag te behou en dit wat hulle gesteel het te behou. Daardie mense wat hulle in staat gestel het om te steel, hou aan om te steel. Hierdie wetgewing gaan dit nie stop nie. U is kortsigtig en u stel nie belang om te sien wat die werklike probleme is en dat swart ekonomiese bemagtiging en regstellende aksie nie in sy doelwit slaag nie. Dit slaag nie om armoede te bekamp en om mense wat agtergelaat is wel geleenthede te bied nie.
Could you please take your seat? There's a point of order. Honorable
you,
member,
Chair.
that's a point of order.
I wanted to find out if fork is parliamentary. I heard a member saying fork in this house, so I want to find out if it is parliamentary. Thanks.
Honorable Nyambos, I did not hear that. Who's that member?
I don't know his name. Sorry to point him with a finger. If I'm allowed to point him with a finger, Chair.
Who is that member, Honorable Nyambos?
The gentleman in a gray shirt was saying Forkman repeatedly.
Honorable Mieni. Is that you?
No,
Did you
Chairperson.
say that?
No, I didn't say that.
Thank you very much.
new
I
to
will make a follow-up.
to
on
me.
it. Thank you. We may proceed, Honorable Wessels.
Dankie, agbare voorsitter. Wat ons nodig het is 'n regering wat werklik belangstel om 'n nuwe bedeling daar te stel wat in belang van alle Suid-Afrikaners is. Hierdie wetgewing is nie daar om werklik die probleem van korrupsie, van uitbuiting van die staat en van 'n geweldige finansiële krisis wat ons tans beleef as gevolg van daardie elemente aan te spreek nie. Ons het verandering nodig en hierdie wetgewing bring nie daardie verandering nie. Dit is vasgevang in die retoriek van rassigheid en van 'n oorsaak wat nie werklik of 'n wet wat nie werklik die probleem aanspreek nie. Ek dank.
Thank you very much, Honorable Wessels. The Honorable Swartz to follow.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, this version of the Public Procurement Bill was supposed to be a response to the Zondo Commission's damning findings on preferential procurement that contributed significantly to state capture and corruption in state procurement. The ACDP does not support preferential procurement provisions which have contributed to state capture and corruption and have grossly inflated government contracts. This bill, we believe, is a missed opportunity to fundamentally address many deficiencies in the public procurement sphere. Professor Quino of the Stellenbosch University's African Procurement Law Unit noted with great alarm that these provisions are effectively a cut and paste of the PPPFA procurement processes and the 2017 preferential procurement regulations. He says it is exactly those provisions that led us to this law reform process that we are engaging in. Now, the ACDP believes that it makes commercial sense to source goods directly from original equipment manufacturers rather than middlemen who are appointed in terms of preferential procurement provisions. This has led to inflated prices, price gouging. To rather approach these contracts directly would improve financial and operational performance of SOCs, particularly Eskom. The ACDP is also concerned that these provisions will embolden extortion syndicates who, under the guise of business forums, show up armed at construction sites, demanding that 30% of the projects be subcontracted to them. Stakeholders also commenting on the bill expressed concerns about the watering down of provisions relating to integrity and transparency. Harvard University's Growth Lab, in its report on South Africa, made a very strong recommendation that government should reconsider the implementation of BEE at all costs. It states that procurement regulations are the creator of tenderpreneur economy, which benefits only a narrow few at the expense of many. The sharpest legal brains in South Africa came together pro bono to form the Joint Strategic Resources to comment on the bill and suggest amendments. The ACDP wishes to commend these lawyers and legal experts, but it is sad to see the invaluable resources largely overlooked. To curb the high levels of corruption requires a change of heart, not only legislation. What is needed is ethics and morality. What is needed is servant leadership who understand stewardship of state resources and that those resources are not there to be looted and stolen by ANC cadres. The ACDP offers such leadership for next year's elections. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Schatz. The UDM. ATM. Good.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, South Africans have endured decades of unabated theft and corruption in all spheres of government, our public entities and state-owned enterprises. The diversion of public funds has undermined and destroyed our developmental state, intended to drive redress and benefit the people of South Africa, and in particular those who were impoverished, disadvantaged, and excluded as a matter of policy under the apartheid state. By the time the Commission of Inquiry into State Capture was established, much of the evidence heard by the Commission was already in the public domain. It was thus not surprising that the Zondo Commission identified the public procurement system as the primary site for the theft and corruption, mastered through the strategic placement of captured individuals in positions to influence and pervert procurement of goods and services. It is also not surprising that the Commission recommended reforms to our public procurement processes in order to reduce the opportunity for corruption and to provide protection to whistleblowers who take great risks to expose corrupt practices. While the Public Procurement Bill was not introduced in response to the Zondo Commission's recommendations, it does seek to address some of the systemic weaknesses identified by the Commission. Corruption is increasingly sophisticated, and it remains to be seen if this new bill will have any impact on corruption through public procurement. Will the new procurement system it creates be able to identify over-design, for example, and the kickbacks for infrastructure projects? Land is the new currency of corruption, and will this bill be able to identify when land is purchased higher than its market value with a kickback from the seller? What about the corruption of land, the sale of public land below market value, and the granting of unearned development rights? The introduction of a public procurement tribunal is a welcome development in our procurement system, since it enables an aggrieved bidder to ventilate their procurement dispute without the high costs and also hopefully without the lengthy process of a High Court review. If the introduction of this new standardized framework for public procurement can eliminate corruption, which is not yet clear, reduce waste, increase innovation, enable small and medium enterprises to increase their state business, and streamline dispute resolution, then it will fundamentally improve the purchasing power of the public rand. We hope that this is the outcome and we support the bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Heron. The Honorable Sheikh Imam.
Thank you, Chairperson. While the National Freedom Party will support this amended bill, there appears to be a reluctance by National Treasury to acknowledge the real challenges we faced in procurement. We have repeatedly raised the amount of money the very same CEO of supply chain said, and I repeat, this country loses an estimated 40% annually on goods and services. Despite knowing this, despite the amendments to this bill, which falls far short of addressing the real challenges we have in terms of corruption and tender fraud, we're not addressing it. Why? What is the reluctance on our part to deal with it when every single member that's sitting in this house knows that corruption is rife in the country when it comes to procurement? Why? I wrote to the office of the minister wanting a report, and I wanted to know why couldn't those awarded tenders be advertised with the names of the companies, the directors, the value, and the itemized billing on a monthly basis in that local community so that we can see who's getting the tenders, what prices you are paying. And Minister, the response I got is that it is a requirement, but they are not doing it. So what are we doing about ensuring that they do it? Now, I can tell you what I've heard the other day from somebody, and I won't give their name, but a particular mayor is ensuring that every tender awarded in his municipality in KwaZulu-Natal is awarded to the highest bidder. Because you need meat in that, you see, so that others can benefit and eat in it. This is how serious the problem is. Now, I cannot understand, if we know there are problems, why not do something about it? You know, even this preferential procurement we're talking about. Yes, we want to address the inequalities and the challenges we face, but it should not be an opportunity to loot. Can you imagine how much more, Chairperson and Minister, we can deliver and do for the people on the ground if we can get value for money? But an item that costs 10 Rand, you are paying 100 Rand. I was in Limpopo this weekend, Chairperson, the police oversight. A person who worked for a bank, SA Home Loans, as an administrative clerk, leaves the job, and immediately he leaves the work, he comes and gets an 8 GB contract. 8 GB is what? Value to 200 million. He gets a contract awarded for 80 some odd million, and guess what? He didn't complete the job. And the next one also gets a job with another mall that was not built, Chairperson. You can see the corruption that is taking place. Let's close this gap. Let there be more transfer. Let there be more accountability.
Thank you very much.
And never let a politician appoint a municipal manager. That's where the corruption is.
AIC. Cope.
No declaration.
Thank you. PAC.
No statement, Chair.
Thank you. The Honorable Hendricks Al-Jamaa. The Honorable Hendricks. The Honorable W. Macpherson. TA.
Thank you, Chair. The ANC government's solution to a problem is generally as bad as the problem itself. Through this public procurement bill, its answer to a catastrophically mismanaged procurement framework that has entrenched corruption is to introduce legislation that incentivizes more wrongdoing by loyal cadre networks. It legislates that government may be legally overcharged to pay more than it should for supplied products and services. In short, South African taxpayers pays more for less to make ANC-aligned cadres even more rich at the taxpayer's expense. Chairperson, public procurement accounts for over 800 billion rand of government expenditure. It can therefore serve as a powerful lever to incentivize government policies across the entire economy and presents an ideal opportunity for the government to address dire socio-economic conditions by incentivizing companies to engage in behavior that contribute positively to the goals of national importance. However, throughout its tenure in government, the ANC has implemented a progressively racially divisive procurement framework that has resulted in the enrichment of elite few cadres and the increase of unemployment, poverty, and inequality. The simple truth is our economy can only grow by creating productive synergies between the public and private sector. Yet the ANC strategy and willfully ignorant insistence on continuing with BEE policies failed miserably and facilitated the emergence of tenderpreneurs, entrenched systematic corruption, and crowded out economic growth needed to generate jobs and alleviate poverty. Chair, the DA's social impact bill and broader economic justice policy presents an alternative preferential procurement policy. The bill aims to address the root cause of inequality and will benefit the most vulnerable of our citizens. It will remove race-based BEE from public procurement and replace it with the 17 United Nations Social Development Goals, which target poverty where it exists, in education, in healthcare, in local communities, and the environment, to name a few. By doing this, we can leverage state procurement to get more value for money, not less, and allow South Africans to be the beneficiaries, not the ANC tenderpreneurs. Our alternative, the DA, reaffirms our commitment to the constitutional principle of non-racialism and the true empowerment of those who need it the most, the unemployed and the poor. That is the difference between the DA and the ANC. We prioritize people, they prioritize politicians. The DA rejects the bill because it does not fix the core issues of systematic corruption and is another disastrous piece of race-based legislation.
Where does the name change of a person presenting, please indicate? Honorable members. The Honorable Abrams.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Honorable de Villiers, how can the ANC be expected to fix the damage of more than 400 years? We are busy with that, with this bill. Don't talk about corruption, because corruption started when you stole the land. When you knew that freedom is here, you started stealing, dividing it amongst yourselves. Stop about corruption. We hate corruption just as you do.
Order, honorable members. Don't drown the speaker.
Kumalungu endlu ndiyakhahlela. Kumzi wonke waseMzantsi Afrika ndiyabulisa egameni le-African National Congress. Mzukulwana kaSwarts kuphi ndoda? Thoba ngazo zonke izikrweqe. Kubaza indlebe kuba ndiza kushwama ngele mqobe okomzuzwana. Ndibuye ndize apha kumasetla. Mhlawumbi ndingagqibezela ngamadlagusha. Kodwa ndizawuzithetha zontathu ezi languages namhlanje. Kwintshumayeli isahluko sesixhenxe, ivesi sisibhozo, ithi kulungile ukugqitywa kwezinto kunokuqalwa kwazo.
Amen.
Ndifuna ukuthi ke i-African National Congress ivukile ithe ndlwe xa sasixoxa sihlele etafileni nomuntu wonke eMzantsi Afrika. The only mistake esayenzayo njenge-African National Congress kukucinga ukuba singqondonye sonke. And yet kukho abantu abacinga ngolwabo uhlobo olwahlukileyo. Ngokwezicwangciso ze-Freedom Charter, umqulu wenkululeko, ubutyebi bekhantri bumele kukwahlulwa phakathi kwabantu bonke. Yile nto yenziwa ngulo mthetho. Lo mthetho ulungisa indaba yokucinezelwa koomama. Oomama becinezeleke kathathu, becinezeleke ngesini, becinezeleke ngebala labo elimdaka, becinezeleke nangezomnotho. Siyabuya ke utshilo umphathiswa ukuthi inkundla yomgaqo siseko isinike amandla okuba siziguqule ezi zinto zingapheleli nje kukuba phaa kumqulu womgaqo siseko, kodwa umthetho unyanzelise even nomphathiswa ukuthi makenze indlela yokuba abantu, ngakumbi oomama, ngakumbi ulutsha, ngakumbi abantu abaphila ngokhubazeko, sivumelekile. The procurement bill that we are adopting today is one of the major transformational bills to be considered. Our country remains the most unequal in the world, and asset ownership is concentrated in the hands of the few. There are fundamental aspects which require a focused approach to tackle the systemic and structural impediments to economic transformation and inclusion. The top 10% of firms constituted 85.8% of the total turnover by firms, while the bottom 50% of the firms contributed only 1.6% of the turnover. Now, without decisive measures on economic ownership patterns and income patterns, the fruits of the economy will continue benefit just a few, while the majority are excluded from the mainstream economy. The public sector is a major spender in the economy, and this provides the government with the instrument to use public expenditure to advance our developmental needs, and most importantly, to address asset and income inequality. Over the years, we have observed transformation as the Black economic empowerment policy has evolved and made an impact in ensuring that marginalized are preferred as suppliers of goods and services. But what is critical to note about the bill is the fact that it responds to the constitutional provision in section 217. The ANC welcomes the important inputs made by various organizations in the public hearings. A critical area in which the government should have to make clear policy determinations is on set-asides. The chairperson alluded to this, because set-asides have been raised as key interventions to ring-fence procurement to empower a targeted group. The prioritization of women, youth, and people with disabilities is quite critical. In the main, preferential procurement should empower Black people unashamedly. We have resolved a clause to compel the minister to determine set-aside targets. Yes, the president has called for 40% of the public procurement to benefit women. Honorable man, you must understand, he's the president. He makes a statement. Comrade Enoch must implement, Honorable Matiba. So the minister can now regulate and determine the targets. The bill also creates parameters for the state to procure services from other state-owned companies. The bill also develops a public procurement tribune and dispute management mechanisms. OFAS, I guess no be yo achtbare vessels. You talk about fat cats. Who is the fat cat here? You crying foul because the ANC is addressing the atrocities of the poor. You know, here, you want us to remind you, I'm not going to repeat it. You stole the land. Die verkryging wet ontwerp van ons, wat ons vandag bespreek, demonstreer, luister bietjie, luister, die beslendede materials van die regering om korrupsie te keer, deur die verandering van die besighede en hul direkteure. Verandering van individue is deel van die ingryping van verantwoordbare bestuur om te verseker dat privaat diensverskaffers die wet volg en die regte dienste lewer met nodige vereiste kwaliteit. Deur die verkryging wetsontwerp verseker om die beskerming van die meerderheid
Order, honorable members.
dit noodsaaklike constitutionele rechtstellings. Die ANC bly toegewijd om die radicale economische transformatie te bevorder en billike en toegankelijke samenlewing te verseker. ACDP, the day you stop mimicking the DA is the day your Lord will raise you to a leadership position. Rise up and become the voice of the voiceless. We want to thank the EFF, Honorable Mani, for contributing in the making of the bill. No, you were not there.
Honorable Kaula.
People. Honorable Mani.
Honorable Kaula.
We want to thank you for the contribution that you made in committee. And we appeal to your conscience. Don't drop the oppressed at this time. Don't drop them. Now, for your information, this ANC government is against corruption. That is why you hate the president of the African National Congress. It is because he has started some means to fight corruption. So the DA would rather fight corruption and keep inequality. That's not on. The ANC supports this progressive and transformative bill. Enkosi.
Thank you very much, honorable member.
Yes, make the most noise.
The Honorable the Minister of Finance is invited to the podium. Order, honorable members.
Honorable House Chair,
Honorable members, order.
Honorable House Chair, let me start by thanking the committee that did this wonderful work. Across all political parties, I think the work that was done and time devoted in dealing with this legislation was impressive. Having said that, that's why I start by thanking you, because I'm going to deal with the issues you have raised. By the time I sit down, you will not be like me to be here. The first thing, Taylor, I don't mind whether the formulation is gone. It is there because the Constitution requires that. But you're correct, this is an ideological debate. I'm going to come back to that quickly. The second thing, we are not dealing with the Prevention and Combating of Corruption Activities Act here. There's a legislation which deals with that. What the Procurement Act does is to put systems in which you can be able to identify corruption, and the other legislations kick in. The next set of issues is ideological question. I think the DA must not mislead South Africans. The DA has got to make it clear, where does the DA stand on the issue of the advancement of Black people? That's the key question for come down with this question. They've got to be clear. They're beating about the bush. They are not clarifying where they stand on the advancement of Black people. That's the key question. That's the key question. What they do is to hide behind corruption, behind the racial thing. The South African society is a society.
Chair, on a point of order, Chair.
There's a point of order, Honorable Minister, Honorable Member, point of order from racial platform.
Yeah, I just want to understand what happened to the minister's hand. Is it those things of happy ending?
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Member. That's not a point of order, it's a question. You may proceed, Honorable Minister.
The critical question is the South African society is crafted in a racial mode. We can't address that without addressing that racial mode. Let me conclude by saying my time is running out. If you read Census 2022, those are facts. It described how South Africa has progressed over the time. Come the elections day, you'll all be shocked. Now, Fiskaka. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, and thank you, Honorable Members. Order, Honorable Members. Honorable Members, are there any objections to the bill being read for the second time? Honorable Members, probably let's start by saying that when the presiding officer opened the sitting of today, he didn't emphasize that we need also to be in the house and behave as being in the house. And I'm saying now here that if you do it and I call your name more than twice, the third one, you have to excuse yourself and leave the room without me saying that, because I am going to do that. I'm addressing all members, and then we are going to proceed. I hope you are not responding to this. Is it a point of order? Okay, we are not going to do that. You are not allowed to.
Yes, I'm responding. Where's that
No.
rule, Chairperson?
Honorable Member.
Just make things up as we go along.
Okay, thank you very much. Take a seat.
Huh?
Please take a seat.
This is in the playground.
What is this? Honorable person, at least you have taken your seat. Thank you very much. Okay. Honorable members, are there any objections for the bill to be read for the second time? Honorable DA, Dr. Flo.
Chairperson, please note the objection of the DA.
Thank you. Honorable FF Plus.
Please note the objection of the FF plus.
Thank you. ACDP.
Please note the ACDP's objection. Thank you.
Thank you. And also, front table, assist me if there are any hands from the virtual platform. For now, those objections shall be recorded accordingly, and the motion has been agreed to. The secretary will now read the bill for the second time. Thank you very much.
Public Procurement Bill.
Thank you. The bill will be sent to the National Council of Provinces for concurrence. Honorable members, the secretary will read the sixth order of the day.
Sorry. Consideration of report of Standing Committee on Appropriations on 2023 medium-term budget policy statement.
Thank you. I now recognize the Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Thank you, Chairperson. I move that the report be adopted.
Thank you very much. The motion is that the report be adopted. Any objections? No objections. I recognize the DA.
Thank you. Please note the objection of the DA.
Thank you. I recognize the EFF.
Chairperson, please note the objection of the EFF.
Thank you. FF Plus.
And that of the FF plus as well.
Thank you.
And the ACD.
Thank you. Those objections shall be recorded accordingly, and the motion is agreed to. The secretary will read the seventh order of the day.
Consideration of report of Standing Committee on Appropriations on Adjustments Appropriation Bill.
I now recognize the Chief Whip of the Majority Party. Chief Whip of the Majority Party?
Thank you, Chair. I move that the report be adopted.
Thank you. The motion is that the report be adopted. Any objections? I note FF plus.
Please note the objection of FF plus.
Thank you. I note the EFF, you had your hand up.
Thank you, Chairperson. Please note the objection of the EFF.
Thank you. I note the ACTP.
Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you. I note the DA.
Please note the objection of the DA.
Thank you. The objections shall be recorded accordingly. The motion is agreed to. The secretary will read the 8th and the 9th orders of the day. Thank you.
Debate on 2023 medium-term budget policy statement. First reading debate, adjustments appropriation bill.
I now recognize the Honorable N.S. Butelis.
Honorable Chairperson, bese nginibingelele ngaphambili ndlu ehloniphekileyo. The African National Congress supports the 2023 Adjustment Appropriation Bill. Ngaphambi ngiqhubeke mina ave ngithanda iDA neFF plus. They're not confused who their constituency is. And it's everybody else but not black people. Yeah. What we have just come out from demonstrates that beyond reasonable doubts. I'm still waiting for the day when the DA and FF plus and Abo Ampere DA will support anything transformative. Chairperson, as we support this bill, we are aware that we are in the middle of 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. The triple oppression of women is a manifestation of this violence against women, especially in our country. This realization prompted the former president of the African National Congress, Comrade Oliver Tambo, to say, quote, "The liberation of the land of our birth and all of its people will materialize as a genuinely popular victory on the basis of the involvement of the masses, including women in their millions, as a conscious and active part of the anti-racist and anti-colonial democratic movement in South Africa." He continued to say, I quote, "Our revolution cannot be complete as long as women, who constitute the majority of our country, still live in the abject poverty. This bill, among others, helped to deal with this unfortunate legacy." What does this bill do? It mainly provides for increases or decreases set out in the main Appropriation Act. These changes are as a result of significant and unforeseeable economic and financial events, like the lower than expected revenue collection. 2, unforeseeable and unavoidable expenditure totaling 1.75 billion rand. This is mainly for the Municipal Disaster Recovery Grant for the reconstruction and rehabilitation of municipal infrastructure damaged by floods in the Eastern Cape, KZN, and Limpopo. This shows beyond any reasonable doubt from a reasonable person, of course, that the African National Congress is always ready and willing to catch and assist those who would be left to fend on their own. These are the majority of the people of South Africa. Unlike those who have insurances, uthi ukhongolos ngeke unishiye nidengwane nisebunzimeni. Sohlala njalo sibeka ukuphepha nenhlalakahle yabantu baseNingizimu Afrika phambili. Nizinike ithuba ke nani nibheke ukuthi ukhongolose selokhu angena sewenzeni. Khona manje sikhuluma ngezinje ezakwayo. Sikhuluma ngoxhaso lwabafundi bemfundo ephakeme, uNSFAS, okumanje imi ku 47.6 billion rand. Honorable members, lest we forget, the ANC is still cleaning the mess which was deliberately crafted to exclude, impoverish, and oppress a black child. We see others coming here with crocodile tears about the plight of poor people, the majority of whom are black people, women, and children. Nazini ngobuphe nokuhlupheka. Nikufunde ezincwadini kuphela. This bill, honorable members, is tabled with the intention of alleviating poverty, which is most felt by By Honorable Chair, Honorable Chair, somebody is saying I'm mad. Is that parliamentary?
Who's that member, if I may ask, honorable members?
A member this side. Yeah.
Which
Yeah.
member?
No, somebody said.
No, honorable member, who said so? Who said that?
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I didn't say the member and you are not assisting. Which one? Okay, let's proceed. Honorable members, order. Is the member next to Honorable Notata? Honorable Notata, can you stand up? You are being identified as a person who said so. Honorable members, no, honorable members. Honorable Notata, somebody is saying it's your good self and I heard that person. May you stand up and confirm and give us a sense of confidence that it's you?
Chair, I said upambanisa izinto. That means you are confusing things.
Oh, okay. Honorable members. No, Honorable Claudia. Equally, the honorable members, equally the rules of the House sitting in terms of the 9th edition applies to the honorable members on the virtual platform. You are not allowed to voice your voice without being recognized, unless you would have raised your hand. Honorable members, to all of us, that includes my good self as a member, that do please desist from making unparliamentary comments through using the so-called headling and relying that the presiding officer would not hear you, but also using a language that can be interpreted either way so that the House can proceed smoothly. If we can be assisted on that, that would be much appreciated from the side. Honorable Telezi, you may proceed.
Chairperson, let me take a personal detour. The last time I heard a young black man next to white people saying that I was mad was in 1984 when I was arrested. It was a policeman who, when I told him that ANC will be in government, he said I was mad. So in about 30 years, I'm hearing the same thing. I'm just saying it, I'm not taking it lightly, honorable member. The bill, honorable members, is tabled with the intention of alleviating poverty, which is most felt by the women folk of our country. I'm referring to economic violence, which for 3.5 centuries was visited upon black women. That is why over 60% of consolidated non-interest expenditure is still allocated to the social wage, mainly health, education, and social development. This budget still ensures we have no fee paying schools, that our children eat when they're at school, that we extend SRD grant. Iningi lamalunga eParliament ayazi kunjani ukuya esikoleni ilanga lonke ungadlile. I know some of you only read about these things on the books. Honorable Chairperson, when the economy grew less than anticipated and revenue was lower than was forecasted in February, increasing the budget deficit from 4% of GDP to 4.9%, the responsible ANC government had to intervene mainly to protect the fiscus and sovereignty of our country. When things are tough, we don't throw our hands in the air, but we confront the challenges head on. Honorable members, let me remind you that we have been faced with similar challenges before. In 1994, when the democratic government government took over, the people of South Africa inherited a huge apartheid debt. It is a debt which was mainly incurred to oppress and exploit black people of this country. It is the debt that was incurred to allow the apartheid government, the crime against humanity, to go to Lesotho, Botswana, Mozambique, and many other neighboring states to kill and maim women and children in their sleep. The African National Congress did not say this is an apartheid debt. We will not pay it. Difficult as it was, we confronted the problem head on. Therefore, even now, honorable members will not allow our fiscus to collapse. The reprioritization budget cuts, and postponement of certain programs is informed by this understanding. Honorable members, we stress that the budget had to be reprioritized mainly from non-performing grants. My comrades who will speak after me will show that growth-enhancing budgets were protected. Chairperson, the role of business is critical in our country's endeavor to grow the economy. Fixed investment are still too low compared to what is envisaged by NDP. The revelation at the Competition Commission by Standard Charters Bank of the collusion by banks on manipulating the external value of the rand is disappointing, to say the least. The silence by parties like the DA and FF Plus on this economic crime is deafening. The impact of that criminal activity will be felt for a long time to come. When banks artificially collude to weaken the rand, the following happens, among other things: fuel price, which is always dollar-denominated, increases for South Africans. All goods rely on transport, so these prices are passed to the already struggling consumers. Because a weak rand is inflationary, collusions lead to higher interest rate. Mukwena and Rustenburg and Dlamini from Kwanyamazane all suffer because of this unbridled greed of those who collude to maximize profits. Chairperson, committee is concerned by continued reliance on imported products. So we urge government, Madiba, to please procure locally and make sure that we produce things locally. I take this opportunity to wish all of you, our support staff, parliamentary staff, and our families a happy festive season. Let us not forget the suffering of women and children in Gaza. Phansi nokuhlukumeza abantu besifazane nezingane zethu, phansi. Siyabonga.
Siyabonga. I now recognize Honorable Dr. D.T. George.
Thank you, Chairperson. In February, the Minister presented a budget based on a projected economic growth of 0.9% and revised it downward to 0.8% in November. Growth declined by 0.2% in the last quarter and will likely fall further by February next year, driving more jobs out of our economy. Tax revenue was overstated in February and reduced in November. This is when the ANC government demonstrated to the people of South Africa that it doesn't care about their daily battle to survive the cost of living crisis in an economy growing slower than the population increase and therefore reducing GDP per capita and making everyone poorer. Government cut where it hurt the most in allocations to provinces and municipalities, heavily impacting on infrastructure, informal settlements, education, healthcare, and social services accessed by the most vulnerable South Africans. The Western Cape government has declared an intergovernmental dispute to fight this misallocation. The public sector wage bill that now patronizes 30,000 millionaire managers who consume 40 billion rand a year, excluding bonuses,
Honorable
is
George,
unaffordable.
Honorable George, just take your seat. Honorable Kahowe.
House Chair, the members of the ANC are drowning the speaker. We can barely hear him. Please could you protect him?
Thank you. Honorable members, order. Honorable members, we can haggle, but we can't drown the speaker. Just be careful on that. Honorable George, you may proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. The public sector wage bill that now patronizes 30,000 millionaire managers who consume 40 billion rand a year, excluding bonuses, is unaffordable and puts every province under even more financial pressure. Minister, what happened to your commitment to address the mushrooming public sector wage bill? The minister did nothing to stimulate economic growth, nothing to improve the negative sentiment that has driven out foreign direct investment, and nothing to encourage the domestic savings that are crucial to drive small business development and entrepreneurship. This lack of imagination reflects the incompetent, dysfunctional, and corrupt ANC government, fixated on becoming the developmental state that is not anywhere near capable of building. This is reflected in the ongoing fiasco at Eskom that despite the billions in bailouts is still wiping food off South African tables. There is no sign of the public sector partnerships that the minister mentioned, and we welcomed. Transnet has now broken our rail and port facilities, essential infrastructure to not only ensure the quality of our daily lives, but also to generate jobs. The minister's so-called tough love never got started, and now Transnet will receive a 47 billion rand bailout with money that government doesn't have. Where is the private sector partnership, Minister? Government is already overextended in debt, with interest payments now the largest line item on the national balance sheet. As it becomes increasingly fragile, government is now tempted to take desperate measures and liquidate reserves held by the South African Reserve Bank. The SARB holds the gold and foreign exchange contingency reserve account on behalf of the government. It is currently valued at approximately 459 billion rand. The reserve is unrealized foreign exchange gains, essentially paper entries in a ledger whose value can only be realized by selling the underlying asset, in this case, forex reserves or gold bars. The reserve exists for the rainy day when the currency needs support and not to plug a massive pre-election hole in the budget. The world takes notice when countries take desperate measures and lowers the estimation of potential investors. Tapping the reserves would also send the message that government departments no longer need to reduce expenditure to match the country's dwindling tax revenue. Raiding the Reserve Bank is not a quick fix, puts our country at risk, and we will resist it. We will also resist any tax increases that the minister might want to impose on already overburdened taxpayers. National Treasury has indicated that an additional 15 billion rand needs to be raised. South African households are battling to maintain the lifestyle that they worked so hard to achieve as they struggle to pay for the basic necessities of life in the midst of a grueling cost of living crisis, without response from a government that doesn't care. It doesn't care that almost 5 million children are starving and 12 million South Africans go to bed hungry every night. Where is the action plan to curb food prices and enhance food security and accessibility that Cabinet mandated the economic cluster to develop? Instead of increasing taxes, a DA government will reduce the tax and levies on fuel, increase the rebate on the installation of solar panels, and expand the zero VAT rated food basket to include bone-in chicken, beef, tinned beans, wheat flour, margarine, peanut butter, baby food, tea, coffee, and soup powder. This would provide households with more disposable income and more nutrition on their tables. After almost 30 years in government, the ANC has brought our economy to the brink of collapse, wastefully spent our country into financial difficulty, broken our electricity, our railways, our ports, and tarnished our international reputation as a now grey-listed and distrusted financial participant friendly to Russia, Iran, and other rogues. Even more job losses are coming, with ArcelorMittal shutting down operations, Volkswagen considering its options, and the mining industry shrinking even more. Very tough times lie ahead, as does enormous opportunity. In February, the DA will set out our immediate priorities for implementation after the election next year, when the people of South Africa take their future out of the hands of a broken ANC. Like the DA, Western Cape government came to the rescue of Knysna from sinking under the pile of rubbish, a sewage crisis and no water in its taps, brought to it by an ANC coalition of corruption with the EFF, PBI, and the Patriotic Alliance. The DA will rescue South Africa. We do not support this bill. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Order, honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Paulson.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, the previous speaker forgot to mention that the Knysna is the home of the outgoing Premier of the Western Cape, and it is currently governed, co-governed by the EFF. The Western Cape will one day, next year, be governed by the EFF. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, President Ramaphosa is presiding over a failing state, evident in the escalating annual budget deficits. The government is expected to borrow an average of 553 billion rand annually over the medium term. The gravity of the situation is highlighted by the projection of gross debt surpassing 6 trillion rand by 2025-2026, accounting for 77% of GDP, a figure higher than initially forecasted. South Africa faces a real fiscal crisis that could lead to a systemic economic risk. The escalating debt, rising debt service costs, and the ANC government's failure to stimulate economic growth threaten to cripple the country. In terms of the Human Capital Index, South Africa ranks 135th out of 173 countries, highlighting the government's inadequacy. Despite not being among the top 10 global polluters, the government is pushing for a low carbon economy. This approach neglects over 200 years of coal reserves, which could provide the necessary baseload for economic drive and economic growth. Recent low growth is attributed to the independent panel of experts report, which cited the destruction of property, loss of lives, and significant revenue losses for businesses. They attributed much of this calamity to the National Security Council's failure to process available intelligence information. The person chairing the NSC, accused of money laundering, failed to convene the committee and is urged to step down for his role in the country's deterioration. The revised fiscal framework presented further illustrates the issues at hand. The ANC's lack of practical and believable plan to address South Africa's economic disaster is now undeniable. The employment crisis affecting 11 million people is barely addressed meaningfully. Celebrating the creation of 1 million jobs in the face of 1 million unemployed and over 28 million reliant on social grants is misguided and foolish. The situation involves individuals eager and desperate for work. Conditional grants for metropolitan and major municipalities to explore on and off-grid generation solutions are vital to protect poor households and SMMEs. Expanding rooftop tax incentive to working class households is essential, and the current fiscal policies favor the wealthy and financial sectors. Parliament must heed the recommendations of the Parliamentary Budget Office and the Financial and Fiscal Commission, using its powers to amend the fiscal framework. In conclusion, Chairperson, the economic freedom fighters rejects the current state of affairs and advocate for these necessary changes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Zet Majosi. Over to you, ma'am.
Nkosi yami. Thank you. Honorable Chairperson, as we draw the curtains on this year's parliamentary proceedings, I am grateful for the opportunity to address the Assembly. In this time of global uncertainty and national challenges, it is imperative that we approach budgetary consideration with a profound sense of responsibility and foresight. I am here to reiterate that the unfortunate reality we face today is a direct consequence of the ruling party's failure to put the people and the country first. The ANC is the party that has failed the people of South Africa. The future of our country, as outlined in the budget statement, is not looking good. The economic outlook is bleak, to say the least. The pressing concerns about escalating debt is rising cost to service this debt, and an alarming debt to GDP ratio that threatens the very foundation of our fiscus. The budget, as it stands today, poses a serious threat to service delivery, an area that is already found wanting. The sad part in all of this is that South Africa is a land of many opportunities and has so much potential for greatness, yet the government is its own enemy. Greed and incompetence being the driving forces, and I hope people remember this coming election day. Persistent load shedding remains one of the greatest challenges faced by this nation, and the individuals tasked with remedying this seems to have not clear answers. The ailing state of state-owned enterprises is one of our greatest failures. Irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure is so rife at state companies that it is impossible to calculate how many billions are lost to corruption. You should listen so that you do better. Fraud and theft every year. Even the Auditor General has noted in many of its audit reports that it is impossible to determine if the figures provided by the SOEs are accurate. I implore the people of South Africa, as we approach the 2024 election, let us rid this country of bad governance and gross mismanagement. This country deserves a better legacy for future generations. It is time to decisively remove the ANC from power. Thank you.
Thank you. I now recognize honorable honorable members. I now recognize Honorable W. Vessels. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. Chairperson, the Honorable Buthelezi says a lot, and he speaks about addressing poverty, being there for the poor, addressing infrastructure, backlogs and problems. But the Adjustment Appropriation Bill, which he wants to have approved here today, does the exact opposite. It takes or it gives 300 million rand to the represented political parties fund, whilst taking away 306 million rand from public works and infrastructure. How is that investing in infrastructure? It gives the Department of Defense 1.3 billion rand, while taking away 1.754 billion rand from basic education. Whilst schools are falling apart, whilst children are suffering, you take away from education and you give to the Department of Defense, who recently paid 5 million rand for a funeral. That is where your priorities are. This bill takes away 1.561 billion rand from the Department of Health, whilst people are suffering in hospitals and clinics. People are dying, babies are dying. People have to suffer the consequences of poor and inadequate healthcare, and that's not the fault of the past, it's the fault of the current ANC non-caring government. But you take away from health and you then give 80 million rand to the protection of your ministers, VIP protection services. The people out there will see that you do not care. You take away 496 million rand from agriculture and land reform, whilst you say that is your priority. You take away 3.84 billion rand from human settlements, whilst people do not have adequate housing. You have an energy crisis, you all admit that, but you take away 430 million rand from energy resources programs and projects. How is that logical? You take away 1.27 billion rand from transport, while roads are in a complete mess. And you take away 881 million rand from water and sanitation, whilst taps are dry and people do not have adequate water supply. You say you are serious about corruption, Chairperson, but public servants during this year doing business with government increased, not decreased. You are doing nothing to actually address that problem. The people who do not have running water, the people who do not have basic service delivery, the people who are suffering in hospitals, the people who have children that do not have adequate access to education, they know, Honorable Buthelezi, that they are not the ANC's constituents. The ANC's constituents have narrowed to a very few rich, powerful people. Your fat cat comrades and the people out there are suffering. This appropriation bill proves that, and you can't prove the opposite. You're taking away whilst your ministers live in luxury, whilst your millionaire officials live in luxury, the people out there are suffering. Then you come here with rhetoric about the past. That is old. It's old news, and the electorate out there realize that there's a new story. We need a responsible government because South Africans deserve better. I thank you.
Thank you. I now recognize Honorable Swart.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, low economic growth has resulted in tax revenue collection being projected to fall short of this year's budget estimate by a staggering 56.8 billion in 2023 and 121.4 billion over the next 2 years. And this, the ACDP, I'm sure, as well as everyone in the House, finds deeply concerning. What are the causes of this? Well, it's lower commodity prices, which is an external factor, weaker global growth, also an external factor, but internally, increased incidents of load shedding and Transnet's logistics crisis have significantly impacted on corporate tax collections. These latter two are issues that we can address. Obviously, there are also global geopolitical events, including the war in Russia and Ukraine. But when we have our own goals, which are foreseeable, these, like Transnet and Eskom, should have been avoided. Now, as indicated in the Adjustment Appropriation Bill, there were significant reductions, and even Parliament will face a budget cut going forward. The question is, how is Parliament going to manage with budget cuts as well? Hard-pressed households are already facing spiraling cost of living increases and will not be able to afford possible tax increases that could be included in next year's budget. As a result of the revenue shortfall, government debt and debt service costs are set to rise, again a matter of great concern. Gross loan debt is now expected to peak at a staggering 6.133 trillion rand, or 77.7% of GDP. Debt service costs, this is the biggest concern, and this, I'm sure, Honourable Minister, concerns you as well. Debt service costs continue to spiral and crowd out expenditure on much-needed items like health, education, fighting crime, and social services. And out of every 5 rand collected, 1 rand is paid to our lenders, and this is unsustainable going forward. And we all know the solution is much improved economic growth. Sadly, GDP contracted by 0.2% in Q3 of this year, after 2 successive quarters of growth, and this is regrettable. The main constraints, as we know, to economic growth and job creation are corruption, particularly in public procurement, Eskom load shedding, Transnet dysfunctional logistics sector, and what we believe are poor policy decisions by government. The ACDP will not support this bill. I thank you.
Thank you. I recognize Honorable UTM. Honorable ATM. Honorable Heron.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, yesterday we learned that our economy contracted by 0.2% in the third quarter. Our country has an economic crisis, and the medium-term budget policy statement failed to present a vision or a pathway to get us through the economic morass. There was virtually nothing in the MTBPS to provide solace to struggling consumers. No concrete plans to address low economic growth, inflationary pressures, or the high cost of living. Instead, we were warned to brace for tax hikes in February and possibly including a VAT increase. The freight logistics roadmap was promising in theory, including bringing in the support of the private sector. But one look over the Indian Ocean outside the port of Durban and the freight logistics crisis is clear for all to see. Investing in and fixing our logistics sector is fundamental to our potential to grow. The current state of the sector is hampering exports and killing growth every day. It's worrying, however, that to date there hasn't been much private sector uptake. There's an increasing reliance on or reference to the private sector providing public infrastructure and services. South Africa must ensure that its financial and economic policies and plans are coherent and implemented, or its reliance on the private sector will not deliver the hoped for goods. At the same time, the country must take care to avoid an over-reliance on the private sector that would potentially deepen inequality and exclusion. Arguably, the greatest beneficiaries of the MTBPS were municipalities that have been collecting electricity revenue from consumers, but not paying their debts to Eskom. Writing off municipalities' debts instead of revising their funding model will, however, likely lead to their reoffending. And of course, the consumers who paid for that electricity derive no direct benefit from that deal. The Minister's remarks on the transformation of the electricity sector were positive, though a stable supply of electricity requires both transmission infrastructure and supply, renewable or not. The green growth strategy also sounds good. Expensive as it sounds, in the short term, we don't really have a choice but to embrace the transition to electric vehicles. This has been an important contributor to the economic recovery and growth plans of a number of developed nations. Our automotive sector must lay the groundwork for the transition so we are not left behind. The announcement of the continued funding of the COVID Social Relief of Distress Grant is positive Even more so is the news that we are reviewing our total social grant system. If we reform the structure of our budgeting and economy, as we have been promising to do for many years, we could afford to pay a basic income grant of about 1,000 Rand a month. The only way to effect real change is through implementing zero-based budgeting that challenges the impact of each Rand that government spends. Thank you.
Thank you. I now Honorable Matuba. I'm tempted, but I will say I'm giving you a last and the first and the last warning. Thank you. I now recognize Honorable Sheikh Imam.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. You see, Minister, this is why I say, if we can tighten the belt in that local authorities, local municipalities, we won't find ourselves in the situation we are. There's hundreds of billions of rands getting looted. Hundreds of billions of rands getting looted through procurement, starting at local government right up to national. If you notice, Minister, every single day there's a news story about somebody looting somewhere. I think the media is enjoying this because there is no end. There's not a single day that you can see the media and you don't hear about some corruption somewhere. And I gave you a good example of what I've seen in Limpopo over the weekend and how this 80 million Rand and 100 million Rand contracts are not even completed. But having said that, I think it's also time to make sure that these local authorities become self-sufficient. You know, nothing, absolutely nothing. They just want to rely on handouts. Nothing stops them from developing those areas, creating industries, creating jobs in those areas so that you can boost economic growth and move away from that migration system that we've had during the days of apartheid, where family members leave their homes and go miles away and only visit their homes once a year. And that's creating this dysfunctional society we also find ourselves. The other thing is that the money here, there's no new money, if I understand that's being allocated. These monies that are being reallocated or being redistributed or redirected is as a result of the underspending that were in several other departments or sectors. And all you're doing, you're taking it from A and giving it to B. Now, the question we should be asking, what are we in this house doing about the underperformance and the underspending by these relevant departments? That is, I think, where we should. Yes, we are all correct that it does affect those when you take monies away from a particular department, but you're taking it away because you didn't spend it. So it's going to affect. So who should be blamed for that? Must you leave it and give them more when they can't spend the money? No, you can't. So I think that's the other problem that we need to. My concern is, particularly the minister with the NHI and with budget cuts, how is that NHI going to be implemented and be successful? Right now, up to this very day, we don't have an idea of exactly where that money is going to be coming from. And it's exactly the same thing. I mean, can you imagine the complaints that were raised about infrastructure? And despite that, you can see the performance of infrastructure in the country, which we are told is the driving force in economic growth. I want to say, Minister, please, we beg you, no more tax increases for South Africans. Go and get it from foreigners in this country. Reduce the burden of taxes because we are losing taxpayers in this country. Go after those foreigners that are not paying taxes. Thank you.
I now recognize Honorable Matafa.
Thank you very much, House Chair, honorable members, South Africans, Ndimasiar. House Chair, please note the ANC supports this report. I will open my submission by quoting President Ramaphosa when in his SONA of February 2023, he remarked, South Africa is known to be a resilient nation. Time after time, we have persevered against the odds and have emerged stronger no matter the situation. As a nation, we have never shied away from difficult situations or issues, close quote. House Chair, this adjustment appropriation bill is being deliberated during a very difficult fiscal period, characterized by the events succinctly alluded to by the chairperson, Honorable Buthelezi, especially the effects of the currency manipulation. I agree with him that the silence of the opposition is deafening, especially when they take the podium and claim to be representing the poor, but they say nothing about the effects of this on the cost of living that is impacted on the poor. My submission will highlight how the Adjustment Appropriation Bill responds to these realities and bring to the fore the green shoots from economic interventions made by the ANC government, providing that indeed South Africa, under the ANC, is a resilient country and we shall weather the storm. I will definitely show you hypocrisy, give me time. The bill reflects an addition of 2 billion from self-financing expenditure, a 2 billion rand reduction as a result of declared unspent funds. Based on this, we support the call in the MTBPS by the National Treasury for departments to tighten their control of procurement and project implementation processes. Another 578 million rands has been approved for rollover, rebutting the argument from the opposition that no infrastructure projects are being implemented in the country. I will talk more on the other completed projects amid these trying economic conditions later. An additional 1 billion in expenditure is earmarked in the 2023 budget for the South African Revenue Services to improve its revenue-raising capabilities. It is worth mentioning that the infrastructure fund, as announced by the President in the 2018, is on track and has thus facilitated the approval of 13 blended finance projects and programs valued at 48.8 billion. A massive contribution to the incorporation of private sector, investment in government projects, and acting on the ANC conference affirmation that expanded infrastructure investment play a critical role in basic services to citizens. The below adjustment confirms the statement by Treasury that spending revisions are targeted to protect critical frontline services, including basic education, health, and police services. House Chair, on basic education, the increased budget of 4.5 billion ensures that 9 million learners in 21,453 primary and secondary schools continue receiving daily nutritious meals through the National School Nutrition Program. The Northwest Government, in collaboration with Royal Bafokeng Platinum, completed and handed over 140 million rands school with 32 smart classrooms. 2,155 learners will benefit from this school going forward, a clear response to the ANC 55th National Conference resolution on education that digitalized learning material, digital and technological spaces are important for advanced teaching and learning. As such, their access must be increased. Further, this project also saw local beneficiation for local subcontractors and suppliers within the construction space. On higher education, we are pleased to report that 2.9 million students are benefiting from the department's budget allocation of 47.6 billion from NSFAS to both universities and TVET colleges, covering fees for tuition, accommodation, meals, living allowance, and transport in some instances. The Minister of Higher Education, Science and Technology, Dr. Blakely Zimande, recently opened the Umgungunzovu Technical and Vocational Education and Training College, Msinga Campus, in KwaZulu-Natal, an investment of 143.5 million rands. The TVET offers training in areas such as farming management, mechatronics, amongst others, honorable vessels. This campus is part of government's commitment to ensure that there is at least one TVET college per district and more than one in districts with larger geographical spread. It is part of government's continued and intentional investment to improve access to post-matric education as part of equipping the nation for the future. On health, notwithstanding the 30 million reduction on compensation of employees, which surely affect the filling of critical posts in the department, we welcome the 6.8 billion allocation towards the wage bill agreement. Honorable members, Cabrillo's research data of 2019 showed that South African nurses average 21 $26,536 per year compared to the global average of $26,698, a global average, a situation that leads to brain drain of medical professionals, leading to the doctor-patient ratio declining from 21.9 physicians per 100,000 people in the year 2000 to 19.9 per 100,000 in 2001. The ratio for nurses also shrank from 120.3 per 100,000 in 2000 to 111.9 per 100,000 in the year 2021. So, House Chair, those who always come to this podium and shout bloated wage bill must tell us against what measure are they making their assertion, and also if the public sector size and remuneration paid to the public sector employees encourage a responsive government to the 60 million population as per the current census. But again, it is not surprising. The opposition, particularly the Democratic Alliance and Freedom Front, are known to be speaking on both sides of their mouth. On one side, they call the public sector senior managers, millionaire managers, and fat cats. Yet on the 27th of November, in the city of Tshwane, the Democratic Alliance paraded 7 new appointees in the city who are guaranteed a yearly remuneration with a minimum of $1 million to a maximum of 3.2 million per year to each employee. Are they fat cats? Are they millionaire managers as well? Why are you quiet when you speak of such issues? And yet you are quiet when CEOs and COOs in private sectors earn up to 200,000 to 500,000 per day, when their lowest paid employees are earning the minimum wage of 25 rands per day. Whilst we know the 1 billion rands redirection from the HIV/AIDS conditional grants, it is also worth mentioning that the department was able to save the fiscus 6.5 billion rands through negotiating better rates in the procurement of ARVs from suppliers, a point made earlier on tightly managing procurement processes. House Chair, on trading industry, in order to rejuvenate manufacturing, 21.3 million is shifted to the incentives program for manufacturing development incentives. Through the reimagined industrial strategy, investments seen in special economic zones like the Tshwane SEZ, which introduced local production of the automatic sector. The SEZ has since created 625 jobs. The combined impact of SEZ and industrial parks across the country has resulted in the creation of estimated 65,000 jobs. Madam Speaker, once again, the ANC supports this report. I will end by saying from the river to the sea, Palestinians will be free. Thank you so much.
Madam Chair, thank you very much. We now shall proceed. I recognize Honorable AIC. Honorable Cope.
Declaration. No declaration.
Okay, thank you very much. Honorable PAC. I now recognize Honorable Hendricks. Okay, Honorable Hendricks, you forfeit. Thank you very much. I now recognize Honorable De Villiers. Over to you, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Chair. Yesterday, it was widely reported that the South African economy is heading for recession. After GDP data on the third quarter indicated the economy shrank 0.2% from the second quarter to the third quarter. So, why should this be of concern to ordinary South Africans? Well, quite simply, an economy that shrinks, as ours is doing, sheds jobs. It does not create them. This is obviously of grave concern in a country where over 40% of the population cannot find a job, and we have a growing cost of living crisis. Chair, the economy is not like the weather. A responsible and caring government does not just hunker down and ride it out. A responsible, caring, and capable government realizes that policy decisions are the levers with which we can grow the economy or cause it to shrink. Chair, one does not grow the economy by years of load shedding, endless SOE bailouts, race-based procurement policies, raising taxes on a shrinking tax base, or by proposing to raid the Reserve Bank, by enforcing some of the strictest labor laws on the planet, and importantly, taking money from provincial service delivery and rather paying above inflation increases to ANC millionaire managers that are just getting richer and richer, while South Africans are getting poorer and poorer. The DA has presented our solutions many times. They are simple and immediately implementable and will grow the economy, create jobs, and ultimately empower people to take new opportunities created by a growing economy. These solutions include expanding the zero-rated VAT basket on essential food items, cutting government taxes on fuel, and bringing almost 30% relief to consumers, which is sure to have an impact on rampant inflation. Increase the rebate on solar panels and systems so energy stability can be achieved by more individuals and SMMEs. Get rid of race-based procurement policies and implement the DA's social justice policy, where procurement preference is given to suppliers that meets the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Simply put, this means private sector companies that can help alleviate hunger, help education institutions, create clean water solutions, battle poverty, or help achieve any of the other SDGs will be preferred suppliers to government, thereby rewarding business that help truly empower our communities. And Chair, through you, the Honourable Finance Minister asked earlier that the DA must be clear on where we stand on empowerment. Chair, I don't think we can be clearer. We absolutely 100% support the empowerment of all South Africans that actually need empowerment by policies like our social justice policy that will partner with the private sector to reduce unemployment, poverty, and inequality for all South Africans, unlike the ANC, who thinks that empowerment is when the already rich ANC cadres get richer. In 2024, the choice for voters should be clear. Only the DA has what it takes to rescue South Africa. We do not support this bill.
Thank you. Honorable members. Order, honorable members. I now recognize Honorable Lenzan. Over to you, sir.
Greetings, Chairperson and the House. The ANC supports the bill. These bills are not about political party affiliation. They are about the people of this country, the real impact on the economy and the transformation that South Africans need. Our opposition parties here today would rather not support the initiatives through the budget to effect changes to the lives of our people, to keep them safer, to build infrastructure and secure social assistance to the poor and the vulnerable in our society. Unlike them, the ANC has a historical social contract with the people of this country to bring the necessary transformation to ensure that everyone enjoys the fruits of our democracy. This bill addresses key aspects related to socio-economic conditions in our country. The security of our country is critical for maintenance of territorial integrity. The resource allocation to peace and security must be understood within the context of increasing unpredictability at the global level, as we can see the escalating political, economic, and social conflict within the emergence of global ideological contestation. Also on the democratic front, on the domestic front, we are confronted with a lot. One can mention violence, crime, social unrest, degradation of society, and if all these are left unattended, this will threaten our democracy. Hence, the maintenance of peace and security is essential, not only for our democracy, but also for the growth and transformation of our society. This bill therefore allocates an additional 3.3 billion to South African police services for the upgrading and construction of police stations, as well as improving the visibility
of policing in general. This allocation will have ripple effects also in terms of job creation, safer communities, and increased demand in the economy. The South African National Defence Force is given an additional 1.3 billion to strengthen the capabilities of SANDF. SANDF also plays a critical part in reconstruction of our society. Maybe these ones not understand that SANDF is currently addressing infrastructure backlogs faced particularly in the rural provinces like Eastern Cape, KZN, Northwest, Free State, and Limpopo, through the program called Welisizwe Bridges Program. And this program is not only making it making people accessible to the roads and all, but it is also labor intensive, creating a number of working opportunities through the EPWP. A number of skills is actually transferred to the workers and communities. In fact, I can mention, Chair, that there would always be about 40 EPWP workers over the medium term. Imagine we have built 48 bridges. Now that would tell you that the rural provinces at a cost of 3.3 billion have managed to create a total of 6,270 job opportunities each financial year. Let me quickly talk on the borders. The porous borders are a threat to the country. Remember, we have got 4,854 kilometers, and you have got 72 ports of entry, 9 seaports, and 2,798 kilometers, as well as 10 airports. Now, the ANC understands the importance of border security. As a result, Home Affairs is allocated 1.3 billion to capacitate the new border management agency, which aims to strengthen border control and give authority effective to all the ports of entry within the border law enforcement area. In this, all that I'm talking about, there's an estimated 38,000 jobs that will be created. Now, this adjustment appropriation bill makes commitment to continue financing critical infrastructure projects and sustaining EPWP program, which has created 14 million job opportunities since 2004. Now, if you care, today I am focusing on opening up your minds on how has the ANC government managed to create jobs. An incentive grant of 1.3 billion is allocated to public bodies to incentivize job creation through EPWP program, which will sustain the jobs that I am talking about. MISA, which is the Municipal Infrastructure Support Agent, has implemented infrastructure projects worth 200 million as a contribution towards eradication of services backlogs, implemented and complemented water and sanitation, more than 500 experts, including young graduates, are being deployed to municipalities. But let me touch this, Chairperson. You know, the white minority is in a program to reverse the gains made by the progressive forces of this country. And they are doing this in many forms. Yabona, oyena muntu ebefanelwe zifaskoti ezini izinxiba nina ngulo omnyama yedwa. Ngoyena ebefanele zifaskoti obana unxiba zona so that aseve i-purpose
yokuncetyiswa intoni?
Honorable
I-fast
Mensah,
code.
there's a hand up. Honorable Kwagube.
House Chair, is the member implying that for some reason, because I'm a woman, I should be walking around in an apron? I just want to understand. Is that the sexism that you are stooping to right now?
Honorable Kwagube, I will check and seek advice from the front table. The only dilemma that I have is that he didn't mention a name. He said law, but never, no, not that I don't assist me. I said, I'm going to check with the front Honorable Kwagube. Oh, now I'm leaving it. Honorable, Lenzana, continue because she's defending herself now.
We are painfully aware that the DA goes around bribing traditional leaders. Imagine going out there and buying votes from that poor traditional leader with a bottle of brandy. You know it. You know it. Niyabonwa. Niyabonwa.
Honorable members.
Sinijongile.
Don't drown the speaker.
Also, the silence of the DA is loud on the conduct of banks and big cartels in manipulating the rand and inflating the price of goods. Loyalty and allegiance are of your loyalty. Let me say it. Let me say it. The DA. Your loyalty and allegiance are against the people of this country. Your focus is on the white private capital. Sinijongile. Sinijongile. We have seen all this that you are doing. Niyabonwa. Roughly 7.8 million people rely on SRD, which you always undermine. And around 60% of government's budget is spent on the social wage to combat poverty and hunger. Now, when we are talking of combating poverty and hunger, I want you to go to Ward 18 in the city of Cape Town. See how people abaphila ngakhona emfuleni in the name of you thinking that you would fight for them. According to the opposition party, particularly DA, these vulnerable people must be left out there on their own devices and starve to death because they do not want our people. Hatred of our people is in them. It is instilled. It is running within their bloodstream. They do not love South Africans, but they want to get votes from South Africans and do what they usually do. You can jump like popcorns today, up and down. They are looking at you. Let me tell you, your day is coming when they will throw you under the bus. Be ready to be thrown under the bus. Because you know your masters. Immediately, you want to pick up issues and say no, then you will be shown the gate. Perhaps let me wrap up. Let me wrap up my speech by saying this adjustment budget is not about, I will always say this, it is not about new money. I will always say this. Two, this adjustment appropriations bill is also trying to discourage under and non-spending. It cannot be that you will come here today, you cry foul about departments which are not spending. When we are addressing that through reprioritization, again, you come here and cry foul. It means there is an element of confusion somewhere, or it means you do not mean what you say. And as I've said, sinijongile, niyabona. Abantu, there's a time when they will cry and say, bakhaleli ilizwe labo. Because nalithatha ilizwe lethu, ngoku nicingela into yobana nizophinda futhi nilithathe ngotywala again. Thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable Mnanzana, come back. Come back. Yes, take a seat, Honorable Mnanzana. Honorable Mnanzana, then you may stand up so that I can address the matter. Honorable Mnanzana, mphaphakama. Mara apho nje ujonge ngaphaya.
Okay, I can try.
Enkosi. Honorable members, in terms of Rule 82, under reference to a member in a respectful terms in the House is the mini plenaries, members were also assisted and reminded. Can you just take out that gentleman or whoever, and please, or its translation? Members must refer to each and every member, regardless, in a respectful terms, not only manner terms, in terms of the choice of words. Rule 85, reflection upon members. As presiding officers, we are also meant to respect and uphold Rule 85(1). No member may impute improper motive to any other member or cast personal reflections upon any member's integrity or dignity, or verbally abuse a member in any other member. Honorable Mnanzana, may you assist this House? When you said this member, were you referring to Honorable Kwahube, or if you may respond?
No. However, Chairperson, there is no sin in saying I withdraw.
No, honorable member, I've just asked you, were you, it's yes or no?
I've said no.
Okay, you may leave the podium. Thank you very much. I now recognize the Honorable Minister of Finance. Offer.
Honorable House Chairperson, I always start by thanking the committees that I work with. But even in this respect, I want to thank the Appropriation Committee led by Usheng. Very good work by that committee. I even even when they entertain themselves by putting difficult questions. I would suggest, Shenge, on the 22nd of February, we're going to have another appropriation meeting. It must be physical because I could see how Honorable Manye and Honorable George were agitated during the virtual one. So let's see each other virtual and physical on the 22nd. But let me just say, one of the important things is not to trivialize challenges that are confronting the South African economy. I don't dispute there could be other challenges, contributory factors, some of them structural. What we are facing on, for instance, on the forecast, it is easy to play a game and suggest that Treasury didn't forecast properly, when in fact, everybody has been moving around. Let me just give you the ourselves and IMF. At the beginning of when we tabled the budget, we said we're at 0.9. The IMF said we're going to have at 0.1%. Where we sit now, we're saying 0.8, the IMF is saying 0.9. So it reflects some of these challenges. So ours is a growth challenge which we need to address. And I'll deal with that matter in detail on the 21st of February. What we're facing is a revenue shortfall. And that revenue shortfall is a result of these changes, structural problems we've confronted in the economy. And as a result, we had to cut our expenditure. I'm going to come back to this. But let's not try and suggest that the issue is the wage bill. If you recall, 4.5% of that was already in the hands of the public servant because it was a cash gratuity. We converted that into the baseline, which was 22 billion rand of the total 15 billion rand. So the total actual increase was 3%. So I wanted to clarify that. In terms of the state-owned enterprises, we still reflect our commitment to make sure that there is tough love. The change in the Eskom conditions are a reflection of that. In dealing with Transnet, we are not going to repeat the same template. We've already reflected that in tabling of the medium-term budget policy statement. But let me correct a lie which is being spread around, not by anybody else, a number of people, including government, which Mr. Manyi reflected on here, that the conditions we've attached to Eskom are precluding Eskom from doing generation and new capacity. The conditions are, if Eskom wanted to must focus on maintenance, if Eskom want to go into new generation, well and good, they must provide a genuine case to the Minister of Finance, who shall make the necessary approval. So Eskom can go into generation. The other issue, I want to invite members to read. You know, we publish information for members to read. It's going to be interesting now. We've just published Section 32 reports of the first 6 months. That interesting read in terms of how the expenditure patterns look like. And how are we going to fare by the end of the financial year? Honorable Member George Dion refers to the gold and foreign exchange reserve account. I'm muted on that. I'm not going to talk about it. If I say anything, it will probably be on the 21st. I'm not going to say anything. But I want to draw the attention of the member to the Jifaka Act, the same act of 2003, and say what was happening in that environment, in that account went into a deficit, that account. When that account goes into a deficit, what happens? The fiscus funds that account when it does that. That's what we did in 2003. Now that that fund is in a surplus, they say, people, if you take the surplus, you're looting it. It can't be right, that language. You know, what we're dealing with is poverty of policy and experience. Poverty of policy and experience. How does this manifest itself? You know, Honorable George, I've been warning you with some of those policies you've been making here. In fact, that's what Lee's Trust did. And my colleague, Kwasi, who was fired while I was having breakfast with him in Washington. What happened is that if you pursue policies like that, cut taxes, increase expenditure, what happens? The Lee's Trust government collapsed in less than 50 days in the UK. Is that the template you want to give for the South African government? Unfortunately, we can't. We've got a responsibility as a government to make pragmatic decisions. Your policies collapsed the government. My colleague, Minister of Finance, had 38 days in government. Yes, the issue of infrastructure is quite critical. We're going to say something on the 21st on it of February. It's a major issue which is going to increase government investment. Now, The DA says, I mean, when people stand up, they talk about they deliver. Everybody here is canvassing. Let me tell you the following. I know the DA delivers in the Western Cape. What does it deliver? Our walking tracks and bicycles and walking tracks for white people. No roads in the in townships. That's the delivery they do. That's their delivery. What is going to surprise them? What is going to surprise them? They're going to be surprised even by the outcome of Western Cape. Because they are relaxed in the Western Cape, they've made it their monopoly. They're going to be surprised. They are going to be surprised. But all your presentations have got racial undertones. No, we will not want to make that point. You know, have got racial undertones. Let me just quote a couple of things. For instance, when we were appointing a public protector, one of you made a serious racial undertone that black person, that black woman is not rising because she's intellectual. She's rising because that's what you are suggesting. That's what you are suggesting. You continue.
Order, honorable members.
You continue.
Honorable members, honorable minister, honorable members, the screaming and shouting across each other, it doesn't help.
No,
and I won't make a ruling. If
your
there's a point of
speaker
order.
in parliament suggested that I was there. Suggested that that public protector rose not because she's intellectual, a good advocate. And she decided to walk out when we were questioning that thing. Those things need to be stated. Yesterday, your leader, Stenese, says all those public servants are going to be fired. Because why? They're not professionals. They're deployed as cadres by the ANC, insulting the intellect of those public servants. We must tell you, these people must be aware when they vote for you, what are they voting for? The choice between South Africa is the continuity of transformation and stability. That's the choice between us. When we go to those polls, South Africans must be told which political party in this country has got the capability to provide stability in this country, and the ANC alone has got that. And which political party is going to continue with the transformation agenda is the African Congress. A vote for the DA is a vote for the reversal of the gains we've made. It's a vote for firing all black people in senior positions. That's what you're saying. A vote for the DA, a vote for the DA is support for the continued genocide in Gaza. That's what it means. A vote for the DA is a vote that supports continued genocide in Gaza.
Minister.
South Africans.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister.
You must not mislead people.
Honorable
here.
Minister.
Leave the podium.
That's what the debate is about.
Honorable Minister, your time is up. Order, honorable members. Honorable members, order. Order, honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members, should I call names? Honorable Minister, Honorable Paulson, Honorable Minister, Honorable Paulson, Honorable members, I did say earlier on that Honorable Minister and Honorable Paulson, I've called you 2 times. Now, Honorable Paulson, it's the 4th time. And I guess you'll assist yourself to leave the room.
Then the minister must leave the room as well.
Honorable
Who are
Mkhaliphi,
they so when I'm
Honorable Mkhaliphi, Honorable Sonti. Okay. Honorable members, and unfake engxakini ke ngoku Honorable Sonti. Okay? Honorable members,
Usaba minister na minister kaphumi.
no, Honorable Ngobile. Don't do that. Okay? Honorable members, that concludes the debate and the 2023 medium. Do you really want me to take you out? Honorable members, that concludes the debate on the 2023 medium-term budget policy statement and the first reading debate on the adjustment appropriation bill. Honorable members, are there any objections for the bill to be read for the first time and the second time? Honorable DA?
House Chair, please note the objection of the Democratic Alliance.
Thank you, Honorable Kwahube. Honorable Paulson?
Chairperson, please note the objection of the Economic Freedom Fighters.
Thank you, Honorable.
Patapaka bill.
Uh,
Chairperson, please note the objection of the FF plus.
Thank you very much, Honorable Swart.
Please note the objection of the ACDP. Thank you.
Those objections shall be recorded accordingly. The bill, the secretary will read the bill for the first time.
Adjustments Appropriation Bill.
Thank you. The motion is agreed to. Thank you very much, honorable members. Honorable members, I will now suspend the proceedings of the House, and the House will resume at 14:15. Thank you very much.
Recording stopped.
Recording in progress.
The House Chairperson.
Thank you. You may be seated. Honorable members, we are proceeding after the suspension of the session. And I would like the secretary to read the 10th order.
Consideration of votes and schedule adjustments appropriation bill.
Thank you. Honorable members, let me first thank all the parties for advising our staff on which votes they will record their objections, on which they intend dividing. This information will greatly assist us and assist the process for this session. Honorable members, the proceedings will initially take the form of a question and answer, and I shall put each vote in respect of which adjustment have been made. And in turn, members will have the opportunity to ask questions to the relevant ministers. In respect of this adjustment, each party has been allocated a global time for all votes. Members of the executive have up to 2 minutes per vote to respond to questions. Honorable members, there have been requests from parties that in some instances, they will use their allocated time to make a declaration instead of asking questions. This will be allowed. Naturally, where there is a declaration instead of a question has been made, there will be no expectation for a reply. Once a party's time has expired, its members will not be allowed to put further questions. Members may put a question from the floor microphone in the chamber or from the virtual platform. Members will be recognized based on the list submitted by parties. I want to emphasize that because I'm not going to allow any party, because I realize the document that I have here has been updated. In the morning, most parties had not complied to the request, but it has been updated. More parties are here. So I'm not going to allow any party to come and say, we want to make objection or we want to put a question, because we asked for prior notification of that. I just wanted to emphasize that. After the question and answer session, I will put the votes for decision. So let us understand that the process for now is only for questions. And I'm going to call the parties that have submitted that they will be asking on that particular vote. Siyazwana, we are together. Yes, this will help us to do this in time that is suitable for everybody. So let's not do what we did not agree upon. Honorable members, I'm going to recognize those parties that are asking questions. We start with vote number 1. Remember the global time, I just want to put this clearly, the global time include both questions and declarations. So if your global time has expired during your question time, don't come and say, but. That's every party knows their global time. And this table staff here will assist me to say this party only have 1 minute left or if their time is depleted. So if that has happened, we go in nowhere with you. You just have to be a participant on this process. Thank you very much. We have the ANC for the first vote 1, the presidency, to ask the question. Oh, no, we have EFF and ANC for the presidency. Let me start with the EFF. And we expect that all our ministers for this and the minister in the presidency are on the virtual platform, because really it would be hard for us if the minister is not there to respond. So I plead with all our executive members to make sure that they are on track with us on the virtual platform. Honorable Manye.
Thank you, Chair. Noting that there's 6.2 million that will be shared only between 2 individuals as a top-up to a litany of other benefits that includes cars, security, housing, traveling, and all of that. In this reduction.
Can you please bend a little bit? I can't hear you from here. I wonder if the others are able to.
Go there.
No problem.
Thank you, House Speaker. Yeah, now I was saying, noting that the presidency, 2 people only share 6.2 million. And this is a top-up to cars, a top-up to security, to housing, to traveling, and everything else that they get. When we're doing this reduction, didn't the thought cross the mind to reduce this 6.2 to something lower in order to, so that everybody must feel the pain? Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable, the Minister in the presidency. Or should I call them all? Okay, thank you. Okay, the ANC ask you a question so that when the minister comes, he answers both. I'm advised like that. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. We would like to ask the Minister in the presidency, the continuous outings that we're experiencing as South Africans, the cable thefts that is happening, what is the plan of our government to address this with urgency? Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister in the presidency, those are the 2 questions for vote 1. Do we have a response? That's what I was requesting when we started. Honorable members, can you check for me, Mikey, if the minister or any deputy is there from presidency? Okay. Honorable, yeah, Minister Mchaveni. Please help us so that we are quick on this, please. Can I hear something? Okay, I'm advised that I must ask the Minister of Finance if he can be able to take the questions as asked.
On question number one, I may be conflicted because I may have an interest in what Honorable Manyi is saying, that there's still some fact there, as I understand. And also you're quoting the security. Security, it belongs to elsewhere, to police. Let me just say, I mean, the only undertaking is to look into that. And see what can be done. If there's a necessity to make some adjustment, we come back to the House and make the second adjustment appropriation. Insofar as the outages, we have indicated that there's a complex matters which affect the outages. First are some of the known issues which are related to inefficiencies at the level of Eskom. There's, as Honorable April has reflected, there's also some criminality. If people take capital thefts. Yeah, no, I'm coming to that point and saying, if some people do some criminal conduct which impacts on Eskom's ability to deliver the service, capital theft and so on, those are matters that need to be dealt with. We as government, if the question answers is, what are you doing about it? As you are aware, the government and the president put up an important task force to look into the criminal conduct in Eskom. A number of people have been arrested by now. I don't have the Minister of Police at the appropriate time can reveal the numbers, even the words of those people who have been convicted in this regard. So some work is being done to deal with that criminal conduct. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I remind the ministers that in their response, they have only 2 minutes, even those that are still coming?
Can I, for clarity, is it 2 minutes per question?
No.
For the group?
Yes.
No, I wanted just to understand that.
That's fine, yes.
Yeah.
Honorable Chief Whip?
Thank you, Honorable
Deputy
Chairperson.
Chief Whip, yes.
Thanks, Honorable House Chairperson. I want to propose that members can ask their questions from where they are sitting, because going to the podium, it wastes time. Thank you.
Okay, but I'm going to ask them to bend a little bit because honestly, if you are taller, it's not easy. Yeah. The sitting down, I don't like it. It doesn't show that decorum of the house. I'm not going to allow the sitting. No. Okay, thank you very much, Minister Kotongwani, for assisting with the vote one. The answers are given. There is no question for vote 2, Parliament. We proceed to vote 3, cooperative governance, and we start with the DA. But you know, you must be closer if you want to use this one.
Sorry, ma'am. Thank you. This department's budget and performance is indicative of and highlights the fundamental incompetencies within this department. Proctor has time and time again failed to provide clear guidelines and workable interventions to turn around the state of local government. This lack of clarity leaves critical decisions hanging in legal limbo, undermining the very essence of a coherent and structured governance system. It is therefore no surprise when the DA puts forward constructive proposals, the minister responds unprofessionally and arrogantly. Die departement van koöperatiewe dienste en tradisionele sake is soos 'n wond wat nooit genees nie. Gekwalifiseerde audit op gekwalifiseerde audit. Biljoene ongespandeerde fondse. Ministers kom en gaan. Waarom aanhou salf smeer aan 'n wond wat nooit genees nie? Dit is die tyd dat die wond heeltemal ontsmet word. The South African people deserve a government that operates efficiently, transparently, and in accordance with the constitutional provisions, not a government in denial. I will say it again. It is totally inconceivable that the sixth parliament would ask the blind to lead the crippled across a broken bridge over a river infested with the crocodiles of corruption. The Democratic Alliance cannot support this budget vote.
Thank you. Honorable Kwahube.
House Chair, just for clarity, are you going to put the question to the House or are you going to go through the questions first? So we just need to know, because we didn't go through vote 2. So I'm not sure, maybe I
Okay.
misunderstood.
For now, I was not dealing with the questions. I just want the questions and the declarations. Am I right? Yeah, I'm not dealing with the voting or, yes. It's only on questions and declaration. If you don't want to do a question, you can do the declaration. Thank you. So the DA did their declaration. There is no need for answer the question. From ANC, if there is a question or a declaration.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Minister, we welcome the reprioritization of the National Disaster Management Center to receive 1.5 billion to respond to the impact of disasters. The equitable share for local government has been reduced by 1.4 billion, which goes against the focus on increasing the funding for the local government sphere, which has a significant financing gap. What is the progress of reviewing the equitable share?
Thank you. So the Minister for Cooperative Governance, there is a question.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair, and appreciate the question from Honorable Mpumza. The review for the local government equitable share is on the basis of one looking into the areas which municipalities can be able to foretell or forecast as in it relates to disaster. You will imagine that prior the allocation of the funds, what the process of the Act and the assessment provides for municipalities is that they must do an assessment, a costed assessment, and then submit to National Treasury. And that's where quite a number of delays happen. A point of the city of eThekwini is an example. Ultimately, out of the April floods, it's a total of around 700 projects, small and big, coming out or emanating from the floods and the disaster fund. And our view, therefore, is that there has to be preliminary funds that are made available with regard to disaster in case there is fire, in case there's floods, in case there's even anticipation of day zero to supplement the infrastructure that the municipalities, that is day zero as a result of a drought, to supplement the municipalities to be able to begin with the programs while the assessment and the overall main impact of what the disaster will be about. But Honorable Chair, as I conclude, the LGES review as well is not only with regard to disaster. Of course, the comment was in relation to disaster. It's also with regard to the fiscal framework broadly, to ensure that the small and rural municipalities are assisted with capacity, which is designed from the district development model, placed at municipalities, and municipalities shouldn't be the ones that absorb that cost, but rather ourselves, National Treasury and provincial caucus should be the one who are placed or are placing expected municipalities. And the review then gives us that a portion of those funds needs to be coming from us to assist the municipalities. Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you. Honorable members, vote for. There was no indication of a question or declaration. We pass. Vote 5, Home Affairs, no indication. So we pass. We get to vote 6, International Relation and Cooperation. The NFP.
Thank you, Chairperson. Question to the Minister. Could you please advise what is the latest development on the motion that was adopted by this House on the expulsion of the Israeli ambassador until, of course, a ceasefire is put in place, given to the fact that many people are currently dying as a result of the atrocities by the Israeli government?
Okay, the ANC.
Minister, the question is what steps will DECO and the law enforcement agencies of the country take in relation to South Africans who are actually part of the Israeli Defense Force and perpetrating atrocities in the Palestinian occupied territories? That's the question.
Thank you. Honorable members, before I call on the minister to respond, I must reiterate, table staff, I have already closed. I don't want to see more parties because we asked this long ago and we agreed on it. So if you missed it, the train is gone. The Honorable Minister of International Relations and Cooperation.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good afternoon to all honorable members and my colleagues, ministers and deputy ministers. The questions that have been posed are not related to the request for adjustment that we'd made to the finance, to Treasury. Nonetheless, Chairperson, let me answer the questions. Firstly, with respect to the motion adopted by the National Assembly, as per practice, the Speaker of the National Assembly has informed the President as head of the executive of the resolution adopted by the National Assembly. The President obviously would have to initiate a discussion in the executive that would then take a view on the motion presented by the National Assembly and convey the views of the Cabinet to the National Assembly through Madam Speaker. So that letter has been written and we have been informed, and I'm sure Cabinet at an appropriate time will deliberate on the matter. With respect to dual nationals serving in the Israeli Defense Force, this is a matter that I have now written to the Minister of Justice about in terms of the laws that we have in South Africa against mercenary activity. And we will hope that the Minister of Justice will give us a proper perspective on how we might address this matter. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, please, on the platform, stop doing that, please. Just check your gadget and just press. The red line will come on top of the mic, then you are safe. Honorable Swart.
Thank you, House Chair. I just rise on a point of order that I'd like clarity as to, as the Minister indicated, our question should only relate to the adjustment appropriation, but as I understand it, one can make a statement on anything else. But I'd like your ruling in that regard.
It is true.
Thank you.
It is true. It is about adjustments. I read it and I clarified that it is like that. It's unfortunate that some of us don't understand, but we allow people to talk and ask
Even
questions.
though they don't understand.
Vagebiki. Honorable members, Bongi, you had something. What is it? I mustn't jump people, and the reasons why it is only coming now. I said I'm closed. What is happening? Unless it is your mistake. Okay. Unless it is your office mistake that you didn't record people. But I'm not going to allow new people now, no new parties to do that. Okay, thank you very much. For National School of Government, there was no indication of a request for questions or declarations. National Treasury, we have the EFF. On EFF? Nema bobotle na. Nyamboze no nyamani. Nyamboze khuluma.
Honorable Minister, just want to ask you a question. You announced the debt relief for municipalities who have been found wanting by the Auditor General. Thus, out of 257 municipalities, only 38 have a clean audit. 268 material irregularities, accounting for an estimated 5.19 billion rands. If ANC cares so much about the poor, why are you not applying the supposedly caring nature towards ordinary South Africans who are equally indebted to the municipalities due to known circumstances, the debt relief on their bills around electricity?
Thank you. What is it, Honorable Haynes?
Chairperson, I was rising because I saw that Mr. Manye's mic is on the whole time. I don't know.
Oh, okay, it's a mistake. So you wanted to assist him. Okay. Honorable Minister.
Let me start by answering the question. Maybe I'll do the explanation later. The debt relief is extended to ordinary South Africans. In other words, the municipality, for it to get the debt relief, the municipality must extend the same program to residents. In other words, the municipality must go to each and every, but the condition is that those who will get the debt relief as individuals, they will have to get into a smart card so that in future, there's no default, both by the municipality and by the individuals. So it is extended to ordinary South Africans in that sense.
Thank you. Vote 9, planning, monitoring and evaluation, no indication. Public enterprises, the DA.
Chairperson, do you know what happens when it gets cold in South Africa? We have load shedding. When it gets hot, load shedding. When Eskom employees are demoralized, we get load shedding. When it is recommended to provide Eskom employees with performance bonuses to end load shedding, we still have load shedding. Wet coal, lack of maintenance, low operating reserves, strikes, corruption, sabotage, state capture, colonialism, apartheid, white monopoly capital. These are some of the myriad excuses used to justify load shedding. But the truth of the matter is that there's only one reason we have load shedding, and that reason is the ANC. 2023 has had an energy action plan in place, as well as a whole minister specifically designated to deal with the electricity crisis. And yet, we have had the worst year of load shedding in history, with Eskom's medium-term outlook indicating load shedding every single week for the next 52 weeks. Load shedding is a symptom of catastrophically poor political decision-making, which has crippled the development of a functional, efficient, and reliable energy sector. And instead of addressing the causes of our energy crisis, we are celebrating the arrival of household-sized generators from China while we measure progress 1 megawatt at a time. Minister, stop treating us like shiitake. South Africans are not mushrooms. You cannot continue to feed us manure and keep us in the dark. You and other ANC leaders have repeatedly assured us that load shedding will be a thing of the past by the end of the month. Discovering that Father Christmas exists is far more likely. In fact, the only beacon of light in this relentless darkness is the understanding that to end load shedding, we must bring an end to the dark days of ANC rule. 2024 will usher in a new, brighter future under a democratic alliance government where we can celebrate an abundance of energy as power becomes a symbol of progress and not just a political slogan. I thank you.
Thank you. The ANC,
Thank you, House Chair. In light of the high turnover rate in a senior management level, which causes instability within the DPE and places an additional burden on other employees because of the additional responsibilities assigned to them due to the shortage in staff, how can the DPE reasonably be expected to fill critical vacancies at a senior management level to address instability in challenges affecting SOCs within the reduced budget on the compensation of employees? And is it the obligation to reduce the DPE's high vacancy rate to be funded amid reduced budget on the compensation of employees? Thank you.
thank you. The Honorable, the Minister of Public Enterprise.
Afternoon, Chair, and good afternoon to my colleagues, and good afternoon to honorable members. The fact of the matter, Chair, in respect of our budget is that, like all other departments, or most of them, we've had a cut in the budget of some 27 million rands, and much of that, just over 18 million rands, is for compensation of employees, and the remainder is goods and services to the tune of about 9.8 million rands. The DA is already electioneering, so there were no questions that were asked by the speaker from the DA. Let me just say that, as I've said before, that the DA member lives in a delusional world where they think that a 20% party is ever going to govern South Africa. But let me also add that at no stage did I say publicly or otherwise that load shedding would end at the end of this year. This is a process. There is an energy action plan that is being implemented together with the private sector, and there will be progress as each of the units in Kusile and in Coburg come into operation at one stage or another. Kusile has done remarkably well in that particular regard. And as far as DPE senior management is concerned, Chair, attracting the right skills within the public service, particularly the high-level skills, is a difficult proposition, and one which we've put on hold for now, because we don't want to fill vacancies for the sake of filling vacancies at the administrative level, because we have a total imbalance between skilled personnel and administrative personnel. So all in all, we've done the best we can over the past few years.
Thank you,
to maintain
Honorable
oversight.
Minister. Thank you very
Thank you.
much. Your 2 minutes has expired. Thank you. We proceed to vote 11, and we have got the FF plus.
Thank you, House Chair. Honorable Minister.
Wait, my dear. Honorable Nolichungu, every member that comes in, please, don't disturb us. Proceed, Honorable Member.
Honorable Minister, millions are being taken away from ground level service delivery departments like education, health, human settlements, agriculture and water and sanitation to fund, amongst others, the public sector wage bill, which your department and government has lost control over. And despite your promises and declarations to the contrary, the number of public sector workers doing business with the state has increased, thus receiving income upon income. So it seems that ordinary South Africans are not getting proper service delivery, while government is bending over backwards to honor exorbitant salary agreements, a monster that you yourselves have created. Will your government continue on this route of taking from children, the sick, the poor, the hungry, and the destitute to give to public sector millionaires, or are you finally going to curb the public sector wage bill at some point? Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you. The ANC.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Minister, labor relations are a critical aspect of maintaining good, just, and cordial relationships between the employer and the employee. Which services were planned from the declined financial allocation as per the appropriation adjustment. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The Honorable, the Minister of Public Service and Administration.
Thank you, House Chair, and good afternoon. Let me start with the first question and respond as such that each department amongst the public servants that the honorable member has referred to has its own budget and has its own priorities and has its own executive authority who takes decisions on how to reprioritize. The public sector wage, as we have accepted it, there has been quite a wide consultation amongst all role players. And therefore, what was agreed would have been what would have been possible at the time. And therefore, if we are creating public sector millionaires and monsters, I hope the workers of this country are listening to that and hearing it properly as it is pronounced. For us, we are creating the just environment where there is fairness in the delivery of public services. And thus to the second question, to indicate that actually we have prioritized most of the areas that we would have taken money from would be those areas where we can still manage to drive the program without just changing the modus operandi. For example, on goods and services, where there would have been transport and traveling and venues for training, we will use the virtual services. So we will continue with the programs, but differently in terms of affordability. And therefore we prioritize. Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you, Minister. We proceed. Vote 12 pass, vote 13 pass, vote 14 pass, vote 15 pass. We're now on vote 16, basic education, and I call for the DA.
Chairperson, 8 in 10 grade 4 learners can't read for meaning in any language. 74% of schools don't have libraries to mitigate the reading crisis. Teachers can't read either. They fail exams for the subjects that they teach. Only 64% have critical reading skills at grade 6 level. The ANC and SATU would rather protect useless and underqualified teachers than provide quality education to millions of poor Black learners to change the circumstances of their birth. Many schools are not just ANC graveyards for learners to die in pit toilets, but to bury their futures too. 3,900 schools still have pit toilets. On our own day oversight visits to 64 schools in over 7 provinces, we revealed that 81% of schools we personally went to still had pit toilets. Overcrowding remains the biggest barrier to learning. 2.4 million learners of the Eastern Cape and KZN were left hungry because cadets must eat while children starve. Over the last 30 years, the ANC have turned into our modern day oppressors, delivering education that has led generations of children to a life of unemployment and poverty without skills that allow them to participate in the economy. It seems the ANC has nightmares when they have not destroyed everything that they touch. Fellow South Africans, it does not have to be this way. In 2024, you have the opportunity to fire the ANC and vote in a strong DA at the center of the multi-party coalition government, which will prioritize quality education. The DA in the Western Cape has a strong track record of delivery in government. We double the number of children can read for meaning. Children eat twice a day. They've got skills to participate in the economy. We deal with overcrowding by building schools in 65 days.
Chair, Honorable Sonti, take your seat, Honorable Member, please.
Chairperson,
Yes.
Siva next upper ending. Irasa wipa when
Okay, thank you.
Why?
Thank you, my dear.
Uthulile Chairperson ngoba is on that side.
Ungasaqhubeki.
No,
No.
Asiva.
Yes,
Ewe,
I heard you.
ewe.
I heard you.
Bayangxola ndithi.
Honorable Sonti, I heard you the first time. You don't have to insult me. Please, don't do that. What's your problem? Honorable, proceed.
We focus on building quality skills that learners can participate in the economy. And when they graduate, we make sure that we provide jobs to them. That is why the Western Cape has built enough jobs, more than any place in the country. So in 2024, we want to rescue South Africa from the clutches of the ANC oppression. So vote for the DA. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Chairperson, I had my hand up for a very long time.
Honorable Lindiwe Zulu, yes, there's only L that appears there. That's my problem. Okay, I'm sorry for that. Honorable Zulu, proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson, but unfortunately, I was raising my hand as a point of order to the previous speaker who was calling people useless. He was saying teachers are useless. I was raising a point of order. You can't come here and be calling teachers useless.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll let my table staff to check hands on the monitors. All members are allowed to raise hands, but don't shout if you have not raised your hands. You had raised your hands. We apologize for that. Okay, FF plus, still on the basic education.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The long and the short of the budget cut for school infrastructure is that the money was needed to meet staff's cost of living adjustments. My question, could we ask schools to plant more trees? Because apparently we count on them to grow their own classrooms. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, please, I can't even hear these people that are on the virtual platform clearly. I must be able to rule if there are point of orders, and if you keep on talking like this and I can't hear them, you'll be blaming me for postponing certain rulings. ANC?
Ke a leboga modulasetulo. As the ANC, we are very much concerned, House Chair, that the budget reduction has resulted in a decline in the education infrastructure grant. What is the progress of blended finance for school infrastructure to increase financing of infrastructure projects to address the backlog and new infrastructure needs? Ke a leboga.
Re leboge mme. The EFF?
Thank you, Chairperson. The consistent failure to deliver textbooks on time, to organize transport for rural and remote schools, lack of basic learner support materials for many rural and township schools are all constant reminders of the neglect that the department under Minister Moshekga has subjected Black learners to. The department has not been able to account for almost 500,000 learners who are getting lost to the system on a yearly basis, and still refuses to account to these learners when they assess progress through their grades. While the recently adopted basic Bella bill makes provision for keeping learners in class, the department simply does not have the capacity to enforce that, let alone its contradiction by introducing sale of alcohol at schools. There's simply not enough budget allocation to cater for all these demands, to ensure that learners are in class on time, that learners have necessary learner support material, that learners are taught by sufficiently qualified teachers, and that learners are in class on full stomachs. Indeed, the Deputy Minister was right to make an example of an octopussy, as that what she is turning the schools into. An octopus of sale of alcohol at schools, midwifery service providers, reducing parents' role only to ATM. We as the EFF therefore reject the report.
Thank you. We're not yet there on the rejections. The Honorable Minister of Basic Education. Order, honorable members. The Honorable Deputy Minister or Minister of Basic Education. Do we have them there? Oh gosh. I am informed that both the Minister and the Deputy Minister for Basic Education are not on the platform. And honorable members, no, wait. You and I don't know the reasons. But what I can say for now is that it is a serious concern for us. And we have counselors for the leader of the government business. Oh, there is Mam Motsecha. Mam Motsecha.
I'm on the platform. I'm having difficulty. Yes, Chair.
You just came in.
No, I have been on the platform, but I'm in an area with very poor signal. But now I'm in a better place. I can be able to.
Thank you very much.
to
You
respond.
can
I'm
now
sorry about
respond.
it.
Thank you, ma'am. You can respond.
Chair, I missed the question with apologies, Chair, because I just moved to the right place now. So if I could be given another chance to get the question, then I'll answer. I'm sorry about that, Chair.
Would you? Okay. Honorable members, please pardon us as I call now for all the members of the executive to please find space, because you don't know if your department is going to be asked a question or there is a declaration that you would want to respond to. Please make sure that you are in a good space where if your department that has happened, you are able to respond. I'm really pleading with you, honorable members of the executive. I'm going to plead with you, the House now. Honorable members, let's just take a few minutes and go back. But I'm sorry, Baba, you have to come back. Yes. We start afresh with basic education. I've already apologized. Please don't make noise. Order. Order, Honorable Mlenzan. Honorable members, please let them hear. Uba mamson tuzong tetisa food.
Chairperson, as I was saying, 8 in 10 grade 4 learners can't read for meaning in any language. 74% of schools don't have libraries to mitigate the reading crisis. Teachers can't read either. They fail exams for subjects that they teach. Only 64% have critical reading skills at grade 6 level. The ANC and SATU would rather protect underqualified teachers than provide quality educations to millions of poor Black learners to change the circumstance of their birth. Many schools are not just ANC graveyards for learners to die in pit toilets, but to bury their futures too. 3,900 schools still have pit toilets. On our own DA oversight visit to 64 schools over 7 provinces, we revealed that 81% of schools we personally went to still had pit toilets. Yet this budget is trying to cut the infrastructure grant to schools. Overcrowding remains the biggest barrier to learning. 2.4 million learners of the Eastern Cape and KZN were left hungry because cadres must eat while children starve. Over the last 30 years, the ANC have turned into our modern day oppressors, delivering education that has led generations of children to a life of unemployment and poverty without skills that allow them to participate in the economy. It seems the ANC has nightmares when they have not destroyed everything that they touch. Fellow South Africans, it does not have to be this way. In 2024, you have an opportunity to fire the ANC and vote in a strong DA at the center of a multi-party coalition government which will prioritize quality education. The DA in the Western Cape has a strong track record of delivery. In government, where double the number of children can read for meaning, quality teaching is monitored, We focus on teaching learners needed skills for the economy. We build schools in 65 days to deal with overcrowding. Learners get 2 meals a day. When learners graduate, the Western Cape creates more jobs than anywhere else in the country so that young people can have a dignity of a job. Therefore, in 2024, let's fire this ANC oppression and vote for the DA. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you for your understanding, Honorable Notata. FF plus.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. My question to the Minister of Basic Education is that the long and short of the budget cut for school infrastructure is that the money was needed to meet the staff's cost of living adjustments. Now, my question is, could we ask schools to plant more trees? Because apparently we count on them to grow their own classrooms. I thank you.
Thank you. The EFF.
Thank you, Chairperson. The consistent failure to deliver textbooks on time, to organize transport for rural and remote schools, lack of basic learner support material for many rural and township schools are all constant reminders of the neglect that the department under Minister Mashaka has subjected Black learners to. The department has not been able to account for almost 500,000 learners who are getting lost to the system on a yearly basis, and still refuses to account these learners when they assess progress through the grades. While the recently adopted basic Bella Bill provides for keeping learners in class, the department simply does not have the capacity to enforce this. There's simply not enough budget allocation to cater for all these demands, to ensure that learners are in class on time, that learners have necessary learner support material, that learners are taught by sufficiently qualified teachers, and that learners are in class on full stomach. Whilst we are on that, how would these budget reductions not impact on such? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. The ANC.
Ndikoribuwa Mrangatsulo. Rine sa lehoro lava ri pari chingongore nga maanda nga ukatiwa a budget kayo riri bo minister. We are very much concerned that the budget reduction has resulted in a decline in the education infrastructure grant. Mbudziso yanga ndiyo uri, what is the progress of blended finance for school infrastructure to increase financing of infrastructure project to address the backlog and the new infrastructure needs? Ndikoribu.
Rolebuwa. The Honorable the Minister.
No, thank you very much, Chair, and let me sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. It was not out of disrespect, but I'm really sorry, and thank you really for accepting our apology. Chair, let me quickly go into the budget cuts and say it is a major concern for us also as a sector. We are working with Treasury to try and mitigate about those budget cuts so that they don't harm the sector. And Treasury has been extremely cooperative to assist us to make sure that the budgets don't eat on the main activities of the program. So I thought I should raise that we are equally concerned, but we're also working as a sector to make sure that we can find ways of mitigating against the budget. If I have time, let me quickly respond to the issue about reading for meaning. Chair, I think I've explained it so many times what reading for meaning is. Reading for meaning doesn't mean combining words and all the things that member is saying. In our assessment in PILS, Chair, we found out that, and it's been a very helpful exercise for us because we're competing with your Finland and other countries who have, by the time their children are at age 10, they have been in institutions, in crashes and ECD programs from the month 9. So by the time my kids are expected to contest with them at the age of 10, they've only been in school for 3 years, whereas the others have already been in school for 10 years. And that's why, as this government, we are ramping as much as we can to make sure that we strengthen and solidify our ECD program. But also the competition about Western Cape, I think the member has not read the report. The context is also, I think the differences is around language. Kids who have been taught in the mother tongue, because they're not even the best performing system. We have, I mean, they're struggling with it. Matric, even in PILS, they were not the top system. In PILS, it was the language. So the languages that excelled were languages like English, Afrikaans, Zulu, Xhosa, and Sotho. And why do they do that?
Thank
First,
you,
Afrikaans.
Minister. No, Honorable Minister, thank you. Your time is up. We have only 2 minutes to respond to all.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, but thank you very much, Chair, for understanding and allowing us to come back. But thanks also for the comments from members. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable members, please. There's still noise. I don't know whether you are bored or you don't want to listen to these declarations and questions. Please. Honorable Plagueis, whose mics are open there? Honorable May, please mute. Honorable May, as I believe. Is it the only one? Okay. Is the hand still there? Okay. We proceed to vote number 17, higher education and training. The DA.
While we are here today, please spare a thought for the people at Free Hospital and Livingston Hospital who today will not have specialist medical professionals taking care of them because Walter Sisulu University refused to accredit them. That is where your priority lies, the ANC. While we are talking here, we are talking about NSFAS, who, while the finance minister is sitting here, has still today from 2021 not given us the audit financial statements. And I would like the Minister of Finance to respond on that. We are talking of a 2.9 billion rand cut in the DA department. 2 billion of those are for NSFAS. 87,712 students will not be funded in 2024. This is your SASSA students that you are failing. We have accommodation credit providers who today handed a letter of demand to the NEFSA CEO because they have not been paid for their accommodation since February this year. But you know the worst thing about this is, Minister, is the fact that this year, we had students who went hungry. We had students that had to sleep outside that was left destitute. We had women, female students that this year had to sell their bodies to sugar daddies just to get some form of accommodation. So I ask you again, Minister, where are we going to get the 2 billion rand shortfall for next year? And how are we going to address the 2.2 billion rand National Treasury has instructed TVET colleges to withhold because of the shortfall? Keep in mind, 87,712 students will not be funded in 2024. Think about that, students, while you are standing there, eligible, that you are qualifying, and you will be defunded or culled again through some nonsensical eligibility criteria.
Thank you. FF Plus.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. My question to the Minister of Higher Education is that the adjusted budget for higher education states as if it is a great relief that NSFAS could fund less TVET students than provided for because many of them did not meet academic requirements. Therefore, 2 billion rand could be deducted from its budget. My question is, if that is regarded as a windfall, how do we plan to bridge a skills gap which was created in the first place by having too few TVET students? I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Boshoff, I'm not sure if it is your what you call earphones. Your voice doesn't come out so clearly. But I hope the minister is listening or the deputy. Your earphones are giving us something else.
Does it sound better without it, Madam Chair?
Yeah, okay, it's fine, but it's hard to hear you clearly, honestly speaking. If you can just try something and remove the earphones. Okay, ANC.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. Honorable House Chairperson, we are aware that the Department of Higher Education and Training has been having ongoing meetings in preparation for the academic year 2024. And one is really hoping to hear what some of the mitigation strategies in relation to the over 2 billion decline for university education have been, what mitigation strategies have been discussed within the department leading up to their preparations for the 2024 academic year. Thank you, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you. Those are all for the higher education and training. I'm told that the minister is not on the platform, but the GM is on the platform. GM?
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. With your permission, due to a poor network, can I please have my video staying off?
No problem.
Thank you so much. Firstly, I think it's important, House Chairperson, that we clarify, Honorable King, that the cuts that she is referring to are basically cuts, and I think are the cuts that are for the current financial year. We are aware that Treasury has asked us to do some adjustments for the next academic year, 2024, and we will, ensure that we're working quite closely with universities and with TVET colleges to make sure that, whatever cuts that are, imposed by Treasury, that those cuts do not firstly affect the unreasonable rise in tuition fees. Secondly, do not affect the number of enrollments of students in the next academic year. And thirdly, that the cut in terms of TVET college student has no consequence in terms of the current academic year, and that we still remain focused in ensuring that we increase the number of TVET college students registered over time so that we're able to get closer to our NDP targets. And I think it's important that we in the process do not spread propaganda that suggests that 85,000 students, as suggested by the honorable member, will be affected by this. It's basically stoking the fire for electoral purposes and has got nothing to do with the reality as reflected by the budget. Yes, the budgets will affect us, I think, as indicated by all the three members who asked their question. But we believe that through our preparations, engagements with
Honorable
stakeholders,
DM,
we are on course
your
to
time
make
is
sure
up.
that we have a peaceful academic year in
Thank you.
2024. Thank you so much, House Chair.
We now on vote 18 health, the DA.
Thank you, Chairperson. This budget reveals a government at odds with its own objectives. The Finance Minister expressed the importance of public-private partnerships, yet the Health Department persists with the NHI, which will decimate both the public and the private health sectors, thereby destroying any touted vision of enhanced public partnerships. Minister, how many of the public participation submissions and recommendations were taken into account in the National Assembly? How many in the NCOP? And what was the content of this mysterious letter that was allowed to derail parliamentary process? What is the total of the budget to realize the NHI? And Finance Minister, please tell us, can we afford the NHI? Or is this merely a tool for electioneering? The ANC government's focus on cadre deployment has led to wasteful expenditure, mismanagement of funds, fraud and corruption, casting a dark cloud over the efficient functioning of the health system. All provinces, except for the Western Cape, has performed dismally. Our call for accountability has fallen on deaf ears. While many families battle to put food on their tables, the ANC government want to hike taxes to fund the NHI and eliminate the relief from medical tax credits. South Africa is in the midst of a severe job crisis, compounded by a health system that does not align with the ideals in the NHI. The implications of overspending on an unfunded wage agreements are dire, particularly for hospital frontline services. Patients are paying the ultimate price as patient care takes a backseat to the ANC's political rhetoric. Rather institute a regulated framework to ensure cost containment and embrace the private sector's assistance in training doctors and nurses to build a robust and responsive healthcare system. In 2024, the DA will rescue South Africa and quality universal healthcare will be provided to every citizen in this country. We do not support this budget. Thank you.
Thank you. The EFF.
Thank you, House Chair. Minister, the MECs for Health and Finance in Gauteng have failed to intervene in a waste management tender worth millions that was awarded irregularly despite the tender period that had lapsed. Now, what steps has your department taken to ensure that the culprits are held to account and that the tender is reversed? And how can the public have confidence that these occurrences, these constant occurrences, will ever end? Thank you.
Thank you. The ANC.
Thank you very much, Stalo. The capitalism are the ones that they don't want the NHI, but I think we are very clear, and also people are ready. Today we'll be celebrating the achievement because NCOP is going to pass the NHI, which we are looking forward to implement it. So they will complain because I know that they are always complaining. Coming to the question, what are the implications of the anticipated budget adjustments on the communicable and non-communicable diseases programs for 2023-2028 National Strategic Plan for HIV, TB and STIs, with particular reference to South Africans' prospects to achieve the 95-95-95 targets by 2025 as outlined in the Global AIDS Strategy. The NHI is going to assist Honorable Wilson because his husband was rejected in the private sector. So we are trying to accommodate everybody. Forward with NHI, forward.
Yeah,
Hey,
mara
Bo.
asingakhulumi ngabantu abangekho la.
Oh, husband.
As a belief, let's not do that. Especially, let's be sensitive, especially when we talk about illnesses, please, honorable members. The Honorable GM.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and good afternoon to the honorable members. As Honorable Keller has just said, our minister is not able to join us because he's on a very historic debate in the NCOP, finalizing the NHI, which in this house we are at in June this year, 203 votes supported the NHI. So to Honorable Clark, yes, I would not be able to give you the background because at the time you joined the portfolio committee late, we had finished with the public hearings on the National Assembly with regards to that. And the NHI is going to actually be implemented because it is a social solidarity principle. It's a universally accepted by even WHO that all countries must actually go towards this because even all our people who are disadvantaged, including the people who work in your space, in my space, your domestic workers must benefit just as good as yourself. Health is a public good, and therefore this process has gone that way. We will be implementing. As to where we are going to get funding, it starts by actually looking into what is our benefits as honorable members in terms of the levies that we do get to subsidize our medical aids. That starts there so that it can benefit everybody else. Over and above that, we will be engaged with the Treasury to get that. But the principle of getting this is in place, is the issue of getting it sorted out in terms of the national funding. That will be a matter that is going to be actually discussed. We have really reduced, Honorable Keller, we have had a reduction of about R1 billion from our 23 billion allocated for the HIV, STI, and TB grant, top slice 1 billion from us. We were hopeful that, yes, indeed, in this 95, where as a country we are sitting at 95, 78, 92, we might have to accelerate in terms of TB recovery and also in terms of moving some of about 1.8 million South Africans that we know are out there HIV positive that are not in the system as yet.
Thank you. Your time is up, Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister. Thank you. We are now on vote 19, social development. The DA.
Point of order, Chair.
Oh, Honorable Minister.
The honorable member also asked a question directed to me.
You don't have to respond because the relevant department was here. We are Mkhale. Askis Minister. Unfortunately, we don't have time on our side. I'm not going to allow it. DA, okay, let's proceed. Order, honorable members, please. Mama Sango, you may proceed.
Angibonge kakhulu sihlalo hloniphekile.
Order.
Kuyakhathaza ukuthi lapho umphakathi waseNingizimu Afrika udinga umnyango wezokuthuthukiswa komphakathi okwaziyo ukusabela uma kunezidingo ezisemqoka kubantu bakithi ikakhulukazi labo abadla imbuya ngothi lo mnyango uhluleka ngisho ukubakhokhela izibonelelo zabo. Kunemibiko eveza isimo esinyantisayo sokwanda kwesibalo sezingane ezingakhuli ngendlela okufanele zikhule ngayo, ezinye ziyalahlwa, ezinye zize siphangalale ngenxa yendlala. Imizamo ye-DA yokwethula imbono yokulwa nokwenyuka kwamanani okudla iyaqhubeka nokushaywa indiva uhulumeni we-ANC. Umnyango kaNgqongqoshe uZulu ulibele ukubhidliza isikhungo okuyisona kuphela lapho abahlukunyezekayo bebesizakala khona. Uvule isiteshi sikamabonakude esikhethekile, kuvalwa ngobuningi amahhovisi omnyango wezokuthuthukiswa komphakathi kwisifundazwe sase-Mpuma Koloni. Osonhlalakahle abadingeka kakhulu bahlele emakhaya lapho kuhlukunyezwa kanye nokusetshenziswa kwezidakamizwa kwanda unyaka nonyaka. Yikuphi lapho abantu bakithi abantulayo nezingane nabadala kanye nabakhubazekile okufanele bathole khona usizo abalidingayo. Ama-NPO kufanele awenze kanjani umsebenzi wawo owesekela wona lo mnyango uma uxhaso kahulumeni lukhokhwa ngonyawo lonwabo, kuncishiswa noma luze lumiswe. Izimpendulo zale mbuzo Mageba esemqoka kangaka zitholakala kwinqubomgomo ye-DA yokuthuthukiswa komphakathi esesiyisebenzisa la eNtshona Koloni nezoqala ukusebenza kuhulumeni kazwelonke ngonyaka ozayo uma sithatha izintambo zokutakula uMzansi Afrika. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you. IFP.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. House Chairperson, earlier this year, the IFP cautioned that we will support DSD's budget, but that we cannot approve an election budget for the ANC. This came after the ANC president boasted during a by-election earlier this year that one of the greatest achievements of the ANC-led government has been the extension of the welfare state, whereby almost half of South Africans now rely on some type of grant alone for their survival. Now an election poster has again surfaced, which uses an image of a SASSA card asking people to vote for the ANC. It is simply unforgivable, Chair, that the plight of the poor and the most vulnerable are being politicized. We want to caution our government that they will not get away with abusing taxpayer monies through DSD's budget for electioneering purposes. Moreover, the IFP remains concerned with regards to the plight of social workers, NPOs, and the fact that none of SASSA's telephone lines ever work. Finally, Chair, as a portfolio committee, we have often raised our concerns with regards to DSD's gender-based violence call center. We have asked whether it's fully functional and effective, considering the ever-rising levels of gender-based violence. Now reports have surfaced that the center has collapsed because the minister irregularly appointed a tender to an associate at the cost of 45 million rand a month. All of these issues are extremely worrying developments, and it's clear that the poor, the vulnerable, and victims of violence and abuse deserve better. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Mlenzana and Honorable Mpumza, as a brief. Ama-voice wenu ngiwezwa nila nibhekene niyakhuluma nangezandla. The ANC?
Na Kensa Mtsamashitulu. Anuku vanhu va ka hina va South Africa. Swivulavulo swo tala mi nga swi tweleli. Vanhu sweswi va gaya mavhoutu va ta vulavula na leswo ka swi nga fanelanga. Minister, the major declinement is in the social relief of distress program at 1.7 billion, which criterion of applicants have been discarded for the social relief of distress, and does the consideration factor in the precarious nature of income or remittance of the unemployment? Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable, the Minister of Social Development.
My sincere apology, Chairperson. I am out in the communities dealing with issues of gender-based violence. So I will switch off my video so that you know that it's
problem.
me. Thank you very much. First and foremost, I want to put it on record that the people who are standing up here and saying things which they themselves know are not true, they are the ones who are politicking. They are the ones who are campaigning for elections. The African National Congress, which I belong to, which is a party of the people, does not need to be reminded by people who are politicking here. Honorable members, these members who are speaking here, they sit in the portfolio committee where we consistently give our reports, where we account to the portfolio committee, and the issues that Honorable Masango is raising. It is very unfortunate that she's talking about the one area somewhere in the Western Cape, when the majority of our people in the Western Cape are suffering day in, day out. This government and this Department of Social Development does everything to respond to the felt needs of the people. We don't talk hearsay. We don't cover one province. We cover all 9 provinces. As it is, I am in the Free State, where the President Cyril Ramaphosa, will be tomorrow addressing thousands of our people who will be coming there to listen to him. This issue of the amount that is being said we spend per month, I'm sure if people who are knowing how it works, how do you pay 43 million to anybody per month? And then the department, it means the department would have collapsed by now. And it's nonsensical also for members to come here and
Thank you very
claim
much. Your
that
time
I
is up.
appointed anybody. I don't appoint
Thank you.
anybody. The
Thank
department appoints. So they must
Thank
just
you,
shut up.
Honorable Minister. Your time is up. Thank you. We proceed. Vote 20, pass. Vote 21, pass. Vote 22, pass. Vote 23, pass. Vote 24, pass. We are now on vote 25, Justice and Constitutional Development. The EFF.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. During the EFF oversight visit at the Randburg Magistrates Court, we witnessed a shocking poor filing and system, and taking into consideration that the budget will be cut, especially we court operations, and there are a number of backlogs running into thousands. What is the intervention which the department will ensure that this is the department is properly resourced to eliminate the backlog and to have the e-filing system? Thank you.
Thank you. The ANC.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Honorable Minister, at the beginning of 2023, government committed to engage, you are making noise, to engage on radical policy reforms to ensure whistleblower protection. Now, the question is, what progress has been made to that effect, and what are the realistic, pragmatic, and programs to ensure that whistleblowers are protected? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Deputy Minister.
Thanks, House Chair. Good afternoon, everybody. Just on Ms. Mkwebane's question, look, she's asking about raising the issue of the problem of filing of papers at Randburg Magistrates Court, which has been, as far as I understand it, addressed, and then goes on to speak about court backlogs and e-filing. On the issue of court backlogs, that is something that is the responsibility of both the department and the judiciary. But we sit regularly with the chief magistrates on a quarterly basis and the regional court presidents to discuss where the blockages are as far as backlogs. And every effort is made to attend to them. On e-filing, obviously, it's going to, in the longer term, make things cheaper if we can reduce as much to virtual courts and virtual filing. There has been the pilot run in the High Court. So that is very much on the agenda. But just to say that the budget cuts obviously will have an impact on this program of modernization. On Honorable Ngola's question, the department published a draft paper on whistleblowers and protected disclosures. It was published, I think, in June, and there were a number of comments received. The department is now going through those comments and coming up with a draft bill, which will then be published itself for further comment. So work is ongoing on that issue, and we expect to see results soon. Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you very much. We proceed. Vote 26, we pass. Vote 27, we pass. We are now on vote 28, police. The DA?
Thank you, House Chairperson. Allow me to begin by conveying my heartfelt condolences and those of the DA to the family of DA Chief Whip in the Mgeni Municipality Council in Ndlovu, who was murdered tragically yesterday. May his soul rest in peace, and may SAPS leave no stone unturned in order to bring his killers to book. Now, Chairperson, the systemic dysfunction and consequent internal inefficiencies within the SAPS are a complex cocktail of cadre deployment, a decline in professional standards, political interference, and weak oversight. None of these challenges can be repaired by throwing 3 billion rand at compensation of employees in this adjustments budget, while ignoring the deep systemic overhaul that is required to turn the SAPS into a modern, professional, and effective police service. The adjustments budget deals a devastating blow to the construction and upgrading of police stations, with more than R500 million being stripped from this program to defray legal costs, while more than R160 million has been taken away from machinery and equipment, which will now further compromise service delivery. The biggest allocation in the budget is to visible policing for compensation of employees, but without new police stations, where will these new recruits be deployed? The second biggest allocation in the budget is to protection and security services. No surprise there. VIP protection getting a boost of an additional R80 million allocated to keep politicians safe. To put this government's priorities into perspective, crime intelligence has received half this amount, with a 1% increase, while detective services receives an increase of just 1.4%. In spite of its more than R100 billion budget in the previous financial year, SAPS only achieved 65% of its targets. This tells you that SAPS doesn't have a budget problem. It has a management and performance problem, which requires a comprehensive overhaul of its management, an entirely reconfigured budget, and a new minister who will not spend R500 million of taxpayers' money to send his PA to the Rugby World Cup. Thank you.
Thank you. NFP? ANC? Oh, FF Plus. I'm sorry.
That's all right, House Chair. Thank you so much. House Chair, a question to the Minister. With the allocation of almost R80 million to VIP protection, what is the rationality thereof whilst there is shortages in especially criminal intelligence and also detection services, where that money could have gone to fill those shortages and address those shortages. What is the rationality? I thank you.
Thank you. NFP, you're not connected yet. We pass ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. It is reported in the MTBPS on police that the lower than targeted detection rate for contact crime and crime against women and children was mainly due to capacity constraint in the detective service, resulting in the high number of case dockets per detective. How will the department improve and ensure that the targets are met? I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable, the Minister of Police. Oh, he's back. Don't do that next time. I won't allow you. Speak.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. A question to the Minister of Police. Minister, if you saw the latest statement by Lieutenant General Nkhonazi of KZN, who says elite members, special force members with all the skills and experience are leaving the force in droves. Is there something sinister about this, or is it that they're going for better prospects? So the question is, what are you going to do to retain your police officers by ensuring you give them better benefits, not 23 Rand danger allowance, which is a disgrace. Give them better housing, protect them so that, they can provide a service, ensure that they are promoted timelessly, make sure they have housing which is closest to where they work. Some of them are traveling 130 kilometers to their homes, Minister. So if you tell us what you're going to do to make life for a police officer better so that you can retain them and they can be motivated and work harder. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The Honorable, the Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Starting with the last question. In droves, I'm not an English speaker, but I think in drove means many, many people. The question raised by the provincial commissioner, he spoke about 8 people from the special task force that have left. There are 8. But by the way, there are other issues about the special task force. You don't stay there long. You stay there while you are young and fit and all. There will be a movement on that one. On droves, exactly could not be the term at this present moment. But that's a group of people that anyway they live close where they work. I fully agree with him that the accommodations issues of the police generally will have to be improved. He has raised that before. We are looking at that. Indeed, there's been a problem on detectives. That's why we are training a bigger number from the new recruits that have passed last year and are passing this year and will pass next year. We're recruiting more numbers to be trained as detectives, but also we're inviting those that have left the system. The last one of Honorable Whitfield for the change of minister must wait for elections. He has no business to come here and hire and fire the ministers on the platform. He knows what is happening, must wait for the time. Thanks.
Thank you. We now proceed to vote 29, Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development. The EFF.
Thank you, Chair. Given that South Africa is leading in 3 socio-economic challenges, which is the inequality, poverty, and unemployment, what will be the impact of this reduction to the poor and unemployed? Will South Africa not be driven into food aid category, where we become a beneficiary of social responsibility program of imperialism? Thank you.
Thank you. NFP.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Minister, could you tell us what is the latest development in terms of transferring ownership, right, title, and interest of the land of those people living on the Ingonyama Trust land to the people in themselves, given the fact that the High Court found Ingonyama Trust land unconstitutional? And of course, let us not forget that former President Kgalema Motlanthe, in terms of his commission report, also indicated that it is unlawful and the land must belong to the people and in the Ngonyama Trust land. Thank you.
Thank you. The ANC,
Thank you very much, Chair. South Africa faces a serious challenge.
Bawudlamini, mana kancane, kanti fanele ngiyenzeni? Ubaba uMlenzane. No, now, Honorable Zaza, please. Proceed, Baba.
Thanks very much. South Africa faces a serious challenge of poverty to the majority of our people, and investment in food security is regarded as a solution to addressing such through the development of agricultural sector. With government and the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development seeking to address the matter of food security challenges through the agricultural sector, how can this be achieved? Through the reduction of funding by National Treasury of 402,684. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable, the Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair, honorable members in the House, and thank you very much for those honorable members who raised the questions. If I were to answer both questions from the EFF and the ANC, which relates to the impact of the reduction on food security, one can actually indicate that while these reductions are not advisable, we do appreciate the general situation that our fiscals have. And we are looking at how we can make interventions with the resources that are available between us and the provinces to make sure that our food security programs are not negatively impacted upon. Secondly, one of the issues that we're looking at is ramping up household food security to make sure that we can cushion, particularly those people who are far away from the cities where the shocks on logistics sometimes do have an impact on the movement of goods. And therefore, if we strengthen our food security at household level, it ensures that communities and households can be able to feed themselves or complement some of the food items by producing their own food. Secondly, if one were to answer the question on Ngonyama Trust, it's important for me to make a correction. In Ngonyama Trust, the case between CASAC and Ngonyama Trust is still a matter that is in court, where the board had taken the matter to the Supreme Court. But it's important to clarify that the judgment did not struck off Ngonyama Trust Act. However, it struck off the use of leases by the Ngonyama Trust, which according to the court was not supposed to have been done. And that is what we're working on rectifying.
Thank you very much, unfortunately. Thank you. Vote 30, communication, digital technologies, we pass. Vote 31, labor, we pass. Vote 32, forestry, fisheries and environment, the IFP.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you, Honorable Minister of Agriculture, for enlightening some members in this House who are still in darkness. Honorable Minister of Environment, who is now in Dubai.
Point of order, Chairperson.
Honorable Minister of Finance.
Honorable Singh, please take your seat. What is
I'd like
your...
to know if Honorable Singh will take a question.
But really, yes, please, Honorable Singh. Are you ready?
Really, Chair, is that a joke?
Really, Chair, really, Honorable.
You know, I've got 2 minutes left for questions.
Please proceed.
Thank
No
you.
question. No,
Thank you.
please, let's respect this session, please. I know, guys. Proceed, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you. Honorable Minister, I'm starting again, Honorable Chair. Honorable Minister of Environment, I hope you are doing justice to us in Dubai at a very, very important conference. But I'm glad the Honorable Minister of Finance is here. Because Minister, your budget has been cut by 235 million. And yet your department must ensure climate change mitigation. How are you going to do that when your budget is cut to that extent and when we are signing agreements there in Dubai? Thank you.
The Minister of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair, and greetings to all the honorable members from Dubai. Honorable Singh, I think that none of us want our budgets to be cut, and each one of us believes that our portfolio is the most important to our country. And indeed, there is no more serious issue, in my view, than the problems of climate change. However, Honorable Singh, I'm sure you will agree that as departments and as ministers, we have a collective responsibility to ensure the financial stability of our country. And so when we were requested to review our budget, we worked very carefully in all of our branches to identify areas where we thought we may underspend and areas where we could consolidate interventions so that we could make a collective contribution to ensuring budget stability in the country. We believe that some of the sacrifices that we will have to make in the short term will assist us in the longer term, and we are committed to doing everything we can to achieve the objectives that we can achieve, both to build climate resilience and to ensure biodiversity protection and other areas of our portfolio. And it is our sincere belief that we can do this within the existing fiscal envelope, and we look forward to a situation where the finances of our country will allow us to do even more. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. We passed on vote 33, human settlement. And we now go to honorable members. I'm informed that at the moment, the Minister for vote 34 is presenting at the COP 28. And the deputy is also held somewhere. So I'm just going to pass that one. We will appreciate if you can just maybe, if it is a question, send it as a written form. Honorable Mani?
Chair, the question I have is actually, could have been shared between the Minister of Energy and the Minister of Finance. Can I ask that part?
Let me allow you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, House Chair. Minister, noting that all these foreign loans in the energy sector in particular, there are all kinds of conditions that are there. The issue is, to what extent will these conditions undermine the developmental agenda of the state? For instance, would we not be forced to close coal plants and all these funny things just to make sure that the imperialists get their way? Well, we're very worried about these conditions of these loans. Thank you.
Imakancane tata. Imakancane tata akubuze abanye uzoziphendula zonke. The ANC on mineral resources and energy. The ANC.
Chair,
Okay, proceed, Honorable Mahlone.
my understanding is that you allowed Honorable Manye because he's asking the Minister of Finance at the moment.
Yes, you okay?
Those that have a question to the Minister of Mineral Resources
Okay.
and Energy should hold that. Am I correct to
you.
assume that?
No, you can do it in writing. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
Honorable Minister, now you may respond to Honorable Manye.
I suspect Honorable Manye refers to the loans which we'll call DPOs. Those are what is loans that are called police support loans. In other words, what you say to people is that I'm involved in this kind of policy environment. Is this an environment you can fund for loan purposes? And those are not conditions, is what it's policy-related loans. They are called in short DPOs. The policy is yours. You are supported in your loan is given to you to support your policy trajectory. That's the point I want to make. Will we deal away with coal plants? It's a matter of debate. Let me tell you the problem. You were accusing me right now of not wanting to support Eskom to develop a new generation, whose effect was precisely to undermine the coal mines. To undermine the coal mines, let me just tell you the issue. Part of the loans were intended to support Eskom to do a commodity arrangement, which you must have recognized now, to decommission certain plants. And from a government perspective, we've said, for now, it's not appropriate for us to decommission coal plants when we don't have power to the grid. And as a result, the decommissioning of those plants has been postponed, and no money is flowing to Eskom to fund those decommissioning and renewable and put renewables. So I thought you must be clear about conditionality, where a government whose main objective is clear, take loans on our own terms. That's not the answer.
Thank you. We proceed, science and innovation. We pass small business development. We pass sports, arts and culture. We pass tourism. We pass. We are now on vote 39, trade, industry and competition, the ACDP.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. The ACDP notes that the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition budget decreased from 11.8 billion in the 2021-22 financial year to 10.9 billion in the 2022-23 financial year. And the initial budget appropriated for DTIC of some 10.9 billion was further revised downward to some 10.7 billion, resulting in a financial haircut of over 200 million or some 1.1 billion over the last 2 financial years. Now, the DTIC's mission is to promote structural transformation towards a dynamic industrial and globally competitive economy, to provide a predictable, competitive, equitable and socially responsible environment conducive to investment, trade and enterprise development, amongst others. Now, these are noble goals, and they are being undermined not by exogenous factors, but rather endogenous. There can be no meaningful structural transformation, neither a responsible environment conducive to investment, trade and enterprise development, where there is no secure energy supply, and where Transnet hinders export and import goods from leaving or entering our country, and where race-based policies crowd out foreign and direct investment as well as domestic investment. Now, Minister, with the 200 million haircut or 1.1 billion downsizing over the last 2 financial years, and the endogenous own goals scored against our economy, what structural transformation or policy change is planned? And do you agree with the ACDP's recommendation that an index be established to monitor beneficiation in South Africa? Thank you.
Thank you. The ANC.
Thank you, Chairperson. There has been a use line reduction of 292 million to the department's baseline. How does the department intend to restructure its programs without negatively impacting on the critical programs that drive industrialization and support especially economic zones and industrial parks? Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable, the Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson, and thank you for the questions that were put
by both the ACDP and the ANC, and I am pleased to see that both parties have really made the point about the importance of an active trade, industrial, and competition function in expanding growth in our economy and enabling more jobs for South Africans. The challenges that we've had at the fiscal level that required the changes to our budget needed to be responded to. So what we've done is we've tried to do more with the resources that we have. The first thing is we've looked at consolidating with inside the department. We've cut the number of programs from 10 to 9, not by cutting services, but by cutting overheads and consolidating. Secondly, we're improving the efficiency of what we're doing by finding new partnerships with the private sector. For example, in the competition area, we've got a lot more money that we're now mobilizing in mergers and acquisitions that can help to do what we're seeking to do. It should indicate then, as part of what we're looking at for the future, is building a much stronger relationship between our work and the work of other government departments, that we can use the range of tools. I like the suggestion that the Honorable Tring raises of the index on beneficiation. And in fact, there's a key moment for us now with a critical mineral resource base that South Africa has, to be able to deploy that, to utilize that in our own path of development to electric vehicles. I know that there are some challenges that we will need to address in the relationship between national, provincial, and local government to unlock industrial parks and special economic zones. We may need to slow down a little bit our program of new SEZs, but we want to support the consolidation and, in fact, the strengthening.
Thank you very much.
Of economic zones. So we're going to be doing more with the resources that we have now to be able to build our economy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We now on vote 40 transport, the IFP.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Minister, with regard to decrease of 1.2 billion in the medium-term budget and devastating state of our roads, which leads to thousands of people dying on the network, the lack of alternative transport for goods and services via railways, such as the 80 kilometers of track packed alongside of the road on the N2, Empangeni, and N11 in Newcastle, waiting to load coal. I would like to know what measures has the department put in place to meet this service delivery non-negotiable, considering the budget decrease. I thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Transport? You didn't register. Honorable Minister of Transport?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. There are quite a number of issues raised in the question. The first one will be on road safety, which of course is the program that we are embarking on 365 days of the year. And of course, we heighten our work during seasons where we have more traffic on our roads, like during the festive season, during the Easter weekend and all that. But also, Chairperson, on the issue of road traffic, we are putting measures in place. For instance, we have the freight logistic roadmap, which we're taking to Cabinet, which aims to implement the national rail policy, which calls for the separation of infrastructure, rail freight infrastructure from the operators. We believe that when this is implemented, it's also going to bring in place the private sector, which also the framework we're taking to Cabinet, which is the private sector participation framework, wherein we're going to have in the rail sector an equivalent of SANRA. We also are looking at, and I think the Minister of Public Service, Public enterprises will agree to this one, that we're putting measures in our ports to ensure that they work, including the Port of Richards Bay, which was not meant for trucks, but was meant for rail services. We're ensuring that we bring back that rail services so that we can then have the port functioning effectively and efficiently. So yes, indeed, we are putting measures. We also are adding lanes, for instance, on the N3, so that we have traffic moving much faster. And we therefore have quite a number of projects that are being put in place to ensure that traffic moves with speed. So there are quite a number of measures that we're putting in place in order to ensure that traffic moves, and also to ensure that
Thank you very
trucks
much.
on the road. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Minister. Water and sanitation, IFP.
Thank you very much, Chair. The most important thing in life is water. Honorable Minister, I'm going to ask you a question related to water, but from the tourism angle. Now, tourists are going to be flooding the beaches of Durban, Cape Town, and other areas where there are beaches. But it has been reported that on a number of the beaches, also in the Cape Town area and in Durban, raw sewage is flowing openly into the beaches. Now, your department has...
Order, members. Proceed.
Your department has a responsibility, water and sanitation, to assist municipalities to overcome the difficulties of providing proper infrastructure. Is there anything that your department is going to do to ensure that, like in areas like Umkomaas, where residents are complaining of raw sewage in the sea, Durban, Western Cape, that something is going to be done by the Department of Water and Sanitation? Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable, the Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Number one, with regard to the beaches in the Western Cape, under the jurisdiction of the City of Cape Town, the relevant department to take on this question is the Environmental Affairs. It relates to the release of raw sewer that was being proposed by that municipality, which is being handled by them and the Department of Environmental Affairs. But elsewhere in the Western Cape, especially in Drakenstein, we have intervened. There has been a turnaround, and that municipality has even won an award in an aspect of handling sanitation, and we commend them. With regard to eThekwini, we have intervened in eThekwini to support them, and we have via Umgeno Tugela Water Board taken over 10 of their sewer plants that represent 90% of sewer processing in the city, and that is being refurbished. Those sewer plants are being refurbished as we speak, and they are being upgraded so that we no longer have a sequence of such incidents and processes the honorable member is referring to. That is what we are doing at the moment.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, and thank you, members. That concludes the question and answer session on votes. We shall now proceed to decide on votes and schedule. The same process will appear. We'll use the same process in that we go to vote one. On vote one, I've got the objection of the DA, the FF+, the ACDP, and the EFF, and there is no division. Thus saying that with the noting of the objection, the vote is agreed to. Vote two, Parliament. We have got the objection of the DA, the FF+, the ACDP, and the EFF. And there was no calling for division, so vote two is agreed to. On vote three, we have the DA, the FF+, the ACDP, and the EFF, and we have a division called by the DA. Honorable members, the bells will be rung for 5 minutes. Thank you for support. Honorable members, as the bells are ringing, just inform your members. After this 5 minutes, I'm going to 15 seconds. So they must be
Recording
ready.
stopped. Recording in progress.
30 seconds left. Check your members to be back. Not yet, not yet. 20 seconds left. Honorable Mani, This is a sacred area. Done. Thank you very much. Let's not fight. Nobody will be coming in either into the house or onto the virtual platform. And that will happen like that because the only time you will have we vote is when there is nothing else on the other side. Honorable members, the Speaker has determined that in accordance with the rules, a manual voting procedure will be used for this division. Honorable members, party whips will then be given an opportunity to confirm the number of their members present and indicate if they vote for or against the question. A member who wishes to abstain or vote against the party vote may do so by informing the chair. Right, we have confirmed that there is a requisite quorum and we will now proceed. The question before the House is that vote number 3, cooperative governance, be agreed to, the report be agreed to. I believe that our whips are ready. I'm going to now ask the ANC.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. In the House, we are 49. On virtual platform, we are 153. The total number is 202 voting in favor. Thank you.
Thank you. The DA?
House Chair, we are 18 in the House, 55 online, 73 in total, voting against this budget vote.
Thank you. EFF?
House Chair, the EFF has 19 members online and 8 in the House, giving us 27 voting against.
Thank you. The IFP?
Thank you, House Chair. In the House, we are 7. Online, we've got 4 members, a total of 11 in favor of.
Thank you. FF Plus?
Thank you, House Chair. We are 3 members in the House, 4 members online, that's 7 voting against.
Thank you. Am I too fast for you guys? Are you coping? Okay. ACDP?
Thank you, House Chair. The ACDP is 2 online, 2 in the House voting against. Thank you.
Thank you. The UDM? ATM? Good.
House Chair, 2 online voting in favor. Thank you.
Thank you. NFP?
Chair, 1 in the House in support.
Thank you. AIC? Cope?
Chair, 1 in the House and against.
Thank you. PAC?
1 virtually in favor.
Thank you. Al-Jama?
1 on virtual in favor.
Thank you very much. Are there any members who wish to abstain or vote differently from their party? If not, this session is closed. Thank you. Honorable members, the ayes 218, the noes 112, and as such, we don't have any abstention. The question is accordingly agreed to. And then we proceed Vote for Government and Communication Information System. We note the following objections by the DA, the FF Plus, the ACGP, and the EFF. On vote number 5, there is no division. On vote number 5, Home Affairs, we note the objections of DA, FF Plus, ACDP, and EFF, and there is no division asked. So that, oh, I forgot to say in the previous one, that it's agreed to. And now this one, Home Affairs, that the first one, let me read it. Vote for is agreed to. Home Affairs is agreed to. There is no division. I've already mentioned the objecting parties. On vote 6, international relations and cooperation, we know the objection of the DA, the FF Plus, the ACDP, and the EFF, and no call for division. So the vote is agreed to. On vote 7, we have National School of Governance. We note the objections of the DA, FF Plus, ACDP, and EFF, no calling for division. The vote is agreed to. Vote 8, National Treasury. We have the objections of the DA, FF Plus, ACDP, and EFF, no division. The vote is agreed to. Vote 9, planning, monitoring, and evaluation. We have got objections from the DA, the FF Plus, the ACDP, and the EFF. No call for division. The vote is agreed to. Vote 10, public enterprise. We have got the objections of the DA, the FF Plus, the ACDP, the EFF, and there is a call for division, and the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Thank you very much. Honorable members, I think we all know the drill. We know the rules for this type of activity that we are undertaking now. I'm not going back there. Mine will just make sure that the whips are ready and they give me what they have. If you are not sure about your members on the platform, the table staff is there to assist you. Thank you very much. Are you ready? Is ANC?
Yes, Honorable House Chairperson. Online, we are 154 members. Then in the House, we are 49. The total number is 203 in favor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The DA?
House Chair, we are 18 in the House, 55 online, a total of 73 voting against the budget vote.
Thank you. The EFF?
Thank you, Chair. We are 19 online and we are 10 in the House, giving us 29.
I'm sorry, can you please?
Not in support, Chair.
Okay, okay, thank you. Did you hear the House? Did you hear the numbers?
I said
Okay,
not in
thank you.
support. 10 in
Okay,
the
I
House
heard
and
that
19
one.
online.
Thank you, I had that one. Thank you. The IFP? Order, members.
Thank you, House Chair. In the House, we are 7. Online, we are 4 voting against.
Thank you. FF Plus?
Thank you, House Chair. We are 3 in the House, 4 online. That's 7 voting against.
Thank you. ACDP?
Thank you, Chair. ACDP 2 online, 2 in the House, voting against.
Larasa? Asseblief. We are not on UDM. ATM, good.
House Chair, 2 online, voting in support. Thank you.
Thank you. NFP,
Chair, 1 in the House in support.
thank you. AIC, Cope,
1 in support.
thank you. PAC,
1 voting against.
thank you. Al-Jama,
1 on virtual, voting in favor.
thank you very much. Are there any members who wish to abstain or vote differently from their party? None. The voting session is closed. Thank you. These are the results, honorable members. For vote 10 public enterprises, the yeas are 208 and the noes are 125. And as such, the question is accordingly agreed to. Thank you very much. We now proceed. Vote 11. We have the objections of the DA, FF plus, ACDP and EFF, no division called. The vote is agreed to. Vote 12, Public Service and Commission. Public Service Commission, we note the objections of the DA, FF plus, ACDP and EFF, and no division, the vote is agreed to. Vote 13, Public Works and Infrastructure. We note the objections of the DA, FF plus, ACDP and EFF, and no division, the vote is agreed to, accordingly agreed to. We now move to vote 14, Statistics South Africa. It's, we got the objection from FF plus, ACDP and EFF, and no division, the vote is agreed to. Vote 15, Traditional Affairs. We note the objections of the DA, FF plus, ACDP, EFF, no division, and the vote is agreed to. Basic Education, vote 16. We note the objections of the DA, the FF plus, the ACDP, and the EFF, and there is a request for a division from the DA. The bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Thank you very much. Party whips. We all know the drill now. The ANC.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Our numbers haven't changed. 154 on virtual platform, 49 in the House, 203 in total, voting in support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then the DA.
House Chair, in the House, we are 18. Online, we are 53. In total, we are 71 voting against this budget vote.
Thank you. The EFF.
Thank you, House Chair. In the House, we are 10. Online, we are 18. And all 28 are voting against. We vote against everything coming from this ANC.
Thank you.
Everything.
IFP.
Thank you, House Chair. In the House, we are 7. Online, we are 3. Total of 10 voting in favor.
Thank you. FF Plus.
Thank you, House Chair. We are still 3 in the House, 4 online, that's 7 voting against.
Thank you. ACDP.
2 online, ACDP is 2 online.
Wacht, Biggie.
The ACDP is 2 online, 2 in the House, 4 voting against. Thank you.
Thank you. UDM. ATM. Good.
House Chair, 2 online voting in support.
Thank you. NFP.
1 in the House in support.
Thank you. AIC. Cope.
1-4.
Thank you. 1-4. Yeah. Bangswil. PAC.
1 chair voting in favor.
Thank you. Al-Jama.
1 voting in favor.
Thank you very much. Is there any member that wishes to abstain or vote differently from their party? None. The voting session is closed. Thank you. These are the results, honorable members. Voting for or support in support 219, and then voting against is 110. Thus, the question is accordingly agreed to. Next one is health, vote 18. Oh, we are there now. Sorry. Higher education, sorry for that. Vote 17. We note the objections of the DA, FF Plus, ACDP, EFF, and the division has been called by the DA. The bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Thank you very much. Honorable members, we know the drill. May I now ask the whips to present the ANC?
Thank you, House Chairperson. In the House, we are 49. On virtual platform, we are 152. The total is 1 in favor. Thank you.
Honorable North Nahel, you were in the House and you didn't bother us. Please switch off. Proceed, DA.
House Chair, online singamashumi mahlanu anane apha endlini silishumi elinesibhozo sisonke singamashumi asixhenxe anesibini. We're voting against.
Are you all good there with the language? Thank you.
House Chair, we are 18 online and 10 in the House, all voting against. We'll
Thank
vote
you.
against, like the rest of South Africa.
Okay, thank you. IFP.
We are all voting against.
Set as a brief, Honorable Paulsen. Set. IFP.
Thank you, House Chairperson. In the House, we are 7. Online, we are 3, a total of 10 voting in support.
Thank you. FF Plus.
Thank you, House Chair. We are still 3 members in the House, 4 online, voting against.
Thank you. ACDP.
ACDP is 2 online, 2 in the House, 4 voting against.
UDM. ATM. Good.
2 online voting in favor.
Thank you. NFP.
1 in the House in support.
Thank you. AIC. Cope.
1-4.
Thank you. 1 in support, Cope. PAC.
1 in support.
Thank you. Al-Jama.
One in support.
Thank you very much. Is there any member who wish to abstain or vote differently from their party? None. The voting session is closed. Thank you. The results for higher education and training are as follows. The support or voting yes is 217 and voting against is 111. The question is accordingly agreed to. Thank you very much. We now on vote 18 health. The following objections, the DA, the FF plus, ACDP and EFF, the DA has called for a division. The 15 seconds ringing of the bell will take place. Unfortunately, the rules do not allow me to go below 15 seconds. No, people leave the platform. I can't forge. Are you ready? All right, the ANC.
Ngiyakubonga sihlalo lohloniphekile. Endlini singemashumi lamane nesishiyagalolunye. Ku-virtual
49.
platform sinelikhulu nemashumi lasihlanu nakubili. Kuhlangene konke
152.
sinemakhulu lamabili nakunye. Siyalisekela leli vote.
49 plus 152. Sure. DA?
Sihlalo online singamashumi mahlanu anane. Apha endlini silishumi elinesibhozo sisonke ngamashumi asixhenxe anambini voting against.
Hayi fakani into zenu lapha. Do you have your earphones with you guys? Uyabona siye ekhaya manje. Otherwise you'll get lost. Just put in your earphones before I call the next party. So that you hear what usiqhenxe is. The EFF?
Thank you, House Chair. We are 10 in the House, 18 on the virtual platform, and we're all voting against.
Thank you. IFP?
Ke a leboga modulasetulo ka mo ntlong re supa online re bataro
Wait, Zaza. Sorry.
the total ke
Honorable
leshome.
Majozi, wait. Kwenzakalani kule yakhona?
Ayarasa niyangola.
Can you repeat? I was trying to. Honorable Sonia. Hayi, ikhwaya uyifake lapho. Kubeka lapho mama, cala phansi. I'm sorry for that. Bayakucula lapha ekhoneni. Yeah.
No, ke a leboga modulasetulo mo ntlong re ba supa online re bataro, the total number of leshome. We are all voting in support.
Thank you.
Babataro.
FF plus.
Ay, Babataro.
Hey, asseblief. Hanana.
Dankie, agbare huisvoorsitter. Ons is 3 lede in die huis, 4 aanlyn, dit is 7 wat teenstem.
Thank you. ACDP?
ACDP is 2 online, 2 in the House, 4 voting against. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, are you aware that this table staff here has to hear those people and write the correct numbers? I don't understand why you are busy talking and shouting loudly like that. And it's this side. I don't want to, it's this side. Order, honorable members. Honorable, did you get it from the ACDP? Okay. You, Nimir. UDM? ATM? Good.
Two on the online voting in support.
Thank you. NFP?
One in the House in favor.
Thank you. AIC? Cope?
Kimung ke amohet.
Thank you. PAC?
One, Chair, voting in favor.
Thank you. Al-Jama?
One in favor.
Thank you. Is there anyone who wishes to vote against their party or abstain? None. The session is closed. Thank you. Voting in favor, 217, voting against, 111. The question is accordingly agreed to. We are now on vote number 19, social development. We, niyajika manje seniyisa ngapha. Mam Konto, please, mute. Social development, we have the objections of the DA, FF plus, ACDP, and EFF, and the DA has called for division. Again, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Now, one which has succeeded, ungas cancel, which is items, Lama division. Thank you very much, honorable members. May we now allow the whips to be heard by the table staff so that they write the correct numbers. I don't mind the languages. They have their earphones on. We have interpreters. ANC?
Thank you, House Chairperson. Online, we have 154. In the House, we are 47. The total number is 203, all voting in favor.
Thank you. The DA?
Voorzitter, in the House, we are 18. Online, we are 54. In total, we are 72 on stem 10.
Thank you. EFF?
Voorzitter, ons is 20 online en 10 in die huis en ons almal stem teen.
Baie dankie. IFP?
Thank you, Chair. In the House, we are 7. Online, we are 4. A total number of 11 voting in favor.
Thank you. FF plus?
Thank you, House Chair. We are 3 members in the House, 4 online, that's 7 voting against.
Thank you. ACDP?
The ACDP is 2 online, 2 in the House, 4 voting against. Thank you.
Thank you. UDM? ATM? Good.
House Chair, we have 2 online voting in support.
Thank you. NFP?
One in the House in support.
Thank you. AIC? Cope?
One support.
Thank you. PAC?
One, Honorable Chair, in support.
Thank you. Al-Jama?
One in support, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone who wishes to abstain or vote differently from their party? None. The voting session is closed.
Through you, Chair, whilst I'm still counting. Chair, I was going to, it's the end of the year. Some of us are still new. If you can educate us about this Mace story, so I understand.
Okay. I'll show you the rules. It is in the rule book. It is in the rule book. Once it is here, you don't cross the floor. If you cross, you enter, yeah. We are Ngizwa. You are not allowed. Even if we are voting and there's a break, you don't, as long as the mace is there, you don't, it's intervention or whatever of the rules, yeah. I guess no, besig met die, jy sal terugkom. Honorable members, the results for, okay, order. The result for vote 19, social development. The ayes are 218, the noes 113, no abstention. And the vote is accordingly, or the question is accordingly agreed to. We now proceed to vote 20. Women, youth, and persons with disabilities. We note the objections of the DA, the FF+, ACDP, and EFF. No call for division. It is agreed to. Vote 21, Civilian Secretariat for Police Service. We have the DA, the FF+, the ACDP, and the EFF. No division called. So the vote is accordingly agreed to. Vote 22, Correctional Services. We observe the objections of the DA, the FF+, the ACDP, and the EFF, and no division. The vote is accordingly agreed to. On vote 23, Defense, we note the objections of the DA, the FF+, the ACDP, the EFF, and the DA has called for division. The bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Baie dankie, sluit die deur. Honorable members. Okay, the ANC.
Baie dankie, agbare voorsitter. In die huis, ons is 51. In die huis, ons is 51.
Yeah.
Online is ons 150.
Okay.
Die totale is 201 in support. I'm trying. Thank you.
Ons leer die taal te gebruik. GA?
House Chair, in the House, we are 18. Online, we are 54. In total, we are 72 voting against this budget.
Thank you. The EFF,
Voorsitter, ons is 9 in die huis en ons is 20 aanlyn en ons stem almal teen die toeëenings.
thank you, Baya, IFP,
Diabulela sihlalo apha endlini siyisixhenxe kwi-intanethi bane iyonke 11 sonke sivota in favor.
thank you. Siyabulela, FF Plus.
Thank you, House Chair. 3 in the House, 4 online, that's 7 voting against.
Thank you, ACDP.
Thank you, House Chair. The ACDP is 2 online, 2 in the House, 4 voting against. Malabongwe, Gamale, and Kosi, amen.
UDM. ATM. Good.
2 online, voting in support, thank you.
Thank you, NFP.
Chairperson, 1 in the House in support.
Thank you, AIC. COPE.
1 support.
Thank you, PAC.
1 in support, Chair.
Thank you, Al-Jama.
1 in support, Chair.
Thank you very much. Anyone who wish to vote against their party or abstain? None. Voting session is closed. Thank you. The result are as follows. The ayes 218, the noes 112, and the question is accordingly agreed to. We now move to vote number 24, IPIT. And we note the objections of the DA, FF plus, ACDP, EFF. And the DA has called for division. The bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Thank you very much. Whips, ready? The ANC?
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. Come on through. We are 151. Online, I'm sorry, Honorable Chair. In the House, we are 51. Online, 150. Total 201. All in favor. Thank you.
Thank you. The DA?
Slalo, online singamashumi mahlanu anesihlanu apha endlini silishumi elinesibhozo sisonke singamashumi asixhenxe anesithathu.
Thank
Same
you.
against.
EFF?
Voorsitter, ons is 21 aanlyn, 9 in die huis, 'n totaal van 30 en ons almal stem teen die toeëeningsbegroting.
Thank you.
Ons stem teen.
IFP?
Wat van die ANC?
Moenie ons tyd mors nie asseblief, agbare lid. IFP?
Thank you, Chair. In the House, we are 7. Online, we are 4. Total number of 11 voting in favor.
Thank you. FF plus?
Thank you, House Chair. It's 3 in the House, 4 online, 7 voting against.
Thank you. ACDP?
ACDP is 2 online, 2 in the House, 4 voting against.
Thank you. UDM? ATM? Good.
It is 2 online, voting in support, thank you.
Thank you. NFP?
Chair, one in the House in support.
Thank you. AIC? Cope?
Support, one in the House.
Thank you. PAC?
One in support.
Thank you. Al-Jama? Al-Jama?
One in support.
Thank you. Anyone who wish to vote against their party? None. Voting session closed. You. Honorable members, the results are as follows. The yes, 218. Noes, 114. The question is accordingly agreed to. The next one is Justice and Constitutional Development, vote 25. We note the objections of the DA, FF+, ACDP, and EFF. And there is no request for a division. Vote 26, military veterans. We note the DA's objection and the AFF+ and the ACDP and EFF. The DA has called for a division. The bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Baya Danki. We now proceed. We are on military veterans. Huh? No. 26. Okay. Unfortunately, I made a mistake. There was no calling for this, for the vote. On my paper. On my paper. You see, it's not available here. But anyway, let's count the votes. Thank you. ANC?
Ke a leboga modulasetulo o tlhompegileng. Mo mafaratlhatlheng re legolo.
Oh. There's the field no. Hanan?
Ke a leboga modulasetulo o tlhompegileng. Mo mafaratlhatlheng re legolo le masome a matlhano. Mo ntlong e tlhompegileng ntlongkgolo some a matlhano le bongwe. Palo yotlhe ke makgolo a mabedi le bongwe. In support. Thank you.
Thank you. The DA? Oh no, I saw it. My eyes tired.
Voorzitter, we are 18 NDA's, 55 online, in total 73 on stem teen.
Baya dankie. We are now with the EFF.
Sihlalo, Amashumi, Amabile, Nanya Emoyeni, and 9 in the House, giving us 30 voting against.
Thank you. IFP?
Chair, 7 in the House and 4 online, total of 11 voting in favor.
Thank you. FF+?
Thank you, House Chairperson. We are 3 members in the House, 4 online, that's 7 members voting against.
Thank you. ACDP?
Thank you, House Chair. The ACDP is 2 online, 2 in the House, 4 voting against. Thank you.
Thank you. UDM? ATM, good.
House Chair, 2 online, voting in support. Thank you.
Thank you. NFP,
Chair, one in the House in support.
AIC Cope,
One in the House and support.
PAC.
In support, Chair.
Thank you, Aljama.
One on virtual in support.
Thank you very much. Anyone who wish to vote differently from their party? None. The voting session is closed. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Honorable members, order. Order. The results are as follows. In support, we have 218. Those who do not agree, 114. And as such, the question is accordingly agreed to. We are now on vote 27, Office of the Chief Justice. We note the objections of the DA, FF+, ACDP, and EFF, and there was no division called. Next is vote 28, Police. We note the objections of the DA, FF+, ACDP, and EFF. The DA has called for a division. The bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Thank you very much. The ANC.
Ke a leboga modulasetulo o tlhompegileng. Mo mafaratlhatlheng re lekgolo le masome a matlhano ka mo ntlong kgolo masome a matlhano le bongwe, palo yotlhe ke makgolo a mabedi le bongwe, re a e amogela.
Thank you. DA.
Sihlalo online singamashumi mahlanu anesihlanu apha eParliamente silishumi elinesibhozo sisonke amashumi asixhenxe anantathu siyayixhasa le budget vote.
Honorable Ramokgopa. Honorable Minister, please. The EFF.
Voorsitter, ons is 21 online, 9 in die huis en ons almal stem teen.
Thank you, AFP.
Thank you, Musamastulo. Indlwini ikombo, online imunwe. In total, we are 11 in favor of.
Who helped you? Thank you, FF+.
Thank you, House Chairperson. We are 3 in the House, 4 online, that's 7 voting against.
Thank you. ACDP.
We are 2 online, 2 in the House, 4 voting against. Thank you.
Thank you. UDM. ATM. Good.
2 online, voting in support. Thank you.
Thank you. NFP.
Chairperson, one in the House in support.
Thank you. AIC Cope.
One in the House support.
Thank you. PAC. PAC? Balekile, Babnyons. Okay, Aljama?
Aljamas, one in the house, we vote against.
Thank you very much. Anyone who wish to vote against their party line? None, the voting session is now closed. Dankie. The yes is 216, no's 115, which says that the question is accordingly agreed to. That was vote 28, police. We now on vote 29, agriculture, land reform and rural development. We note the objections of the DA, FF plus, ACDP and EFF. There was no request for division. And we pass, we go to vote number 30, communication and digital technologies. We have the objections of the DA, the FF plus, ACDP and EFF. And there is a vote by the DA that has been called. 15 seconds, the bells will be rung. Thank you very much. As julle gereed om die Hanan ANC
Ndza khensa mutshamaxitulu endlwini hi 51 emoyeni
don't have it.
hi
Unfortunately, they don't have the translation.
okay. Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson. In the House, we are 51, online 150, total 201, all in support.
Thank you.
I thank you.
DA?
Apha eParlament sihlalo silishumi nesishiyagalombili. Online amashumi amahlanu nanhlanu. In total amashumi ayisikhombisa nantathu siyayixhasa.
Thokoze. EFF?
Voorsitter, ons is 9 in die huis en 18 aanlyn en ons almal stem teen.
Dankie, IFP.
Thank you, House Chair. In the House, we are 7. Online, we are 4, total of 11 in support.
Thank you, FF plus.
Thank you, House Chair. 3 in the House, 4 online, that's 7 voting against.
Thank you, ACDP.
Thank you, Chair. ACDP is 2 online, 2 in the House, 4 voting against. Thank you.
Thank you, UDM, ATM, good.
Thank you, House Chair. There are 2 online voting in support.
Thank you, NFP.
Chairperson, 1 in the House in support.
Thank you, AIC. Oh, COPE.
1 in support.
Thank you, PAC. Now, Aljama.
1 on virtual in support.
Bayadanki, are there any members who wish to vote against their party? None. Voting session closed. Thank you. Honorable members, the results for Communication and Digital Technologies, vote 30. For the support is 207. I'm talking Honorable Paulson, Honorable Khadev, Honorable Paulson, as I believe. For the support is 217. Those who do not agree is 111. And that's saying that the question is accordingly agreed to. We are now on vote 31, employment and labor. And we note the objections of the DA, FF plus, ACDP, and the EFF. And the DA has called for a division. 15 seconds, the bells will be rung. Thank you very much. Close doors. The ANC.
Ngiyabonga sihlalo lo hloniphekile. Endlini silikhulu nemashumi lasihlanu. Simashumi lasihlanu nakunye endlini. Emoyeni silikhulu nemashumi lasihlanu. Konke kuhlangene makhulu lamabili nakunye. Siyayikhasa le vote.
The DA, the last part, iyabahlanganisa. Itsho kahle. Ngoba umama uKharube naye ukhuluma ngechasa nechasa. So
Siyayisekela le vote.
ke. Agree to.
House Chair, in the House, we are 18. Online, we are 55. In total, we are 73 voting against.
Thank you. EFF?
House Chair, we are 18 online. We are 9 in the House in solidarity with the unemployed.
Thank you very much. Please give us the total.
This ANC
Honorable,
failed our young people.
Honorable
and our
person,
women.
you didn't even tell us whether it's against or what. You just started to talk.
No, you didn't listen then. I said in solidarity with the unemployed.
No.
We are voting against this ANC.
Oh, Kosiami. Ay, maram siya tlakala. Ay. IFP?
Thank you, House Chair. In the House, we are 7. Online, we are 6. Total of 13 voting in support.
Thank you. FF plus?
Thank you, House Chair. 3 in the House, 4 online, that's 7 voting against.
Thank you. ACDP?
Thank you, House Chair. ACDP is 2 online, 2 in the House, voting against, 4 voting against. Thank you.
The noise levels are going up. Please reduce. Noise levels. Reduce. Thank you. UDM, ATM, good.
House Chair, 2 online voting in support. Thank you.
Thank you. NFP,
Chair, 1 in the House in support.
thank you. AIC, COPE,
1 support.
PAC, Al-Jama.
1 on virtual support.
Thank you very much. Anyone who wish to vote against their party line? None, the voting session is closed. Thank you. Those who voted in support is 219. Those who voted against is 111, and as such, vote 31. The question is agreed to. Honorable members, we proceed to vote 32. Forestry, Fisheries and Environment. We note the objections of the DA, the FF plus, ACDP and EFF, and there was no division. As such, the vote is agreed to. The vote 33, Human Settlement. We note the objections of the DA, FF plus, ACDP and EFF. There is no, who's, who bua ma? Nieman asseblief, Agbare Paulsen. I hear the voice, I'm busy, please, don't. Okay, on human settlement, there was no division requested. So the question is accordingly agreed to. Vote 34, Mineral Resources and Energy. We note the objections of the DA, FF plus, ACDP, EFF, and the division has been called by the DA. The bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Thank you. Answers ready. ANC.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. In the House, we are 53. Online, we are 150. Total 203. All voting in favor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The DA.
House Chair, in the House, we are 18. Online, we are 55. A total of 73 voting against.
Thank you, EFF.
Thank you, House Chair. We are 19 online and 8 in the House, 27 voting against anything that comes from.
Thank you, IFP.
Anything.
IFP.
Thank you, House Chairperson. In the House, we are 7, online we are 6, a total of 13 voting in support.
Thank you, FF plus.
Thank you, House Chair. 3 in the House, 4 online, that's 7 voting against.
ACDP.
The ACDP is 2 in the House, 2 online, 4 voting against. Thank you.
Okay. UDM, ATM, good.
2 online voting in support, thank you.
Thank you, NFP.
Chair, 1 in the House in support.
Thank you, AIC, COPE.
1 against.
Thank you, PAC. Al-Jama. Al-Jama.
1 on virtual in support.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else? No. Okay. Is there anyone who wants to vote against their party? None. The voting session is closed. Thank you very much. The results are as follows. Ondersteun 220 teen 112. That beteken die kwessie is as aanvaar. Goed. Baie dankie. We now move to vote 35 honorable members. Science and Innovation. We note the objections of the DA, FF plus, ACDP and EFF. And no division, the vote is agreed to. Vote 36, small business and small business development. We note the objections of the DA, FF plus, ACDP and EFF, no division requested. The vote is agreed to. We now on vote 37, sports, arts and culture. And note the objections of the DA, the FF plus, the ACDP and EFF, no division called. The vote is thus accordingly agreed to. We are on vote 38, tourism. We note the objections of the DA, FF plus, ACDP, EFF, and no division called. The vote is accordingly agreed to. We are now on vote 39, trade and industry and competition, The objections of the DA, FF plus, ACDP, EFF are noted, and there is no division that was called. So the vote is accordingly agreed to. Vote 40, transport. We have got the objections of the DA, FF plus, ACDP, and EFF, and the DA has requested for a division. The bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Baie dankie. Honorable members, without any much ado, the ANC.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson. In the House, we are 51. Online, we are 150. Total is 201 voting in favor. Thank you.
Thank you, the DA.
Sihlalo lapha endlini yesishayamthetho siyishumi nesishiyagalombili. Emoyeni singamashumi amahlanu nanhlanu. Sesiphelele singamashumi ayisikhombisa nantathu sivota against.
Thank you, the EFF.
As Chair, we are 8 in the House and 19 online. We all vote against this bill, this budget.
Thank you. Very thank you. I'm waiting for you members to go down with your voices. I'm waiting for you. Thank you very much. IFP.
Thank you, Chair. We 6 in the House, 7 online, 13 in favor.
Thank you, FF plus.
Dankie, agbare huisvoorsitter. Ons is 3 lede in die huis, 4 aanlyn, dis 7 heeltemal daarteen gekant.
Baie dankie, ACDP.
ACDP is 2 online, 2 in the House, 4 voting against. Thank you.
Thank you, UDM, ATM, good.
House Chair, 2 online, voting in support. Thank you.
Thank you, NFP.
Chair, 1 in the House in support.
Thank you, AIC, COPE.
1 support.
Thank you, PAC. Aljama.
Aljama, 1 on virtual in support.
Thank you. Any member who wishes to abstain or vote differently to their party? None. The voting session is closed. Just get me where I'm going. Sure. Okay. Okay. Honorable members, the last vote of the day is water and sanitation. And then, oh, we have not got the result yet. No, sorry. I thought they must come from her. I'm sorry. Honorable Chief Whip asikuzwa.
Ithi noma zikho results akuhanjwe manje
Ubalekile uThanya la hlala khona so bakhona ukumnikela. Ihamba ngomthetho phela leli phepha liyaverifyiwa. Honorable members.
So the two of you is allowed to talk like friends and other people are not, Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, honorable members. The yes, it's 219. No, it's 111. And the question is accordingly agreed to. Honorable members, the next vote is vote 31. Water and sanitation. 41. What is the problem? Huh? Oh, I said 31. Yeah, ugogo ukhathele. Okay, honorable members, let's come back to the House. We are now on vote 4-1. Water and sanitation. We note the objections of the GA, the FF plus, ACDP, and EFF. There was no request for division, and the vote is accordingly agreed to. Thank you very much, honorable members. Honorable members, are there any objections to the adoption of the schedule? Honorable Kwahube.
Please note the objection of the DA, ma'am.
Thank you very much, EFF.
Note the objection of the EFF.
Thank you.
House Chairperson, please note the objection of the FF plus.
Thank you.
House Chair, please note the objection of the ACDP. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With those objections, the schedule, the adoption of the schedule is agreed to. Honorable members, I will ask the secretary to read the 11th order.
Second reading, Adjustments Appropriation Bill.
Thank you very much. Is there, as there is no list of speakers, are there any objections to the bill being read a second time?
House Chair, please note the objection of the DA.
House Chair, please note the objection of the FF plus.
Thank you.
House Chair, please note the ACDP's objection.
Thank you. With those objections, it is agreed to. The secretary will read the bill a second time.
Adjustments Appropriation Bill.
Yep. The bill will be sent to the National Council of Provinces for concurrence. The secretary will read the 12th order.
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Small Business Development on National Small Enterprise Amendment Bill.
Thank you. And I recognize the Honorable, the Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Thank you, House Chair. I move that the report be adopted.
Yeah. The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? No objections, agreed to. The Secretary will read the 13th order.
Second reading debate, National Small Enterprise Amendment Bill.
Thank you. The Honorable, the Minister of Small Business Development. You're welcome.
Thank you so much, House Chairperson, honorable members, ministers and deputy ministers present here, Chair and members of the Portfolio Committee on Small Business Development, guests and members of the media present here. Our mandate as the department is to lead and coordinate an integrated approach to the promotion and development of entrepreneurship, small, medium enterprises, and cooperatives, and to ensure an enabling environment for small and medium enterprises to thrive. Chairperson, I don't know if I'm audible.
You are audible, Honorable Minister. Please proceed.
Thank you so much. We are driven by the imperatives of the National Development Plan, which suggests 9 million out of 11 million jobs we need by 2030, and 60% to 80% of future economic value should come from SMMEs. To achieve this, we have developed a National Small Enterprise Development Strategic Framework aimed at addressing red tape, market access, and access to financial and non-financial business support. We are forging partnerships across the ecosystem to leverage support behind startups, small enterprises, and cooperatives. Honorable members.
Honorable members, Honorable Minister, could you please hold it for a second? Honorable members, there's quite a lot of noise. The minister is not audible enough. Could you please lower your noise levels? We know that fatigue is taking its toll now. We know that. You may proceed, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, House Chair. Honorable members, we have consulted extensively with the small enterprise and cooperative sector through various roadshows and policy dialogues. We have listened carefully to the issues they have raised. The existing legislative framework for SMMEs and cooperatives development is outdated and not fit for purpose. It doesn't sufficiently respond to constitutional principles of socio-economic rights and justice. Many of these issues will be addressed through this amendment bill. Honorable members, we have consistently heard about non-payment. Our SMMEs and cooperatives lose billions of rands annually due to late non-payment by both government and the private sector. House Chair, this is not just a loss for the SMMEs, but a loss for the economy, which is losing jobs and the revenue. Non and late payment results in liquidity and working capital challenges. Currently, there exists no mechanism to resolve such disputes. Besides the monetary costs, the court processes are long-winded and cumbersome. Owner-managed small enterprises neither have time nor resources for litigation. This is the gap that the bill seeks to address through the establishment of the Office of the Small Enterprise Ombuds. The other core issue that the bill seeks to address is the lack of integration of financial and non-financial services for SMMEs and cooperatives. The bill proposes the creation of a one-stop shop mall for small enterprise agencies that can provide an integrated package of support to all segments of micro, small, and medium enterprises. This will be done through the establishment of the Small Enterprise Development and Finance Agency, which incorporates CFA, the CBDA, into Small Enterprise Development Agency, SEDA. The purpose of this new agency is to ensure that the small enterprise and cooperative ecosystem offers the most efficient business advice, business development services, investment support, business facilitation, and incubator support. The vision of the agency is to be a leading business development entity that will drive economic transformation and inclusive growth through ensuring the provision of customized financial and non-financial support and greater access to finance for small enterprises and cooperatives. The provision in the bill to declare certain trading practices in relation to small enterprises unfair trading practices has been retained, honorable members. This is to ensure that the rights of small enterprises to trade and transact freely, to safeguard them against ambiguous and unfair practice by business in contract terms, and to ensure the right to reasonable payment terms and interest on late payments. This provision will also hold large enterprises and government to account. We are here to make history. We're done with the compromises that undermine the role of SMMEs and cooperatives in economic transformation. This is economically costly for our country. Honorable members, as confirmed by the SMMEs, cooperatives and citizens in the public hearings, I'm sure we all agree these are very relevant and strategic propositions that will unleash the SMME sector and place our country on a higher and more inclusive growth path. We thank the Portfolio Committee for taking lead in this process. House Chair, I thank you and I introduce the bill to the House.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. The next speaker is the Honorable Siwela.
Mutshami wa xitulu na vahlonipheki ri perile. Ni tela ku ta rhula bill ya hina namuntlha leyi ku nga the role of small business and the economic necessity for its protection, development and growth. Chairperson and honorable members, small business plays a major economic role in most economies in the world, as they represent about 90% of businesses and more than 50% of employment worldwide. Formally, SMEs contribute up to 40% of national income in emerging economies. These numbers are significantly high when informal or micro SMEs are included. In South Africa, the number is lower than the global, as the contribution of small businesses to the GDP is some 34%, and the sector employs 55% of people in formal employment. While the formal employment by SMEs is high in South African terms, but lower than the 60 to 70% of formal employment in the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development countries. According to Stats SA, a breakdown of turnover by business size shows that small businesses were responsible for generating 2.3 trillion of the 10.5 trillion overall formal business turnover. Medium-sized businesses contributed the smallest portion, while large big businesses contributed or accounted for biggest chunk, just over 2/3 of total turnover. This clearly indicates that small businesses play an important economic role and is going to be the driver of economic growth in South Africa. The ANC government policy has placed emphasis on the growth and development of small, medium, and micro enterprises, while being cognizant of the positive economic role of the SME sector. The government further seeks that the sector should reverse the challenges of poverty, inequality, unemployment, and most especially historic economic inclusion. The National Small Enterprises Amendment Bill is critical to pass at this juncture as the economy recovers with employment increasing. The National Small Enterprise Amendment Bill is necessary to drive the development and growth of SMEs as part of the implementation of the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan. Critically to the implementation of the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan is the development of infrastructure. the implementation of the DDM model, as well as localization and industrialization. The focus of the economic plan is dependent on the development of microeconomic through the further growth of the microeconomy. This will be accompanied by job creation, moving forward small and medium enterprises. This bill must be accompanied by structures that resolve to challenges faced by small businesses in the country. In the past, business plans for small businesses development by SEDA were declined funding from CIFA without any explanation as what is required to be improved for funding to be made available. It must deal with excessive interest charges on CIFA funding by unscrupulous microlenders. There must be a reduction of red tape to ensure that there is far less of an administrative burden on SMEs and a greater focus on the development of the business. The department and its entities must assist small business to access markets, both domestic and export, to ensure growth in the revenue base of the SME sector, which in turn will increase job creation in local areas. These cases can now be reported to the minister, who is empowered to take action for unfair business practice, but preferable to the small business ombudsman, who will deal with such cases. Our constitutional democracy ensures public participation in the shaping of the legislative process, and this has strengthened the content of the bill and popularized in communities what the government is doing for the growth and development of SMEs. The public participation process focuses on small business in both urban and rural areas. There must be an emphasis in the implementation of the bill to ensure the development of small and medium enterprises in rural areas, while simultaneously growing the sector in the urban areas to ensure local beneficiation and agro-processing. Informal and micro enterprises must be targeted as part of the development of the sector for growth to move into the sphere of small business, and the same should apply to small businesses to grow into medium enterprises. The public participation process indicated wide support for the bill and its implementation. The issue of the lack of water and energy was raised in the public participation process. The department and its entity need to ensure that infrastructure is developed around industrial parks and agro-processing zones. Localized solutions need to be found through IPP energy and not wait for the development of the grid. And this can work for small local areas which enable self-sufficient. Infrastructure need to be developed for the capture of rainwater for supply to small businesses as an immediate solution to the problem of the lack of water, while ensuring that bulk infrastructure for supply of water is being constructed. The overall objective of the bill are to ensure that there is further support rendered to the sector by department and its entity, which the bill integrates into the Small Enterprise Finance Development Agency. Therefore, it is expected that the programs assisting small businesses in the townships and rural areas will be incorporated into the activities of the agency. Critical to the objectives in the development of the advisory board, the bill details the role and functions of the advisory board. The portfolio committee will expect the highest standards of governance and fiduciary standards. The same applies to the reporting on the challenges and strengthening of the small business sector. This will be made up of experts and practitioners who will provide the minister and department with advice basis on evidence and best practice in ensuring that the sector can grow in a conducive environment in the multiple facets that small businesses operates in. It must deal with the issue of creativity, raising low-cost finance for the development of the sector, as current fiscal funding is far too low given the enormous contribution of the sector to the economy and the fiscus. The responsible creation of cooperative development banks to finance and grow small business enterprises in urban and rural areas is an important area for the financing of small enterprises and growth in the township economy. The small business sector has long been pleading for support in dealing with legal matters, as legal cost places a strain on limited working capital. This bill delivers the solution to that pressing problem through the creation of the Small Business Ombud Service that will provide legal support to SMEs. The Small Enterprise Ombud Service will handle complaints, resolve dispute, and enforce contracts in the sector. This is intended to reduce legal costs for small businesses, which will assist this sector in terms of its development and economic efficiency. The bill and the overall support of the ANC government for the development of SMEs recognizes the sector as an important driver of inclusive economic growth and transformation of the economy. This is necessary to drive demand in the domestic economy and improve exports. Integrating the current programs with the proposed structures of this legislation indicates high-level support of the ANC government for the further development of the sector and increasing local job creation. This bill needs to be implemented with urgency to ensure that the sector is developed within a stable economic environment. And the department and its entities need to ensure that the public can assess the opportunities which government has created to transform the lives of the people and create a better life for all. Hina ku tshemba leswaku bili leyi ta pfuna vanhu va ka hina hi ku va kombela na tiofisi ekusuhana na le makaya leswaku ku ta va na switshunxo. Van'wamabindzu lavatsongo a va swi koti ku tiyimela, va swi koti ku ya tikhota, va buliwa loko ri xile. Se loko hi ta establisha an ombud office, yi ta kota ku va yimela yi va pfuna. Se xikombelo xa hina hi ri portfolio committee i ku bill leyi a yi hoyozeriwe na cancer.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Honorable De Phillips.
Thank you, Chair. Let me start by saying, although the development of this bill was at first a little bit slow and then furiously rushed at the end, the DA does support the Small Enterprise Amendment Bill as it is before us today. The merging of SEDA and SEFA has been an idea supported by the DA ever since the Fifth Parliament, and we welcome the streamlining of these two agencies, hopefully into a more efficient agency called the Small Enterprise Development Finance Agency. We also welcome the creation of the Office of the Small Enterprise Ombud Service, another idea supported by DA members of the committee since the Fifth Parliament. It is, however, unfortunate that the committee missed the opportunity to insert our suggested ease of doing business measures as implemented in the Western Cape, but on a whole, we feel this bill is in the interest of small business development. It has, however, to be noted that the creation of any new agency and ombud does not automatically translate into small business assistance. The true assistance will always be in the implementation practices of the agency and the Ombud office itself. During our public participation proceedings, there were many submissions made that the current SEDA and SEFA services are either not easily accessible and burdened with relentless red tape and inefficiencies. As Parliament, we can craft legislation that set the table for small business assistance, but ultimately the government needs to implement these services in a manner that is transparent, professional, and accessible. Unfortunately, these are not traits commonly associated with the current government's general service delivery. Chair, we urge the Minister to use this opportunity that the bill creates and to fill the new Small Enterprise Development Finance Agency and Office of the Ombud with professional staff and administrators that are not chosen for their ANC membership cards, but rather for their professional qualifications and ability to get the job done. We will, however, not hold our breath on this issue. as the ANC has a well-documented policy of cadre deployment that does not produce professional state employees, but rather unqualified and political connected cadres. I want to acknowledge my fellow committee members across party lines. We might not agree on many issues, but I think we respectfully worked together and we produced a well-balanced amendment bill. Chair, we support the Small Enterprise Amendment Bill and we hope the implementation will assist our community of small business owners and stakeholders. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Prince. The Honorable Mohale.
Right, thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. House Chairperson, the Economic Freedom Fighters support the National Small Enterprise Amendment Bill. This bill aims to reduce bureaucratic hurdles that obstruct small businesses from accessing financial support. The proposed merger of CFA, CEDA, and Cooperative Bank into Small Enterprise Development Finance Agency is a step towards rectifying the deficiencies of the Department of Small Businesses in directly supporting small enterprises. However, it is imperative that this bill does not deviate into perpetuating the corruption previously observed in CFA. Our oversight in Northwest earlier this year highlighted the serious malpractices. Such corrupt behaviors must be met with strict legal consequences. The proposed new Section 3A and the amendment of Section 20, which empower the minister to regulate unfair trading and categorize businesses, are concerning. Centralizing such power risks misuse and discrimination against certain small businesses. We propose replacing these sections with the Section 3A, subsection 1, defining a small, medium, and micro enterprise businesses as one that trades products and skills of their choice, and revise Section 20, subsection 1, establishing clear rules against unfair trading practices. Our disagreement with centralized ministerial power is fueled by the adverse impact we have observed in key sectors like Eskom, SAA Flights, Denel, Transnet, and railways, where such power is misused. The bill overlooks the crucial aspect of land in business sustainability. The maxim that one small business, one piece of land should be integral to our approach, ensuring that small businesses have land rights akin to commercial farmers. The formation of an ombudsman office is a positive step. Yet to comprehensively address the challenges faced by small businesses, a tribunal should be established. This body would gather issues from small business owners across provinces, ensuring that the ombudsman offices addresses a wide spectrum of concerns, not just a select few. The government treatment of the taxi industry is problematic. Recognized as a successful business sector, it nevertheless faces continuous challenges such as frequent impoundment of vehicles, particularly by the DA-led racist government in the Western Cape. The bill should offer specific solutions to the taxi industry, especially regarding the issue of inflated installments due to rent manipulation. There is a need to demystify the role of foreign nationals in South Africa. They are not just community members, but also key players in the economy, owning significant ventures like Cape Winelands and large retailers. However, the recent discovery of expired goods in major outlets like ShopRite, Spar, and Pick n Pay is alarming. We call for vigilance among consumers and a proactive approach in exposing such practices. In summary, while the National Small Enterprise Amendment Bill is a step in the right direction, it requires significant adjustments. These include preventing corruption, decentralizing power, acknowledging the importance of land ownership, supporting the taxi industry, and addressing the complexities involving foreign nationals in our economy. By making these changes, the bill can be more effectively support and nurture small businesses across South Africa. However, the long-term solution to challenges facing small businesses is to close the department, return all its functions to the Department of Trade and Industry, and link small businesses with a clear industrial policy that will place small businesses at the center of manufacturing, reindustrialization, and building of new industries. The solution to small businesses today is paying them on time when they've delivered services to government and its state-owned entities, because government is killing SMEs by delaying payments. In some municipalities, especially metros, municipal officials demand payments before they process invoices, which in itself is institutionalized corruption. Lastly, SMEs are jobs, and jobs will come from SMEs. We need to agree that certain SMEs must be protected and given resources with a condition that they provide sustainable jobs with a living wage and not give this responsibility to the private sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mkhale. The Honorable B.N. Lutuli, Nkosi B.N. Lutuli.
Thank you, Chair. The National Small Enterprise Amendment Bill aims to bring positive changes, reform, and assistance to the people of South Africa through economic inclusion. The Inkatha Freedom Party uphold the principles passed down by the late Umntwana Pindangene and emphasizing self-help and self-reliance as the keys to the bringing the dignity and the prosperity to all. The bill takes a significant step in providing services that contribute to our economic growth and job creation. Small businesses, which are lifeblood of our country, plays a crucial role in developing rural areas, supporting the local communities and affecting hope to the South Africans facing economic challenges. The IFP appreciates the efforts to reduce red tapes by establishing the Small Enterprise Development Finance Agency. This agency streamlined the application and the fund disbursement processes, ensuring small business owners can find answers in one place instead of being sent through multi-channels. However, we are expressed concern about the power granted to the minister, particularly in the overseeing SITFA performance. The minister holds the sole discretion in holding SIDA accountable, raising skepticism, giving low level of public trust. To address this, to propose the establishment of the ombudsman with public awareness and the powers to ensure accountability, both the department and the minister. We hope for collaboration amongst the minister, SIFTA, and the ombudsman, fostering a positive working relationship. In conclusion, the IFP support the bill and appreciates your attention to the important matters. I thank you.
Siyabonga, Ndabezitha. The Honorable Wessels.
Thank you, House Chairperson. House Chair, this bill is a step in the right direction. And small enterprises, small businesses are the backbone of the South African economy. The establishment of the Small Enterprise Development Finance Agency will hopefully streamline the financing of small enterprises, and the creation of the Ombud will hopefully also limit the current corruption and fraud that is involved with regards to finance agencies. It is welcomed that this will be addressed, and the amalgamation of the CFA and the CEDA is something that is long overdue. Billions of money that has been and was intended to assist small enterprises have gone to waste due to corruption at the CFA and at CEDAs. This is unacceptable, and hopefully these measures will limit such and protect small businesses so that there is development. Chairperson, the Minister also now will have the power to protect small enterprises from unfair practices. But one of the most unfair practices that is killing small businesses is tender corruption, and that should obviously be addressed to really solve this problem. Whilst the FF Plus supports this bill, it must be noted that the only way to create a conducive environment for small businesses to thrive is not with legislation or a bill, but it is to have a government that delivers services necessary for any business, and especially small businesses, to function. We must limit red tape in all sectors, and especially there where small businesses need licenses and permits to trade. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Wessels. The Honorable Thring.
Honorable House Chairperson, the ACDP positions that our economy lives and breathes off the success of entrepreneurial small businesses. While government has implemented numerous programs to support small business growth and development, the mountain of regulations are limiting. No one can stand or should stand for our national teams playing with their hands tied behind their backs. Similarly, we should not allow millions of SMMEs to be held back from reaching their full potential due to the mountains of red tape. The sheer volume of legal compliance and regulations, policies, licensing, and permits that business owners must deal with can easily add up to multiple days of compliance tasks every year, time that could instead be spent on building the business. On the establishment of the Office of Small Enterprise Ombud, the ACDP agrees that this office must be used to create greater stability in the sector and advance economic opportunity through the creation of opportunities for small businesses. The ACDP asserts that access to finance is one of the most significant barriers to small business growth in South Africa, and this bill rightfully seeks to address this impediment. Small businesses in South Africa often battle with inadequate infrastructure and technology. This includes poor internet connectivity, outdated technology systems, and load shedding. Government's mismanagement and the corruption uncovered at Eskom means serious impediments to small business owners. Load shedding causes them to miss deadlines, resulting in late or no payment on concluded deals. Almost every small business in South Africa has a negative story to tell in this regard. The challenges of forecasted global and local recessions can be alleviated by providing entrepreneurs with a supportive business environment that would spawn new, dynamic, innovative, and competitive businesses. since small businesses account for a stunning 60% of gross domestic product, GDP, and 70% of employment. They play a crucial role in assisting our economy in overcoming some severe economic headwinds. This bill must be used to remove the unnecessary red tape, allowing small businesses to ramp up production, leading to job creation, poverty alleviation, and economic health. The ACDP supports this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much, member. UDM. ATM. The Honorable Sheikh.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yes, let me say, while we are talking here, the bulldozers are busy right now in Gaza. And if you look at the number of casualties, it's really shocking. The National Freedom Party will support this bill. Let me also say, Chairperson, I heard earlier on the comment about some of us are in the dark. Yes, indeed, some of us are in the dark in this house. Let me clarify that darkness and see where the darkness and where the light is. It is not correct that the Ngonyama Trust matter is in an appeal court. It's not. The Ngonyama Trust Board has withdrawn the appeal. It's 3 weeks ago. So in essence, the minister has got another 2 months and 1 week to implement the original findings, which means the Ngonyama Trust land must pay back all the money that they've been taking from these poor people living on Ngonyama Trust land, because the court found that it was unconstitutional and unlawful for you to go and lease and take monies from these people on the land that rightfully belongs to them without a title deed, of course. So I pray that we all see the light and leave the darkness behind. That is a true reflection. And of course, let us not forget, one of the leading media has reported on this, the City Press. And we all know the City Press, there was an attempt to gag them recently, but they continued with the good work. Now, some of the challenges in the small business sector I want to raise is this. First of all, the cost of doing business, which appears to be a serious problem. The second one is the access to funding. And let us not forget the role that banks play in this country and what they were trying to do recently with the Sekunjalo group, the Standard Banks and the Net Banks. And that is why I think some control measures must be put in place, because these banks are literally laughing all the way to the banks at the expense of the poorest of the poor people. Now, there is no doubt the potential for economic growth comes from small and medium enterprises, but we need to give them support. And I'm glad it's not just about giving them money when they don't have the management skills, they don't have the human resource skills. So all these things need to be included for them to be a success. And what has been happening is we've been just giving them money, and that is why they've been failing. So I think in light of that, I think the amendment that is being put in place here, it will go a long way actually to ensure this greater success. But also I think we need to help them in terms of promoting, marketing, exporting, and things that are talking to the unions, because it's very difficult for small businesses to survive. And of course, let us not forget, government that does not pay these people on time, despite us having asking them to be paid within 30 days, not paying them, which put added pressure onto them. The National Freedom Party will support this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Imam. AIC. Hope.
House Chair, the committee considered the suggestions raised by the public regarding the bill and flagged the clauses where concerns were raised. Once again, the problem that arose is one that has been prevalent for a long time in government. Complaints were raised that the bill gave too much power to the minister to declare certain trading practices as unfair and prohibited. This, of course, is a very dangerous thing. After all, the president is unwilling to make public the assessments of the ministers in his cabinet, giving ministers too much power. Furthermore, is anti-democratic, and we want South Africa to become a thriving democracy. The Portfolio Committee also wants the ombudsman to be accountable to Parliament and not to the minister. Indeed, that has to be so. How can an ombudsman serve any useful purpose if neutrality and impartiality are taken away? Furthermore, the ombudsman has to be a person with the right qualifications and experience, not just another cadre. If SMEs had been accorded the attention they so richly deserve, our economy would have been in a much better state of health. From the report, it seems to me that this bill is very muddled and poorly constructed. The committee wanted to know what exactly the meaning of advocacy was, as used in the bill. Advocacy is indeed the right word, but will it be everything that everyone chooses it to mean? In Singapore, for instance, Enterprise Singapore is supporting the growth and development of small and medium enterprises by offering various resources, tools, and initiatives to help SMEs with trade, innovation, internationalization, and sustainability. Will trade, innovation, internationalization, and sustainability be part of the advocacy the bill envisages? The committee, from what I see, has still to engage with the Department of Small Business Development and Parliament's Constitutional and Legal Services offices on some of the clauses that were flagged as vague, ambiguous, and controversial. The bill will only be tabled next year. I hope that clearer thinking and more precise wording will occur to improve the bill to the extent that is necessary. The committee must continue with its good work and help to make this bill what small enterprises will only welcome. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lotte. The Honorable Hendrik, the Honorable Nyansa from the PSA. The Honorable Hendricks.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Honorable House Chair Al-Jamaa supports the bill, and we like to thank everyone that has been involved in us being able to present this bill to Parliament, including the many people all over the country that took part in the public participation program. The President has expected us to create 10 million jobs, and he has also identified 1,000 products for localization. And this has unfortunately been out of the reach of the 6th Parliament, and we hope that the 7th Parliament will have more success. When it comes to the mandate of the Small Business Development Department, they are not to be seen when any jobs are created in the small business sector. It's other departments that are assisting. They are nowhere to be found. CEDA, CIFA, Small Business Development, and the Portfolio Committee has struggled the last 4 years in trying to get anything out of them. I would like to announce that there has been a successful venture called Groudville Peanut Butter, and the founder is the daughter-in-law of Chief Albert Lutuli, and we're using the Chief Albert Lutuli Hall as a factory for this peanut butter. So government departments outside small business has assisted. And I've just seen the marketing material. Honorable House Chair, if I show you the photograph of the sandwich with peanut butter on, you will eat up that photograph. Gradwell produces the best peanut butter in South Africa. It grows along the river, and the whole community is involved in this particular project. So there are communities like Gradwell all over the country that need our assistance. And I'm very proud what the founder of Gradwell Peanut Butter has achieved, Mrs. Willie Letuli, the daughter-in-law of the late Chief Albert Letuli. I support the bill, but I talk about the ombudsman. If you look at what SHIDA and SHIFA and the Department of Small Business has done in the last parliament and this parliament, we don't need an ombudsman, we need a sheriff to arrest hundreds of them for destroying livelihoods, for not creating livelihoods. And it's a very sad chapter of small business development in the 5th Parliament and in the 6th Parliament, and hope it won't be the case in the 7th Parliament. Thank you very much.
We are looking forward to the sandwich of the peanut butter. Thank you very much.
Okay. Pambili peanut butter.
Yes, Pambili peanut butter. The Honorable Mabiga.
House Chair, the latest opinion tells us that unemployment is far the most pressing issue South Africans are concerned about. Joblessness is the root of all evil and creates greater crime statistics, more hunger, and certainty of the future. Addressing the unemployment crisis is therefore a most critical part of any hope of economic recovery, as nearly all of South Africa's ills are driven by the desperation of those seeking economic refuge. The Treasury tells us that income tax collection is at all-time low, which is also driven by unemployment. A caring government would create an ecosystem for job creation. This is an environment where the private sector is able to do necessary to employ more people. The National Treasury fourth quarter report for the period 1 July 2022 to 30 June 2023 reflects that amounts owed by municipalities to small businesses for more than 30 days amounts to a staggering 76 billion. On a provincial level, we saw a staggering number of 263,359 invoices at 28.9 billion not paid to small businesses after the mandated 30-day period. The Ombudsman must play a vital role to ensure that small businesses get paid in time. The current environment is hostile enough towards SMMEs, and it requires a specific effort from a dedicated entrepreneur just to make ends meet. It is unacceptable for government to strangle every penny out of their cash flow. The Small Enterprise Amendment Bill makes noise in its right direction. However, because of the minister's ambition to leave a legacy of being friendly towards small businesses, which is not. The ANC seeks to steamroll this bill through the processes. In doing so, it's missing out on golden opportunity to actually fix the broken ecosystem in which small businesses are forced to operate in. The adding of an ease of doing business unit section in the bill would have added the unit suit to assist MMEs. We must see this bill as work in progress, that the 7th Parliament must work very hard to make the playing fields of doing business as easy as possible. We are moving in a dire straits where the ANC government has seen the fruits of their macro policy implementation in the SMMEs landscape. The end of the ANC ruling cannot come a moment too soon. Make no mistake about it.
Thank you very much,
The ANC knows
honourable
that
member.
its days are running government, its own
Honourable
number.
Mabiga.
Phuma-ke
Honourable
ANC
Mabiga.
ingene
Honourable
to
Mabiga.
rescue South Africa.
The Honourable Jacobs can take the floor.
Greetings, House Chair, honorable members, fellow South Africans. Today, we stand united in the transformative leap in the South Africans' economic narrative with the second reading of the National Small Enterprise Amendment Bill. This momentous occasion, a culmination of hard work, is not merely a legislative process, but a bold stride towards revitalizing our economy, especially economic planning and implementation, and the revitalization of our townships, rural and local economics in the implementation of the district development model post-COVID. I want to extend our heartfelt gratitude to all political parties in the Portfolio Committee. We demonstrated what we can do by working together under the leadership of our chair. We also want to acknowledge the dedication and hard work of all parliamentarian staff that really helped us. This bill is a response to an urgent call to bolster our economy, where small business is indeed big business and everybody's business. Our vision is to buy local, to create local jobs, and to say local is lekker. It is an essential strategy to invigorate the district development model and fuel growth across our communities. This bill aims to stimulate growth across dorpies, townships, breathing life into communities that have long awaited their moment to thrive. We envisage a future where small business across sectors like services, ICT, finance, manufacturing, clothing, and agro-food processing can become a catalyst for economic empowerment, consumer spending, increased demand, and inclusive growth. The bill before us is a testament of the African National Congress commitment to nourish, grow, and protect SMMEs across our diverse landscape. Envision the transformative impact of nurturing small business across our sectors. This bill marks the beginning of economic change, driving sectorial growth and local job creation. As the ANC, we see this bill as a call for economic change and nurturing the backbone of our economy, including the SMMEs and cooperatives. Addressing the financial challenges, we must seek innovative, low-cost capital solutions. We share the sentiments that access to finance has been a challenge. It's disheartening to witness the financial sector's reluctance to support economic development. Remember, during COVID, government had a 200 billion rand loan scheme for small business, and banks didn't come to the party and didn't provide loans for small business. This underscores the need for alternative financial avenues and cooperative banks and the state bank. For this bill to succeed, we need to open up the markets and break down the economic cartels and monopolies. The greed and collusion of banks with currency manipulation is shameful and should be condemned. By ensuring adequate market space for small business, we combat unfair trading that hinder their growth. This effort aligns with the proactive role of the Competition Commission in fostering healthy market competition. This bill introduces Small Enterprise Development Financial Agency, a consolidated effort to streamline support and financial accessibility to our entrepreneurs. The aim is to create bankable business plans and provide financial support at minimal capital costs. This is crucial for small businesses to achieve profitability and sustainable growth. This agency symbolizes our vision for inclusive economic structure where small business can thrive. We, like other political parties, say that SEDFA must be established, integrated, and capacity very quickly, because we as the Portfolio Committee will watch their oversight. And we want to ensure that they provide seamless support and services and become a beacon of hope, inspiration, and symbolizing a future where small business can soar. Moreover, the establishment of small enterprise ombudsman under this bill is a testament to our commitment to fair play, justice in the business area. This service aims to level the playing fields, ensuring that small business can compete fairly and resolve disputes effectively. The Ombudsman service must be the guardian, the protector against unfair trading practice and economic bullying, both from government entities and big established businesses. Its aim is to establish financial burden and legal costs for SMMEs, offering them accessible and effective justice pathway. Our commitment extends to ensuring that young entrepreneurs, women, and individuals living with disability can access these economic opportunities. We encourage the department to make our communities aware of all these resources, opportunities, and ensuring that this legislation becomes a tool for empowerment and economic inclusion. Our journey during this nation, engaging the public hearings, has been a testament to our commitment by the people, for the people. From the bustling streets of Douglas, Uppington, Pietermaritzburg, Mahikeng, to the spirited communities of Modimele, Machabeng, Athlone, Bredasdorp, Mtansani, Matatiel, Msunduzi, eThekwini, Joburg, Rustenburg, the message was very clear. Our people demand and support the revitalization of small business. This bill is our response and our collective aspirations to deal with the challenges of our communities. In fact, this portfolio committee visited more than 20 districts, 5 metropolitans. We were on the road for more than 4 weeks. We received a total of 4,933 participants in the hearings. More than 505 people spoke. Overwhelmingly, 79% of those that made oral submission supported the bill. Only 6% rejected the bill, and 15% partially supported the bill. We also received more than 200 written and electronic submissions. In the words of Biko, entrepreneurs, SMMEs, and cooperatives are tired of standing at the sidelines of the game. They should be playing. It's time for them to actively shape the economy. This bill, we believe, will support, enable, and empower those entrepreneurs. It must be a clarion call for action and for economic transformation. Let us continue to fight and propel our nation forward towards a vibrant, inclusive, and prosperous growth. The African National Congress stands resolute in supporting this bill, a step towards realizing a vision of a vibrant, inclusive, and economically robust South Africa. Finally, if you love your freedom, let's unite in condemning the Zionist Israeli occupiers for continued genocide and massacre on civilians, women, and children. Every day we see it live. Let's vote out the Zionists here in Cape Town and in Western Cape. Let's vote the D out here, and Cape Townians deserve better. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Jacobs. The Honorable the Minister of Small Business Development. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much, House Chair. Thanks to open the camera. Thank you so much. I would like to take this opportunity, House Chair, to thank all the parties, members of the Portfolio Committee, for their support towards this bill. This has not been an easy task. We've done towing and froing, but most importantly, they spent most of the time away from their families and away from Cape Town, where they are dedicated to work, just because they wanted to make sure that everyone in South Africa gets an opportunity to have a say in this critical bill. And for that, we really appreciate as the department. House Chair, there's few things that have been highlighted by members, and of course, this is not a new observation, especially the parties that feel it is not okay to include the section I spoke about earlier, section 17Y, which talks to the powers of the minister in relation to a publication of certain areas of businesses that we can't undertake. Now, I just want to refer the members and anyone else who may share the same sentiment, like those honorable members who feel like these are too much powers for the minister. I would like to refer you to read Section 17Y, because the concern is on Section 17Y1. But I want you to read that jointly with Section 17.3, which clearly articulates what kind of practices the minister can determine, but also on the fact that the minister will consult with the ombuds. And as that happens, honorable members, it will mean that the work has been done fairly.
Honorable
And
Minister.
I thank all of you, honorable members.
Honorable Minister,
Chair, on a point
your
of
voice
order.
has not been
Chair.
audible enough.
Chair,
Yeah, well, Honorable
on a point
Sonti.
of order, Chair.
Can I take the point of order from Honorable Sonti?
Chair, Chairperson, I think it's better for the ministers to come here and answer the questions here rather than. Listen, you can hear what they must come here.
Sugar, we are better. We can't always come there all the time.
Wena lindiwe kukhonjwa ubani wena lindiwe ukhonjwa ubani wena
On a point of order,
Yeah,
Chair.
ukhonjwa ubani indaba yakho yinde ukuthi ukhonjwa.
usuche wena usuche
Vala umlomo. Vala umlomo, Lindiwe.
thanda ukukhuluma wena lindiwe
Nani
wena
vala
Ginger
umlomo. Nginomlomo vele
On a point of order,
nani
Chair.
valani umlomo.
Honorable Mkalepi.
Valani umlomo nani. Niyathanda ukuthi
Honorable
ubuthanda ukukhuluma wena Ginger ubuthanda ukukhuluma ucathi asatsho uvala umlomo omkhulu
ngeke.
On a point of order, Chair.
Hayi sukani lapha it's allowed to be on hybrid. It's allowed.
Honorable
Yekani
members,
Minister
please.
khulume.
wena uthi is allowed njengobani wena lindiwe who do you think you are
Njengominister njenge-ANC member njenge-parliamentarian
Honorable Hadebe.
niyathanda
uyiminister kini uyiminister kini
Honorable members.
iphukuphuku nina.
Honorable members.
Honorable Zulu, ungazuthi igcabe ngokuba minister next year kuyaphela.
ICT. Would you please mute all
That's
those
exactly
members
why
on
nisidelela
the
kanjani.
virtual?
Ngithanda nisithreatenisha.
Please mute them. Please mute them. Honorable members, those who were shouting on the visual, your behavior is totally unbecoming. You're actually reducing this house to a tavern. It's totally unacceptable. It's totally unacceptable. Honorable Hadebe, you wanted to rise on a point of order. Honorable Deputy Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson. This House adopted rules of virtual platform and hybrid. So as much as we want the ministers to be in the House, but when they are on the virtual platform, they are still in the House because we have adopted those rules. So it cannot be that ministers must be forcefully to come to the House. So in the virtual platform, they are still in the House, Honorable Chair. I want to plead with you, Honorable Chair, that we had a very long day. So we want the proceedings to move smoothly without any interruptions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
On a point of order, Chair, I've raised my hand before the speaker.
I say, Honorable Matulelwa.
Thank you, Chairperson. Ingako singafuna ukumnikeza ke lo minister. Imagine unika lo minister. We have been running this process very smoothly.
Honorable members, that is not a point of order,
with a
really.
very,
Not a point of order.
We
That's
can't
not a
give
point
this
of
such
order,
a
honorable
minister
member.
powers, Chair.
We can't give this kind of a minister a power.
Uyadelela wena usijwayela kabi.
Honorable members.
Kanti wena
I have already requested you to remove these members on the platform. I have already requested you to remove these people from the platform.
Chairperson?
Honorable Hadebe.
No, thank you, Chairperson. I'm rising on Rule 69, Chair. We cannot allow a situation whereby, as a presiding officer, are undermined. We cannot have shouting matches inside the House. I really appreciate that you have said that they must be removed from the platform. I think that you must be respected as the chairperson of the House. Thank you. According to Rule 69, because they are creating chaos inside the House there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Maimi.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I just thought I should clarify the point of order here in that the issue is not to object to people being on virtual. The issue is that we're being failed by technology. Now, the participation of people in virtual, especially ministers, they seem to be in all kinds of bad reception areas all the time. And that is inhibiting their contribution here. People are here wanting to hear answers, but if ministers are not going to be able to prioritize being here, it's a problem.
I'm sure that matter has been well addressed, Honorable Mani. There are rules that have been adopted with regard to the processes that are taking place here, and we should be recognized. They should be recognized as such. Honorable Boroto, and then Honorable
No, thank you, Chair. Mine is just an advice that the minister, maybe the way there is an echo, probably there are two gadgets. If she can switch off the other gadget, it will be fine. Thank you.
Thank you very much. But I don't think that is a crisis because I could hear what she was saying. Honorable Paulson.
Chair, you're best to do your job, and I would appreciate if you would give our members an opportunity when they raise their hands to raise a point of order. I think that would allow, just like you allow everyone else in this house to raise a point of order, also give our members on the platform, on the virtual platform, an opportunity to raise a point of order. Many of my members, and you can't just put members off because there are too many of them. It's going to be chaotic.
Honorable Paulson. Thank you very much. It is becoming a normal practice to some of your members that they can just shout anyhow. That I can just shut in at anyhow. It is becoming a normal practice and it cannot be acceptable. No one is barred from making a point of order. No one. But the manner in which they go about it is totally unacceptable. Honorable members, shall we continue? Honorable Mhlongo.
On a point of order, Chair.
Honorable Mhlongo.
Chair, on a point of order.
What's the point of order, Honorable Mente?
No, Chair. Earlier on, Minister Lindiwe Zulu insulted the member in the House when she raised on a point of order that they can't hear anything. She has a right to make you aware that they cannot hear inside the House. And Honorable Zulu comes in and starts insulting a member in the House. You don't rule on that. The next thing she comes on and insults all of us that were mad and nothing happens. Afterwards, you just call all of us to be muted. When we are raising hands, you don't recognize us. Can Minister Zulu withdraw the remarks she made earlier on? They are not acceptable. They are not parliamentary.
Thank you, Honorable Mente. Honorable Zulu, did you make that comment? If I might find out. Honorable Minister Zulu, did you make such a comment? I am not getting a response, Honorable Mente, but I will take this up. It will be followed. I therefore cannot rule because I haven't heard anything.
Chair,
Honorable Sonte,
thank you, Chair. Minister uchilo ukuthi siyadelela simjwayela kabi.
okay, thank you.
Uchilo nihlale
Thank you very much.
sebeyithethile.
We'll make a follow-up on that.
Ngoba ngatsho kuwe.
Honorable Sonte. Yebo, ma'am. We will make a follow-up on that. Are there any objections to the bill being read a second time? No objections, agreed to. The secretary will read the bill a second time.
National Small Enterprise Amendment Bill.
The bill will be sent to the National Council of Provinces for concurrence. Mr. Kodongwana, Minister Kodongwana. The secretary will read the 14th order.
Consideration of first report of Joint Rules Committee on proposed amendments to chapters 1 to 2B of the Joint Rules of Parliament, 6th edition, 2023.
The Honorable, the Chairperson of the committee will introduce the report.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson, honorable members. Section 45 of the Constitution states that Parliament, the National Assembly, and the National Council of Provinces must establish a joint rules committee to make rules and orders concerning the joint business of the two houses. The purpose of the rules is, in principle, to set up framework within which members and political parties who are often opposed to each other can engage and interact in a democratic and meaningful way, one which gives expression to the will of the people. Indeed, without rules, it would be very difficult for Parliament to discharge its constitutional mandate. The joint rules deal with, among other matters, order in the joint sittings and rules of debate, joint committees, the legislative process, and the code of ethics for parliamentarians. Honorable House Chairperson, the joint rules were last comprehensively reviewed over 10 years ago. Of course, the rules are living articles and Parliament has evolved. New practices have developed, not least owing to the recent pandemic and the fire. In the context of the Joint Rules Committee, in this context, the Joint Rules Committee decided that a comprehensive review of the rules was necessary. This review was initiated in the 5th Parliament, but could not be concluded. The 6th Parliament therefore resumed this endeavor. The Joint Subcommittee on Review of the Joint Rules has since finalized chapters 1 and 2 of the Joint Rules of Parliament, which deal with definitions, sources of authority, and application, joint sittings of the houses, joint rules applicable to virtual and hybrid joint sittings, and the rules on order in joint sittings and rules of debate. Work was also done on the chapters, on other chapters, but these require further scrutiny. Owing to the limited time this year, the Joint Rules Committee opted to consider chapter 1 and 2 in the interim. In summary, substantive changes proposed to chapters 1 and 2 include, amongst others, the inclusion of sources of authority for the rules, public participation in Parliament, the opening of Parliament and the State of the Nation address, the responsibilities of presiding officers, the conduct of members, and points of orders and questions of privilege. Honorable House Chairperson, The rules can only achieve their purpose if members of parliament understand and appreciate their intent. It is therefore always preferable for the rules to be based on consensus. And I can report that discussions on the drafts were typically constructive and practical, with members drawing on their collective experiences and knowledge. Honorable Chairperson, one of the key issues raised in the discussions concerned decorum and the conduct of members. It would be remiss of me not to acknowledge the repeated instances of disorder in joint sittings. To address such challenges, the Rules Committee proposed that the rules be clarified so that members know the powers conferred and limitations imposed on them. What is more, the authority of the presiding officers has been reinforced. But members, as I have said, it is incumbent on all of us to respect the rules and the good standing of Parliament. Honorable House Chairperson, by way of conclusion, let us make use of the rules to advance our agenda and the people's business. Within these comments, I would like to endorse the proposed rules and commend them to this House. Let me take this opportunity to thank all members of Parliament from both houses who participated in the subcommittee on the amendment and review of the joint rules, and also appreciate that the Joint Rules Committee met and adopted this rule. Honorable House Chairperson, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I now recognize the Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Thank you very much, House Chair. I move that the report be adopted.
Thank you. I will now recognize political parties wishing to make a declaration. The usual times of votes will apply. The TA.
Chairperson, yesterday in the House, I said that rights come with responsibilities. And the way in which we balance and manage these rights and responsibilities is through our rules. It is therefore a step forward and a necessary step that this report on the proposed amendments of the Joint Rules of Parliament serves before this House today. The Joint Rules Committee referred the Joint Rules of Parliament to the Joint Subcommittee on the Review of the Joint Rules in 2019. And the purpose of the review was to update the joint rules given the innovations contained in the revised rules of the National Assembly as well as the National Council of Provinces. The review provided an opportunity to incorporate joint rules that were adopted by the Houses subsequent to the 6th edition, which was in 2011, as well as recent court judgments that affected the joint rules of Parliament. Now, these proposed amendments that we have to deal with today includes, among others, for example, new definitions, sources of authority and application, authority of the presiding officers, conduct of members, grossly disorderly conduct, rules on order or disorder in joint sittings. Chairperson, it will now be part of the joint rules, and of special importance that I would like to highlight is the inclusion of the rule on grossly disorderly conduct, which specifies that members may not engage in grossly disorderly conduct in a joint sitting by deliberately creating serious disorder or disruption in any manner whatsoever, physically intervening, preventing, obstructing, or hindering the removal of a member from the chamber who has been ordered to leave the chamber, repeatedly undermining the authority of the presiding officer, or repeatedly refusing to obey the rulings of the presiding officer, or repeatedly disrespecting and interrupting the presiding officer while the latter is addressing the House. And then also persisting in making serious allegations against a member or other person in the House, or acting in any other way to the serious detriment of the dignity, the decorum, or orderly procedure of the House. Now, although these amendments must be adopted, the fact is that this is an indictment on Parliament that we have to deal with this. It is an indictment that it is necessary to specify and develop rules to prevent such behavior. Chairperson, surely, as honourable members who have taken an oath to respect, promote, protect, and apply the values and principles of our Constitution, our behavior and conduct in the House should portray this. And what we are seeing in our plenaries and joint sittings is anything but. And unfortunately, this is then not the case, and we need these rules. We are obliged to have these rules to prevent this kind of conduct. Surely, Chairperson, South Africa deserves a parliament they can be proud of. The DA supports the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. EFF. EFF.
Thank you, Chairperson. We will reserve comment.
IFP.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. If I may be allowed to speak from here, because it'll take some time and it's a late night. Honorable Chairperson and colleagues, there is a thing called consequence management. And we all in this House, whenever we deal with financial reports or any department, we talk about consequence management. You know, they say you do the crime, you do the time. That's a normal saying. And I believe for any wrong that we may do in anything, there must be consequences. Otherwise, if there are no rules and no order, then there's no point in us convening as a House. This House has an established tradition of having rules of order that applies to all of us equally. The important thing is that in the application of the rules, the presiding officers have to be fair in the way they ensure that the rules are applied. Now, Honorable Chairperson, we have seen on a number of occasions when the joint sitting takes place, particularly when SONA takes place, that the whole nation is waiting for an address by the President of the country. We find that the three arms of state are there represented. We find business represented. We find labor represented. Everybody looks forward to the State of the Nation address. And it is incumbent upon us as members of Parliament who have to respond to that State of the Nation address to ensure that the person delivering that State of the Nation address, it could maybe one day as President, is given his right to deliver that address. Because we as members of Parliament are given a concomitant right to respond to that address. And that is where we can raise our points of order or our points of argument on the debate. So I feel this rule as the IFP is very necessary for us to restore order and to ensure that we empower the presiding officers to do what is right, maintain discipline, maintain order, and ensure that we do things within a set of rules. So we would support this report, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honourable Singh. FF Plus.
Thank you, Honourable House Chairperson. House Chair, it is a shame that the South African Parliament needs joint rules that define gross disorderly misconduct. As members of a Parliament, we should all respect the reason that we are here. The reason that we are representatives of the people out there and that we are here to debate vigorously different stances on our policies and our ideologies and get to solutions to the problems facing South Africa. But that is not what happens in especially joint sittings. We are subjected to complete misconduct and disorder that results in Parliament being classified by the people out there as a circus and a kindergarten. And that is a shame. We should all be ashamed of that. Although it is necessary that the authority of a presiding officer be redefined in the joint rules, it is also so that a presiding officer should be respected and his or her authority should be respected. But then a presiding officer should also not make biased decisions and be consequential in decision-making and rulings. That will contribute to better discipline in our sittings. I think we should all welcome these rules. It's long overdue, and we need to restore this parliament, the dignity of this parliament, and there should be consequences. And I'm very glad to see what happened last night and what was accepted last night, because we need consequences for disorder. We can't only have rules, we need to enforce those rules, and when there's transgressions, have consequences. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. ACDP.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, the ACDP supports this report, and it is crucial that the dignity and order of every sitting of the House, and more particularly joint sittings, is maintained. And that particularly when we have SONA sittings, when the nation wants to hear what the President has to say about the challenges facing the nation, what he has to say about solutions, and what the opposition parties want to say when they want to hold him accountable. Misconduct and disruptions, as we've witnessed in the past, cannot be tolerated, and therefore strengthening of the rules to apply to the joint sittings is required. House Chair, when we traveled to Kenya, it was quite embarrassing when we had Kenyan and other African members of parliament asking us, how do we tolerate such disruptions in our parliament, and why don't we take stronger action to stop those disruptions? And it is very important, therefore,
Honorable Paulson.
it is very important
Hey,
that
Bagit.
we therefore strengthen our rules and ensure that they are enforced to maintain the dignity and decorum of our House, because not only is it South Africa's parliament, but it is Africa as a whole, as a continent that is watching us very closely. So the ACDP will support this report. I thank you.
Hey, Honorable Paulson. Honorable Paulson. What's wrong now? But you cannot just shout at the top of your voice like that. Honorable Paulson,
Chair, House Chair, House Chair,
can you stop this kind of behavior?
House Chair. House Chair, I rise on a point of order.
Honorable Swartz.
I understand that it is unparliamentary to refer to a person as being a racist. The honorable person just referred to me as a racist, and I'd ask you to rule in that regard.
Honorable Paulson, I heard you saying that. Would you please withdraw what you have just said to Mr. Swartz? I can't hear you, Honorable Member. Could you please withdraw what you have just said? Can't hear. Can you withdraw what you have just said, Honorable? I can't hear what you are saying.
I'm sorry for calling the Zionist a racist.
Are you withdrawing?
Most did, man.
Can't hear you.
Okay, withdraw.
Okay, thank you. Sit down. UDM? ATM? Good.
Chairperson, we support the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. NFP?
Thank you, Chairperson. The National Freedom Party will support the report tabled here today. But I think in talking about amending the rules, perhaps we need to go deeper. Don't you think it's time we start changing and amending the constitution of the country? Because many people start hiding under this democracy or this constitutional right to do this and to do that.
That's why you're not coming back, when.
So
Honorable members.
The point is, don't you?
Honorable members, please lower your voices so that a member can continue with his speech. Please lower your voices.
One thing.
Honorable members, please lower your voices.
I can say that without any doubt. There are many people that don't want me to come back to this house. So I've heard the comment before. You know. But be that as it may, the point I'm trying to make, Chairperson, is this, that maybe at some stage we need to start relooking at the Constitution, because people hide behind this constitutional right and democratic right to conduct themselves in a particular manner. And every time you want to address it, I mean, at this level of governance, you expect to go and continuously amend the rules. What is the message are we giving out to the 62 million people in this country and those outside the country, those that want to invest, those that are supposed to have confidence in us? This is what we're showing. But I can tell you one of the problems, I find, Chairperson. You can amend these rules as many times as you want. But if the consequences does not match that offense, we are wasting our time. This thing of people making all kinds of statements, insulting, abusing, attacking, and then all you do, the damage is done, and then all you must do is withdraw it. But in the meantime, you've done the damage. Now, don't compare that to what I say. I'm telling you the truth about you and the Zionists. So come on. Okay. So let's not go there if I was you. But the
Chair, on a
point
point
I'm
of
trying-
order. On a point of order, Chair.
ICT, I have long requested you to remove Honorable Mautwe on the platform.
Oh,
I've
for what, Chair?
long done that. I'm surprised that she's still here
Chair, what have I
doing the
done?
same thing. Okay. Just hold on a minute. I'm very surprised. I have long said she must be removed. Honorable Paulson.
Chair, on what basis are you removing my member?
The shouting that was taking place on the visual.
Shouting, even the ANC was shouting. Even Minister.
I have made a ruling on that. If you're not happy with that, I have made a ruling on that.
You make unfair rulings.
I am done with that.
That's why you make rules. You make rules.
I am done with that, Honorable Person. Could you please sit down? Could you please take your seat? Could you please take your seat?
Chair.
Honorable members, I'm not going to entertain that. I have made a ruling. I am not going to entertain you. Otherwise, I'll have to recuse you from the house.
Chair. Order, Chair.
I am not going to take it. Please lower your hands.
Please, Chair.
No,
Please, Chair.
we are going to continue.
Are you able to make a mistake?
AIC.
Is it
Honorable
conceivable
members,
that you can make a
Honorable
mistake?
Manye, you cannot speak when you're not recognized, Chief. Please stop what you're doing. I said I'm not going to entertain
Chairperson-
this.
Oh, Chairperson, this is very out of order. You can just move
Honorable
on
members,
from the house.
could you please, honorable members, could you please leave the house?
Chair.
Pardon?
Please, Chair. Recognize
Honorable Sonte. Honorable Sonte.
you. I'm pleading you, Chair. Please. Recognize me.
Okay. Honorable Sonte.
Chair. Whoa. Please, Chair.
The rules are very clear. Rule 67 says, whenever the presiding officer addresses the House during a debate, any member then speaking or offering to speak must resume his or her seat, and the presiding officer must be heard without interruption. But what we are doing is totally opposite to that. And you have been very, very consistent with that kind of behavior. Honorable members, rule number 70 says, if the presiding officer is of the opinion that a member is deliberately, as you are doing, contravening a provision of these rules, or that a member is disregarding the authority of the chair, or that a member's conduct is grossly disorderly, as you are doing, he or she may order the member to leave the chamber immediately for the remainder of the days, and I am requesting you to do that. Honorable Paulson, you have been deliberately disturbing the House. Honorable Sonti, you have been deliberately disturbing the House. Honorable Manyi, you have been doing the same. Could you please leave the House? Could you please leave the House? Could you please leave the House? Sergeant at Arms, could you please usher the honorable members out of the House? Honorable Mtetra, Honorable Mtetra, stop what you are doing. Honorable Mtetra, stop what you are doing. While members are leaving the House.
But Chair, you are wrong.
Pardon?
Chair, now it is a sin to raise a hand for point of order.
Right, Honorable Mtetra, Honorable Shikwamba.
People get removed for raising a hand.
Honorable Shikwamba.
But Chair, people get removed
Honorable
for raising a
Shikwamba,
hand
stop what you are
for
doing.
point of order. Why are you removing Honorable Man? What has he done? Chairperson, you are abusing us.
Honorable members, please leave the House.
But what have they done, Chair? Please.
But Chairperson, you are abusing your power.
You are abusing your power.
Raise my hand. And when you
Sir,
say
you
about
are
my
very
head, I nod my
dishonest,
head.
Chairperson, in your ruling.
Please.
Abusing your
You are
power.
abusing
What
your
have they done now?
power.
You are abusing your power.
That is an abuse
Please
of
call the
power.
EFF.
You are very
don't want
dishonest
EFF
in your
this
ruling.
house.
Call the security to
Don't
remove these
EFF in
members.
this house.
Which members?
Well, we're quite happy to go, but you must know that you are abusing your powers. Honorable Mount, don't do anything. I might just make my flight, actually. We are abusing your power, Chairperson. You must know that. We are not chairing this meeting, you are pulling the meeting.
Sergeant at Arms, could you please call security to usher these members out of the House?
That is the highest order of
Honorable
discipline
Shikwamba,
from the chair
please leave the House.
of this session. Chairperson, you are
Please leave the House. Honorable Shikwamba, please leave the House. Please leave the House. Honorable Shikwamba, please leave the House. Sergeant at Arms, I request the security to come and usher out.
But what have I done?
I didn't say anything that I wanted to say.
We still left with who? Sergeant at Arms. Please help Honorable Shikwambana out of the house.
Then we can all go. Sharon, let's all go.
On a point of order,
I have made a
Chairperson.
ruling, Honorable Shikwambana, please leave the house.
Oh, I must stay. But we must stay here. I stay with you, Chess. Chess, we will stay with her. Like I was thinking,
Honorable members, shall we continue with the business of the day?
Still don't know.
Uh,
I still don't know what happened.
Honorable Shikwambana. Honorable Shikwambana, you seem not to be cooperating with me, so I have no alternative but to call the security to remove you. Honorable Shikwambana, I still persuade you to leave the house, or else I'll call the security to do so for you, to help you out. Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members. I wish situations of this nature could be avoided at all costs. It's not good for our parliament. It's totally not good. And ironically, this is what we've just been talking about, members presenting on the podium here. Shall we continue? I was awaiting a declaration from the AIC. Oh, by the way, I'm sorry, I've forgotten about you. NFP was on the platform.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think the next time I must bring myself a duvet here. You know? But Chairperson, this is exactly the point I was trying to make. Where is the deterrent when it comes to consequence management? And like I said before, you know, you make a statement unfounded, even if it's not true, insult somebody, abuse them. And all that happens is this, you say, I withdraw. But millions of people have seen it. Now, do you think that is fair? It's not. So we need to put in rules in place that people will have to pay the ultimate price for it. Because let me give you an ideal example. You'll send somebody out today and tomorrow they're back. So where is the deterrent, Chairperson? There's no deterrent. And that is why this house, which is supposed to conduct itself in a dignified manner, you know, becomes what it is. And, you know, people send us messages while we're sitting in there. Look at this circus. These are the words that they send to us. So I think we must not only amend these rules, but the consequences must speak to the crime. It has to. It's the only way you're going to deter people. The NFP supports this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. AIC. Cope. PAC. Oh, Yes, sir. Cope.
Thank you, House Chair. Chair, the report is about holding the executive accountable, strengthening parliamentary oversight and improving the accountability mechanisms.
Honorable members, please.
To hear that EFF members are making noise.
Honorable
No.
member, what's wrong now? Please don't do that. You are disturbing the house. Don't do that. Please proceed, honorable
Thank you, Chair.
member.
This report also covers issues of legislative and policy reform, criminal prosecutions, disciplinary actions, recovery of stolen funds, and remedial action. All of these shortcomings are an indictment on the functioning of this House up to this point. On 2 occasions, this House failed to take forward the earnest plea of Madiba in his final speech to Parliament in 1999 to reform our electoral law. First, it failed to do so in spite of the Speaker appointing the independent Prax Governor panel in 2006 and receiving its recommendations. Second, it failed to go forward with the recommendations of the high-level panel led by Kgalema Motlanthe, again appointed by the Speaker, to address the issue of electoral reform. The high-level panel on page 565 of the report, published in 2017, showed that the straitjacketing of MPs was the elephant in the room, crying out for legislative attention by us. So, will it again be all fancy talk and zero action? Will the Electoral Act remain in place, ensuring the straitjacketing of MPs in the National Assembly continues so that accountability of the type the Commission is requesting never happens? If Parliament doesn't work, democracy cannot work, and corruption can never be tackled. Now we have the supplementary report demonstrating the willingness of the National Assembly to improve its oversight and accountability functions. It provides a roadmap for the implementation of the recommendations of the State Capture Commission so that the recurrence of state capture, corruption, and fraud can be prevented, and the integrity and credibility of the state institutions and SOEs. It is going to be pie in the sky. Will MPs honor their oath or solemn affirmations to be faithful to the Republic of South Africa and to obey, respect, and uphold the Constitution and all other laws of the Republic? That is a hope greatly to be wished for and earnestly prayed for. We hope that this House will observe its own rules and give a picture.
Thank you
that
very
is
much,
hope
honorable
for our
member.
people. I thank you.
EAC. Al Jamal.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Honorable House Chair, it is in the best interest of democracy that when it comes to the behavior of honorable members, that this best be served by what we call the consensus among peers. It is not should not be the idea to be punitive, and there must be consequences and there must be blood. It must be by consensus. And I'm very happy that the powers and rights of the chairperson has been strengthened, because that is what we need. We have seen that because of this peer group, let's say camaraderie, that even the African National Congress felt that the penalties imposed against the EFF was too harsh and too severe. I also felt that it should rather be suspended. But be that as it may, I think that it is very important that the membership of the committee include all political parties, as this has been the trend in the 6th Parliament. Thank you very much, Honourable House Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. ANC.
Chairperson.
Thank you, House Chair. I think we'll be ANC. Chairperson, can you hear me?
Yeah, point of order, Chair.
Honourable Jose. Okay, Honourable Janchi, can you just hold?
Yeah, my
Honourable Jose,
apologies,
what's your point
Chairperson.
of order?
Yeah, I had some network challenges. Would you be gracious to allow us to make a declaration on this discussion, please? Please consider that.
The Honourable Paulson, Dr. Ndlozi, was given an opportunity, and how should I put it? But a reserved comment. So that was an opportunity for the EFF. So it will be double dipping if I allow you to, Honourable Ndlozi. The ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, lengmelo siyizisayo apha ye-joint rules. Injongo zayo kubuyisela isidima sendlu yowiso-mthetho ifane nendlu yowiso-mthetho. Yeke ukuthi xa uyibona ucinga into yobana kusepotsoyini okanye kusembarheni kwajuliwe, siza nengxelo apha ezawulungisa into yobana le ndlu yowiso-mthetho ibe nesidima sibuyise la decorum. The long overdue amendments to the joint rules of parliament are necessary in terms of restoring the dignity and decorum of the joint houses, the joint sittings, and ensure the purpose of joint sittings achieves its objectives. The ambiguity caused by the lack of detail that prevailed in existing rules not only made it difficult for presiding officers, but allowed for different interpretation to prevail, often consciously advanced because of gaps. Therefore, the ANC is extremely pleased that in a correct meeting of joint rules on the 1st of December 2023, we're able to make the necessary amendments to chapters 1 and 2 of the joint rules. With regard to chapter 1, part 1, the definitions, this has historically been extremely weak chapter due to the lack of definitions that are required, in particular rules that assisted presiding to act without any ambiguity. Joint sittings have historically since 2014 been targeted for disruptions given the audience that prevailed at the time. Definitions have been considerably strengthened by this report, inserting into the joint rules provisions from both the NA and NCOP rules. With regards to Part B of Chapter 1, sources of authority and application, this is a completely new insertion. Its intention is to strengthen what was missing in the joint rules, both in terms of defining the sources of authority and defining in whom authority resides and its application, which often is a point of contention. Further, it commits members to strictly adhere to the joint rules. The second section is about unforeseen eventualities. This has been strengthened greatly. This now includes some of the following: directives, rulings, conventions, practices, and contempt, the kind of things you would not see in the rules, but are practices, are conventions that apply in Parliament. The amended joint rules allows for the presiding officers to submit a report on an incident to the Joint Rules Committee, for the Joint Rules Committee to take a decision. On powers and privileges, The proposal is that a joint committee of powers and privileges be established with expanded powers. Currently, there is only a joint subcommittee on powers and privileges, and this is limited to policy formulation only. A joint powers and privilege will be empowered to deal with misconduct, the kind that we've seen yesterday, the kind that we've seen now, today. Section on public participation has also been greatly strengthened. With regards chapter 2, joint sittings of both houses, amongst others, there is an important new insertion. No member may interrupt the president whilst delivering his or her State of the Nation address, except to call for attention to a point of order in terms of Joint Rules 13S or a question of privilege in terms of Joint Rule 13SA. The adopted rules for virtual and hybrid sittings have been inserted in the rules that were the report that we're submitting here. Order in joint sittings and rules of debate have been greatly strengthened, especially the section of conduct of members, 15B, gross disorderly conduct, and 15F, which has been added under this subsection and qualified as well. With regards to part 2 of chapter 2, the rules of debate, 15S points of orders have been completely rewritten with content from both NA and NCOP rules. With regards chapters 3, 4, and 5, we are proposing that the Joint Rules Committee undertake a workshop in the first week of January. The ANC fully supports the amendments to chapters 1 and 2 and looks forward to completing the amendments to the remaining chapters, which are very important. And we therefore think, Chairperson, the circus you have seen, le potso ibisenzeka izolo, nale iqhubekayo sithi ngoku indlu wesomthetho mayibuyele kwisidima sayo, ingafani nepotso efuna ukwenziwa ngamalungu epalamente. Siyayisapota le ngxelo, Nkosi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Judge. The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections?
Yes, there are objections, Chairperson.
Noted.
We call
Those
for a
without
division.
objection?
We call for a division as well. You must note the objection of the EFF, and we're calling for a division.
Thank you, Honorable
all the
Ndoze.
pototos can do what pototos do.
Thank you, Honorable Ndoze. A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 5 minutes. Yeah. Thank you. Honorable members, the Speaker has determined that in accordance with the rules, a manual voting procedure will be used for this division. Firstly, in order to establish a quorum, I will request the table to confirm that we have the requisite number of members physically present in the chamber and on the visual platform. Thank you. Party whips will then be given an opportunity to confirm the number of their members present and indicate if they vote for or against the question. A member who wishes to abstain or vote against the party vote may do so by informing the chair. Having confirmed that we have the requisite quorum, we will now proceed. The question before the House is that the proposed amendment in the chapters 1 to 2 of the Joint Rules of Parliament be agreed to. Voting will now commence. The doors to the chamber will be locked and members will not be allowed to enter the virtual platform until voting is concluded. Whips, could you confirm the number of your members present in the chamber and on the virtual platform and indicate if they vote for or against the question? I want to believe that the whips are ready. ANC?
Ke a leboga Modula Stilo. The African National Congress, Kamontlung in the House, we are 38. Online, virtually, we are 166.
Thank you very much.
The total number is 204. We support the report.
Thank you. DA?
House Chair, in the House, we are 15. Online, we are 55. A total of 70 members voting in favor of the report.
Thank you. EFF?
Thank you, Chair. In the House, we are 4. Virtual, we are 19, totaling 23. We vote against and we shall meet in court. Thank you.
IFP?
Honorable Chair, we are 1 in the House, 7 online, 8 in favor of the report. Thank you.
Honorable Singh?
Chair, I said we are 1 in the House, 7 online, that's 8 in favor of the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, please lower your voices. FF plus?
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. We are 3 in the House, 4 online, that's 7 voting in favor.
Thank you. ACDP?
Thank you, House Chair. We are 2 in the House, and I just asked IT to check if we're 2 on the platform. It's 4 voting in favor.
UDM? ATM? Good.
House Chair, there's 1 online voting in favor. Thank you.
NFP?
Chair, one in the House in favor.
AIC. Pope.
One in the House and support.
Yeah. PAC. Al-Jama.
Al-Jama is one on virtual and we support.
Thank you. Is there any member that wishes to abstain or vote differently to their party? Thank you. The voting session is now closed. Thank you very much. Honorable members, the voting results are as follows. The yeses, 297. And the noes, 23. So that concludes this matter. So the report is being agreed to. Thank you very much. The last item on the order paper is farewell speeches.
House Chair.
The Honorable, the Deputy Chief Whip of the Majority Party are invited to the platform. To the, just a second.
House Chair, may I just?
What's your point of order?
I'm just inquiring before the farewell speeches. There are a number of outstanding rulings that the chairs need to deliver, and I just wondered when that would be done, as this is just before the farewell speeches. Thank you, House Chair.
I will do that, Honorable Swartz. I definitely will do that. Honorable Deputy Chief Whip, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson. Once again, we have come to that time of the year when the National Assembly is rising. It was not easy for us to do our work, but we managed to do it under the circumstances, even though our parliament was bent down last year, January. As a multi-party parliament, our committees managed to sit, to meet, do their oversight work, process legislations, and also were able to hold the executive to account. We wouldn't have done it without our rules of virtual and hybrid platforms. Honorable House Chairperson, I want to take this opportunity. I know that farewell speeches are not meant to discuss many things, but to thank the honorable members whom we worked with well throughout the year. Let me take this opportunity to thank the Chief Whips Forum for the work that we do behind the scenes, where we consult each other and reach consensus, and also the NAPC for the decision that they take with regard to the parliamentary program. Not forgetting to thank the presiding officers for always tolerating our childish behavior in the House. Honorable House Chairperson, we wouldn't have been able to do our work without the guidance of the NA table led by Mr. Kaso and his team. We want to appreciate their guidance and also their advice, always. Also to thank the Parliamentary Protection Services for ensuring that the house is not disrupted at all times. They are doing a very great work. The South African Police Services for ensuring our safety in the parliamentary precinct, our political staff members, and also our leaders in parliament, including the chief whip of the majority party, who's the chairperson of the
Thank you very much, Deputy Chief Whip.
As you go home, let us be safe. Let us not do what I wouldn't do. Let's enjoy our Merry
Thank you very
Christmas and prosperous New Year with our families. Thank you.
Sure.
Time is up.
The Honorable Chief Whip of the Opposition.
Chair, 2023 has been an incredibly eventful and often at times a difficult year. As the country still grapples with recovering from the global pandemic devastation, we too, as a parliament, have been trying to get back to normal parliamentary business. The fire took us back multiple steps, and we are yet to find a way to conduct parliament's business in a way that is accessible to the public. May we never forget that this is their house, this is their institution, and we remain accountable to them who elected us. As we wrap up the 6th term, we should reflect on how we have championed the issues facing ordinary South Africans the most. Intswelangqesho, indlala, ubugebengu, ubucimicimi wombane, urhwaphilizo, izizinto ezitshisa ubunzi ebantwini bethu. We must make sure that we spend the remainder of this term challenging these issues head on and find ways to bring relief to ordinary South Africans who look to us. Allow me to wish all of our members and our parliamentary staff. I do want to say here at this point that we do appreciate the work that our parliamentary staff do in the background under very difficult circumstances at times. Allow me to wish our members and our parliamentary staff a restful Christmas break. May you have the much needed time with your loved ones, and let us spare a thought for the over 30 million South Africans who will be battling hunger and poverty during this period. Let their plight and their cause be what motivates us to do the work that we do here in this house. As much as we will vehemently disagree with one another, we are not enemies, we are opponents, and there's a stark difference. So let's bear that in mind, and I, on behalf of the DA, wish you all well. Angawuthixo abe nani neentsapho zenu, anigqume, anikhusele, side siphinde sibonane kunyaka ozayo.
Thank you very much, Chief Whip. The EFF.
Chairperson, the President of the EFF, CIC, all the leadership. EFF wishes South Africans, including members of this House, regardless of political affiliations, a safe, enjoyable holiday and your families. May God protect you and may Allah protect you. Chairperson, as EFF, we are saying we are very much disappointed about the treatment esithola kule ndlu. Thina as EFF, we are saying unyaka ozayo nasesiphethe le mithetho ebayenzayo bayenzela bona ngoba basebenzisi i-constitution. EFF sikwazile ukuthi sivikele abantwana or all the Palestinians who are abused and killed by Israelis. Singu EFF siphethe Johannesburg, siprotecta abantu base Johannesburg nasekuruleni. Singu EFF sizoqhubeka njalo siprotect abantu base Thekwini, siniprotecte siqhubeke njalo. Singu EFF sizo make sure ukuthi sizoba holder to account bona laba be-ANC abazenza kwangathi bayanivikela kani bamanayi i-DA ne-ANC bani oppresse badile ngani. Singu EFF sithi sizoshintsha impilo zenu. 2024 is our 1994
Order,
and the
honorable
EFF
members.
is ready to undo the damage caused by the
Order.
apartheid and the outgoing ANC government. Tina Sizoni Vigela, arrive alive.
Order, honorable members.
Ni drive
be protected. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Honorable Singh.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I'm sorry that I'm not in the House with you at the moment, but I think you realize the circumstances. It's a pity that we had to end our 2023 term in the way that we did, but I suppose that is the tenets of democracy, and that is what our founding fathers fought so hard for, the right for everybody to be heard, and that right you had provided to all members in the House. Having said that, Honorable Chairperson, on behalf of Honorable Velenkosini Tlhabisa, the President of the IFP and leader of the IFP in the National Assembly, I want to also echo the sentiments of thanking the Honorable Speaker, all the presiding officers, the admin team led so ably by Honorable Kaso and his team for the assistance that they've given us throughout the year. It's been a difficult year with us still having hybrid sittings, and I hope hybrid sittings will soon become a thing of the past, where we can find an interim solution for the new parliamentarians that come in the 7th Parliament. I just trust on behalf of the IFP that all of us have a peaceful holiday, and I must reiterate the position of the IFP that we advocate for a two-state solution in the Israel-Palestine area, and we condemn the atrocities that are taking place from all sides, because human lives are human lives. And we trust that peace will prevail upon them, and that good sense will prevail for children and women not to be harmed in the way they are. So on behalf of the IFP, we want to wish everybody a festive period, a safe Christmas and a happy New Year. And let's hope that we all take a week or two just to recharge our batteries and come back refreshed in 2024. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Singh. The Honorable Vessels.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. House Chair, we had 3 very difficult and challenging prior years. By 2023, although we didn't have restrictions of COVID, we still had a lot of challenges, and especially because the pace of the world restored to where it was before COVID-19, but it even became faster, more difficult because of the normalization, and everything had to get back to normal, and Parliament is no exception. Obviously, because we still do not have a seat of Parliament, because our Parliament burned down, it's also a challenge. And I wish to thank, on behalf of the Freedom Front Plus, all members for this year and for making it a success. We did a lot, and we left a lot up until very late, and we worked very hard now in this 4th quarter. But I do want to thank everybody, especially the staff, parliamentary staff, for all their sacrifices. Chairperson, we as politicians neglect our families and our loved ones. And I hope that we can all find time this holiday to spend time with our loved ones, to rest, and to have a safe and blessed Christmas. On behalf of the FF+, please drive safely, please be safe. I won't do what you are going to do, Deputy Chief Whip, that is dangerous, but let us all enjoy a rest before we are going to have a challenging 2024 with an election. And in this House, Chairperson, we do debate robustly, but I do want to reiterate what the Honourable Chief Whip of the Opposition said. We are opponents, not enemies. We work together, and I do believe that we are here, most of us, for a common goal, to make the lives and the livelihoods of South Africans better, and let's go ahead with that next year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vessels. The Honorable Mishwe.
"2023 has been the most difficult year of my life. On the morning of the 25th January, I lost my precious and loving wife for 46 years, Mrs. Lydia Mishwe, who passed away after a short illness. She left me with 3 amazing children who love the Lord, just like their parents. and 3 wonderful grandchildren. My wife was a very dedicated and courageous woman who was full of grace. She was an international speaker of note who traveled the world speaking in churches and at women's conferences. In 2014, she went even to Iraq to minister to abused women in need of love and care. I am grateful to God who has given me the grace and strength to continue on this journey of life without her, who was my greatest supporter and motivator. I also want to thank the President, the Speaker of Parliament, House chairpersons, leaders of parties, members of this House, and parliamentary staff for their support and prayers through my difficult time. I particularly want to thank my colleagues in the ACDP who prayed for me and gave me space and time to mourn the loss of my precious wife and partner in ministry. Chairperson, I also want to take this opportunity to urge every member of this House to seriously consider rejecting the 2022 amendments to the 2005 International Health Regulations that were approved on the 28th May 2022 during the meeting of Committee A at the World Health Assembly. Finally, I wish all members a well-deserved rest over the recess period, and I further wish them and their families a blessed and peaceful Christmas and prosperous New Year. I want to conclude, as the chairperson has requested, with a prayer of the Aaronic blessing. The Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face to shine upon you and be gracious to you. The Lord lift up his countenance upon you and give you peace. Shalom. The Lord bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. UDM? ATM? Good. Honorable
Thank you.
Harold?
House Chair, 2023 has been an extraordinary, difficult year for South Africans. We have experienced rising food prices, the financial strain of high interest rates and low economic growth. South Africans are financially stressed and many South Africans are in financial distress. The number of unemployed people, especially young South Africans, has not reduced this year, food insecure and trapped in deep poverty. Our worst year of load shedding has contributed to our economic crisis and has compounded the difficulties we have experienced. So as we end this year and enter what is meant to be the festive season, we must acknowledge that for many South Africans, the season will not be festive, but will be stressful. Despite all of these stresses, we wish all South Africans a peaceful season. We truly hope that 2024 will bring new prospects for all South Africans, but especially for those who spend their days and nights worried about their family's survival. We wish our parliamentary colleagues a safe and restful break, and we look forward to returning in the new year, ready to do the work needed to improve the lives of the people we are elected to serve. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Sheikh Imam.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me first of all acknowledge my conduct in this House, sometimes making people laugh, smile, and clap, and other times upsetting people. So I want to say to you, if I've offended any one of you here, my apologies to you. It was all in a day's work. Let me also say this, that the support that we've got from the Honorable Speaker, the Deputy Speaker, who I haven't seen for a while, I'm not sure why, the chairpersons, presiding officers, the chief whips, and very importantly, Mr. Kaso and his entire team. Whether you talk about members' facilities, you talk about the travel, you talk about them, really extraordinary service. I know sometimes I've put them under pressure at different times of the day or the night. Let me also say to you that the festive season is coming. The roads are not safe. If you want to drive, drive in the day, rest at night. When you want to drink, drink when you're at home. I'm not going to tell you not to drink, but I can tell you it's not about you. It's about others conduct themselves on the road. And South Africa is experiencing high levels of accidents, which is claiming many, many lives. We've lost a lot of our people in this very parliament as well. So I want to wish each and every one of you a joyous Christmas, a prosperous one, that you have a great festive season. And let us not forget those people that are hungry. Many, many people are sleeping on the streets. And let us all together pray for peace in the Middle East. Irrespective of who they are, let's pray that they come together as one united nation, live side by side happily. That's the least we can hope and pray for. I thank you all. Thank
Thank you very much, Honorable Sheikh. AIC, the Honorable Loata.
House Chair, another year is done. Let me express many thanks to all those who welcomed me in this chamber, especially the parliamentary staff. They were exceptionally good. And as for members, I can assure you that we have all strove hard in the interest of the people of our country. And it's rewarding that we should be at this point looking forward to being with our families and friends over the festive season. Chair, as I wish everybody well, let me indicate to this House that I will be returning to the Free State with a heavy heart. The kidnapping and murder of a 16-year-old girl, Machaka Khadebe, in Bloemfontein has left me shaken and left people of that city shocked. Criminals, from what the police told the bereaved family, are using WhatsApp calls because they are encrypted and do not leave any trace on the phone or the network. In this way, gangs are able to plan and execute entire crime like robberies, kidnapping, even murder. Unfortunately, the 16-year-old Machaka happened not to be the only victim of recent kidnappings in Mangaung. Lesego Motaung and Lerato Masiu, both young girls, respectively 22 and 23-year-olds, have since gone missing and have not been found. Police are unable to intercept conversations of criminals because WhatsApp calls use internet protocol addresses that can be changed frequently and are not linked to any specific location. Having said so, I will be leaving for Bloemfontein unable to fathom how things have become so utterly dangerous and untenable.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Chair.
PAC, Al-Jamaa.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Honorable House Chair, we've heard how hard the Small Business Development Portfolio Committee worked and so many other committees in Parliament, and I would like to congratulate all honorable members for their work to try with regard to public participation. And I think the Sixth Parliament can be proud of all its honorable members, and we need to reflect on that at this time of the year. The parliamentary staff did us proud at the BRICS Forum, and once again, we would like to wish them well. The presiding officers gave leadership to the nation when it was needed. There was, however, there was a blot on the nation on the 10th anniversary of the death of Nelson Mandela, when his grandson, members of parliament, and honorable guests and members of parliament from Turkey, Malaysia, were prevented from laying a wreath at his statue for 3 hours in the hot sun. And that's why I voted against the police vote earlier today as a sign of protest. But having said that, Honorable House Chair, we know that the Archbishop of the Anglican Church has said that the aim is to kill 30,000 babies before Christmas. There's still 10,000 to go. So those who stand with Israel, we don't wish them well over Christmas. Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Hendricks. Order, honorable members. The Honorable Speaker.
I thank you, Chairperson. I thank you for the opportunity. Honorable members, before we adjourn, I think I should say a few words. We have reached the end of the last full year of the 6th Parliament. Next year, South Africa will hold its 7th democratic election. Democracy is an ideal for which many died, but it is also made real by our actions as citizens and public representatives. This year, we've indeed advanced the democratic project. We have passed a number of bills which will have lasting impact on our society, which will lead to accelerated economic growth, poverty alleviation, and a fair and prosperous nation. The National Assembly passed the National Health Insurance Bill, whose intent is to expand health services to all. The Basic Education Amendment Bill will strengthen the support government can give to our children. The Climate Change Amendment Bill will ensure that South Africa can play its part in combating climate change. While we may disagree on some of the details of these bills, I'm convinced that as a collective, we all believe in the need for fundamental change and progress. Honorable members, we've also stepped up our pursuit of accountability. Committees have been meeting on a continuous basis to solicit reports on government activities and work towards resolving challenges with service delivery. Members, of course, pose questions to ministers almost daily. This year, the Rules Committee adopted measures to address delays in answering those questions. Honorable members, as the voice of the people, we've also expressed our opinions about pressing issues both at home and on the international front. It is painful to see that violence remains an everyday experience for many. The debate we held on 16 days of activities for no violence against women and children last week was a stark reminder of how far we must travel. I am, however, in no doubt that this Parliament remains a steadfast friend to the vulnerable and oppressed in our country and abroad. Next year will bring further change. The rebuilding of the National Assembly will continue apace within the targets we have set. This will go on even as we make do with alternative venues for our sittings. We will also have to make provision for the incoming Parliament, bearing in mind the requirements of the Electoral Amendment Act. On a lighter note, honorable members, I've noticed a renewed tendency for electioneering in the House. This is understandable, but we must not make promises we cannot keep. But I do wish parties all the best in their campaigns. To close, on behalf of the presiding officers, honorable members, I would like to express my gratitude, firstly to the Chief Whip and to all party leaders, to the Whippery in particular for their support, to the Programming Committee, which has assisted me and guided me at some of the worst of times as I was battling to find my feet in this environment. I must also thank the table staff led by Mr. Klaso, the Secretary to Parliament for efforts. I must finally thank all the honorable members for their contribution and commitment to our democracy. Honorable members, let us use our brief interlude to rest, to spend time with our families, to continue to provide guidance to our young ones. And lastly, honorable members, please be safe. Don't drink and drive. Let us continue to condomize and exercise safe sex. This is usually one of those periods where people can be very reckless with their lives. But remember, honorable members, only last week, we were discussing issues and the impact of HIV and AIDS in our society and in our communities. So please be safe, honorable members, and let us continue to respect one another and continue to love one another. May peace be upon all of us. Come back in January as we are, and hopefully without any casualties. Honorable members, thank you very much. I appreciate the support you have given me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Honorable members, before we adjourn, can I draw your attention to the ruling? Unparliamentary remarks by members during debate on the Basic Education Laws Amendment Bill. Honorable members, on the 26th of October 2023, during the debate on Basic Education Laws Amendment Bill, Mr. S. Swart MP rose on a point of order on the remarks made by the Honorable Chief Whip of the Majority Party, Ms. PCP Machodina MP. At the time, I indicated I would study the record and revert to the House to rule thereon. Before ruling, I wish to remind members that as members of this House, we enjoy the privilege of freedom of speech. This is an essential right in that it enables us to raise and pursue matters in the public interest. This privilege is only limited by the rules of Parliament. The rules, in turn, are not intended to constrain members, but rather to ensure that reasoned debate can occur. Having studied the unrevised Hansard, I would like to rule as follows. Honorable Swart rose on a point of order, alleging that the Chief Whip of the Majority Party spoke death over Ms. Sickers when she was speaking. The impugned remark of the Chief Whip of the Majority was, "You are dead yourself." It was an interjection made as a retort to assertions made by Ms. Sickers during her speech. Ms. Sickers made a number of assertions during her speech about the ANC as a political party, including, "We say that you are a dying party pushing a dead bill. I say, let the dead bury the dead. And as the SCDP, we proclaim a jubilee for education, and while you bury your dead, we will work with and work for the living." The use of the pronoun and collective noun we and as ACDP respectively shows that Mrs. Sickers was speaking on behalf of a collective which is her party and would be understood so by any objective observer. The retort by the Chief Whip of the Majority Party to her remarks about the ANC should be understood in that context as a response to the assertions she was making against the party. The remarks were not meant as a threat of violence directed at the member, intended to insult or abuse her personality or impugn her integrity or dignity. I therefore do not find the remarks to be unparliamentary. Thank you very much, honorable members. That has concluded the farewell speeches and the business for the day. I request members to stand and wait for the chair and the maids to leave the chamber. The House is adjourned.
Nyinyi, 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 nyinyi.